unraveling these mysteries. Stay a while and share your thoughts. Help us break down this mystery. Grab a seat, we guarantee you're in wonderful company. Unraveling these mysteries with Mr. and Mrs. E. Unraveling these mysteries with Mr. and Mrs. E.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Mr. E Crimecast. I am Mr. E, joined by Mrs. E and our guest, Aunt E. How are you doing there, Aunt E?
Pretty good this morning. It's weird going live every day of the week.
I know. This is like a job. Doing this like a job, right? I know it's crazy. I barely got to be here yesterday, so I've been trying to catch up on all the testimony from yesterday, and I'm still not quite caught up. I got to the part where there was the big break, I think, where they're trying to figure out the mistrial, or at least the mistrial attempt yesterday. So I don't know if I missed anything too critical. I'll try to get caught up on that part later on when I can. But welcome in, everybody. Appreciate you all being here. A lot of you have been with us all week. We do appreciate that. This has been really a lot of, and obviously a horrible situation, a tragic situation, but doing this together has really been a lot of fun for us. We've really enjoyed all the kind of like the different discussions and debates about the trial, the strategy, experiencing all these surprises together. We think this is about to start here in about 10 minutes or so.
Well, I just saw some movement and somebody was talking, but I don't know if you can hear yet.
No, it's not. I'm watching it.
Okay. So you guys are keeping an eye on that. So I know some of you probably have not been able to watch during the day, just your different schedules and careers and whatnot. So you might be joining us for the first time this morning.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll give a little kind of maybe a few minutes just to kind of catch you up on where we are here at day 4.
Mm-hmm.
But thank you to our mods for being here this morning. I see Lady Tit for Tat. Good to see you here. Castle, a recent mod addition for us. And Castle's been great all week, helping us out.
Making sure when we have to leave the stream for a variety of appointments, Castle and PJ and have been really taking care of the chat for us to make sure these kids are being good. So.
Yes. So I don't know what we missed in all those breaks. I haven't heard it all yet going back, but nothing was on fire when we returned. So I guess we're doing okay. But yeah, so a lot of you I'm seeing here, Grandma Chachi and Nicey Marie and Zuzu Petals, W. Smith. We've been having our book discussion this morning. Let's see who else we got there. Chaz D.
Ty Bay has been with us every day.
Mm-hmm.
Jessica Smith, Rhonda West, Grandma Chachi, Mrs. Magoo.
Yeah, Rosebud. Good to see you back.
Lisa A.
Jessica Smith been with us all week also. So we appreciate y'all being here and joining us with this. If this is your first day on, or you've missed a lot throughout the week, so we are covering the Megan Boswell trial. This has been 4 years in the making. Her daughter went missing in 2019. Is the last we know that she was seen alive, sometime around December 5th, 6th, 7th, somewhere around that time frame. Although friends and family had some questions and suspicions, she had a variety of lies that we've learned about that she was telling everyone, whether it was with Ethan Perry, the presumed father of the child, or babysitters, or her mother, or later some random guy in a camper. She had countless lies that she's told, as we've learned over the last 3 days of the trial. Eventually, her father, Tommy, he had enough and went to CPS, made a report, And then from there, everything escalated very quickly. Once TBI, FBI, everyone realized her stories were not lining up, and Evelyn could not be located. She made a variety of statements to the news. Each day was a new lie, and so she's facing. Oh, and then from February 18th through March 6th, they eventually found her on her father's property in a little handmade playhouse, sitting behind a shed, a little tiny little house.
It's a cute little house.
It was adorable. And so and that's where they found Evelyn, in a trash can, upside down, covered with blankets and foil and trash bags, where it is believed that she was alive when placed in that trash can, and died of asphyxiation. And so almost 3 months before they found her. So she's facing 20 different indictments. 3 of those are for taking the life of her daughter. 12 of those are for making false reports to authorities. The rest involve things like movement of a corpse, things of that nature, all related to her alleged cover-up of the crime. Over the last 3 days, it's been mostly eyewitness testimony. So we've heard.
Did you hear that weird noise?
I heard a little noise. We have heard from a variety of people, including Tommy, several childhood friends, doctors, and such. We haven't seen a lot of evidence yet, other than pictures.
Had 3 friends testify as well. 3 of her best friends.
Yes, and so there's a lot that we kind of learned from all this. The big revelations that we did not know going in were that Ethan Perry is not the biological father of the child. He had a DNA test done, and he's not the father. We think we're going to find out who the real dad is at some point during the trial, but
may not.
We might not. Megan had a lot of boyfriends during this period. So
can I say I watched an interview they did after court yesterday with the defense attorney, and he said that he thought that would come out at some point. So, and also, the defense attorney also, happy days. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Happy Days. We appreciate that.
That is so sweet of you. I wanted to show Castle something. We've been talking about our booty counter. So I have a board. I don't know if you guys can see it. So can you see it now?
Sort of, yes.
Okay, so it's a really big board, but
just a number board.
It's a number board. So we'll start taking our booty counter.
You'll have to actually turn it upside down because the number is on the opposite side for us viewing it.
Oh, okay.
Now flip it.
Flip it this way.
Yeah,
yes.
Okay. So I'll have to write backward.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. How about I just do hashes? That way
you don't have to write backward, do you?
I don't know. Well, anyway, I think we're on 3. I think that's our booty counter. That was for Castle. Because we were talking about that. And guess what, Mr. E? I found your deception deck.
Well, maybe this will come in handy.
And I'm not sure that we have 3. I think we actually could have had 4. I think
we don't have proof of that.
We don't have proof, but I mean, who rides around with somebody and goes to visit them and then takes her to the sheriff's office and feels sorry for her? There's something there.
Yes, Castle, that booty board is just for you.
Country Diva, it was the child went missing sometime around the 1st or 2nd week of December. That's when her story started to involve the cover up, somewhere around the 6th, 7th, somewhere in there, we think. And then her father called on February 18th.
And we've had some more people come in that I wanted to say hello to. Detective Whiskers, welcome. Yaya's World, welcome. Mag50. Rita, good morning. Marion Habiner? I hope I said that right. Good morning. Terry DeVoe, Nice Marie. Karen Wynn, and I think I said hello to Grandma Chachi, but I think I missed R. Taylor. Good morning, sweet R. Taylor. We're happy you're here. Hope your son is doing well. R. Taylor's son had some good news the other day. So, or was it yesterday? We've been doing this so many days in a row. I don't even know. Do you guys know?
I don't remember.
Well, but anyway, we're happy. We're
happy
happy for your good news.
Yes.
And did I say hello to Ash Cash and Lady Tit for Tat and Happy Days again? Thank you so much for gifting memberships. That really means a lot to us, and it does help our channel, and we really appreciate that. Let's see.
Yes, Garrett. Court on
Garrett.
Saturday.
Oh, I know. Garrett, we're so happy you're here.
Enjoy
This
the golf. We'll probably still be here when you're done, actually. So
Yeah, this
um,
judge is no nonsense. He's wanting to get this thing going.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, the first day was not a lot of witnesses. So I think that's why he was wanting to keep pressing forward. But they're not going a full day today. I think he said they would end about 4:30.
Oh, okay. And then True Crime with Sweet Melissa and Brittany, welcome in. Let's see. All right, you can keep going with your summary. I just wanted to share my little updates.
I just thought I'd see what the theory was. So Brittany says, after doing lots of research on this case, I truly believe that Hunter did have something to do with this. I'm not saying Megan didn't do anything. I'm just convinced that she premeditated and did. I think that's the other big kind of reveal of this week is that the defense is going to try to put some blame or doubt that Hunter is actually responsible, or at least partly responsible, for what happened to Evelyn. And Hunter, as it turned out, we found out yesterday, has been entered into a mental institution. And so that was shocking to all of us. That happened just 2 months ago. His father, Hunter's father, Hunter was a boyfriend of Evelyn around the time that Evelyn, I keep saying that wrong on the names.
I know.
Hunter and Megan were boyfriend and girlfriend during the time that Evelyn disappeared. Right. At one point, Megan said that Hunter rolled over on Evelyn, and that was how she passed. But there's so many stories. Who knows? And
Hunter has claimed he never even laid eyes on the child, and it appears that, based on what the father said, we won't even see him testify. He is not of sound mind enough to testify.
And I wanted to say, welcome back to True Crime with Sweet Melissa. She was a member and she has renewed her membership. And I also forgot to say, if you got a free membership from Happy Days, please tell Happy Days thank you. That was so kind. And that's kind of you, Sweet Melissa, to renew your membership. And since we're having some fun this morning, I'm going to play our Dog Pound song because I don't really have I don't have one for gifting memberships. I need to make one.
And we should be getting started really soon.
Oh, well, I mean, we want to give it a little bit so we can get past the fluff, right, guys? We don't want to have to. Well, we can go in just a second.
Cool.
Welcome to the Dog Pound. Your Crime Dog now, members only. Welcome to the Dog Pound. Your Crime Dog now, members only. Welcome to the pound, members only. Bow wow 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 wow. Doo 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 doo.
I dance the whole time. The whole time.
I know.
It's so funny. It makes me happy. The little things. Oh, Marion, thank you so much.
Thank you, Marion.
Now, wait, is that a super sticker or is that a super chat? Because
a chat? I think it's a super chat.
Oh, it's a super chat. You have to let me do it. I've been waiting for days for this.
This is my favorite of the songs.
All right. Thank you so much, Marion. That is so sweet. And the super chat song's just for you.
Thank you, Marion. We do appreciate that.
Thank you for the super chat. 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 Thank you for the super chat.
I love that stuff so much.
That'll be in your head all day.
Love it
all
so
day.
much. That is so sweet of you.
It's one of those I cannot get out of my head.
And Castle went to Sam's today. No eggs.
What? Oh, I've heard there's going to be an egg shortage.
Oh, and Brittany had an interesting comment. She said, I did some research on the foil and what it could possibly mean, and it's so wild. It really does point more toward Hunter.
That's what they're going to try to do. And so this is going to end up coming down to DNA and forensics and stuff like that. Because if his DNA and hers is not all over that playhouse, or both, that'll tell us a whole lot about what happened.
Yeah. And I looked that up as well. and it is weird. It is a very a paranoia thing that people do so people can't take their thoughts or know what they're thinking.
I don't know. I think that they're
But
just trying to get reasonable doubt.
Oh,
Well,
of course they are.
I don't know. I don't know.
But we do know she was found with that wrapped around her head. So that might have been.
Yeah, but not in the way that would protect your thoughts. That's my point.
No, I think it was.
No, more in the way that it would suffocate you.
I think it was all around. But I'm just saying that could be something that they premeditated and planned. This all could be planned.
Yeah.
If they got caught, this is what we're going to do.
Yeah.
And this is what we're going to say. And this may be how that they thought they could get out of it should they get caught.
This is part of their argument they're going to make too, because they charge her with 3 different counts on
Right.
how, and one of them's premeditated, and then and he's the defense attorney's kind of like, hey, you can't just charge her with everything and see what sticks. You need a coherent theory, and I don't know that I disagree in a way, because that they.
I don't know. I want to hear.
I want to see how it all plays out.
Yeah,
but
me too.
I'm concerned they overcharged her with first degree. So we'll just have to see how the forensics and everything plays out.
I want to say good morning to people who have dropped in. Good morning, Guidance and YouTuber. So happy that you are here. And let's see. Oh, Tam, welcome in, Tam. I think that you know what? I haven't listened to Brittany J from last night. I don't know if they determined what type. I know it was tinfoil.
Mm-hmm.
They said it was like molded to the face, like,
right?
So someone didn't just wrap; they pressed in, is what the TBI agent was saying.
And Narita, thank you so much. Good morning. We hope you're doing well as well. And I'm still watching. It's not on yet, so just y'all relax.
Nice, Marie. That's what we're saying. Surely some DNA on aluminum foil from the inside of the aluminum foil. There still has to be fingerprints there, in my opinion. Agreed. We hope that there's some good forensics. They've done a decent job ascertaining all these messages from the various apps and from the phones. It's kind of convenient that her phone was broken too, and that she was switching phones. The dad said with Ashley. I thought, that's a little odd.
Yeah, we were talking about that too. I've never switched phones with anybody in my life. I wouldn't know what to do without my phone. Actually, you know what? We did switch phones once. I don't remember why. One time we did.
We did?
Yeah, I just don't remember why we did. Maybe you were talking to somebody on my phone and we traded. That might have been what it was.
Damn.
Hold on.
I want to say this real quick. This is the prosecution's argument. What Lisa's saying here. Megan is another Susan Smith. She put Hunter above Evelyn. That's the argument they are trying to.
I think so too.
That's what they're believing the motive is, and so that's what they said in their opening statement.
And also,
something along like those lines.
Castle, thank you so much. We appreciate you sharing this out. We've had our intimate crowd here, and it's been very nice. But we do appreciate you sharing us out so people can learn about our channel.
Yeah, I think that's got to be one of the better parts for you all. Also, is that we kind of have more time to chat and talk with everyone.
Yeah,
this
is a good point.
Tam here says we talked about possibly the aluminum foil came from the kitchen.
From Hunter T's Chicken Shack.
Yeah, that could be.
And then also, good morning, Heather. She says, hello, beautiful E family. Well, good morning to you, Heather. We appreciate you coming back. And the real me too. Welcome in. So happy you're here. Precious Lavender Buttons. You guys, I feel like we've become this family here. Just the past 4 days, spending every day together. It's been so much fun. And we love that you keep coming back. We appreciate you so much.
Yeah, like I kind of know where everybody's at and how they view the case and kind of their personalities. We've learned a little more about when we do our other ones where it's maybe you see a comment or you don't really get a feel for the viewers, but here we definitely are. Rhonda says, I really enjoy when you go live without any drama or BS. I'm loving it.
Aw.
I appreciate that. We are going to try to stay committed to that.
Well, I'll fuss at Aunt E or Mr. E periodically, but
I don't.
we
think
get
that's-
over it pretty
I don't
quick.
think that's what they mean.
That's family drama is a little different, huh?
Yeah.
Switching phones is very odd to me. Tommy having an epiphany about the Playhouse is strange too. It is strange.
Yes, all of it's strange.
Why not search it yourself and earlier on? So, like one
Ooh,
thing
I'd
we've
be afraid
learned,
to search it myself.
you would. Oh yeah,
I would
yeah.
be afraid because I wouldn't want to be implicated. The first thing,
Mm-mm.
and with him having run-ins with the law, maybe he was like, "I don't want to touch this with the 10-foot pole. I know I saw a car over there. I'm calling the police." I could see that with someone that's already been involved with the police. Maybe not doing that.
I want to say something special to Hot Mess too. I heard Hot Mess on a panel last night on Brittany J's, and she was very sweet and kind and mentioned us several times, and we appreciate you. And thank you so much for coming back.
Thank you, Hot Mess. We appreciate that. That all helps a lot, actually.
And good morning, Precious Lavender Buttons. If I didn't say, I'm in a really good mood today. The Crime Dawg song and the Super Chat song just got me all amped up. You guys don't see this, but you can ask these two. I'm dancing the entire time in my seat because I'm a really good chair, like sitting dancer. I'm not a really great dancer. So
it's not going yet. Are they running late?
it's
No.
right here. Can you see?
Oh, okay. So I can see. I
You
thought that
can
was
see.
just a.
Yeah, no, that's
Okay.
that. They're just showing the emblem right now, so there's no point. We can just keep going
Right,
over
right.
our theories and stuff.
Well,
And
whatever.
Rhonda, thank you.
So there were a few other big things that
Aw,
came up,
welcome,
though.
Rhonda. Uh-oh, does she want to hear? Did she do that so we could play the Crime Dawg song
She
again?
may have.
Uh-oh. Welcome. Thank you so much. I'm playing it. It makes me in a good mood, and we're just waiting for it to start anyway, so why not? Where is it?
Welcome to the dog town. Your crime dog now. Members only. Welcome to the dog town. Your crime dog now. Members only. Welcome to the pound. Members only. Bow wow 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 wow. Doo doo doo. Doo doo.
Y'all, I danced the whole time. Thank you so much. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to dance. Thank you, Rhonda. We appreciate you. Let's see. Oh, yeah, Melissa. I felt the exact same way. I couldn't believe the monstrous things that were done to that poor child. I agree. I cried too. I'll probably cry a little today.
Castle had something she saw in another chat that said that about her Megan actually using the bathroom in the bed, and one of her friends or somebody said it and wondered maybe she tips the bottle. I don't know. That can also be other reasons, I guess.
Looks like they're entering the courtroom.
Okay.
All right.
So
Yaya, we'll be praying for you for your surgery. I just wanted to tell her that real quick.
And if you are new to this case today, the prosecutor is not me. We just have a very similar voice. So if you hear him speak and you think it's me, it's just my voice doppelganger out there.
Well, welcome in Opinionated. Thank you.
Glad you could join us today.
All right, I'm going to put it up, guys. All right.
That is Megan Boswell with her two attorneys.
And her hair, look, it might have been brushed a little better today.
Not much.
She may have caught one of our streams.
I doubt it.
Helpful.
I doubt it.
I don't, yeah.
You may be seated. Thank you.
Good morning,
Oh.
ladies and gentlemen.
I take it back.
Yesterday, when we left, I gave you certain admonitions. Does any juror have anything to report about those admonitions? If you do, raise your hand. Let the record reflect that none of the jurors raised their hand. General, Congressman.
State would call Steve Williams.
Steve Williams. If everybody's taking notes.
I agree, Lisa. She needs conditioner.
Well, I'd say she doesn't have access to a lot of good hair products.
Now she is in jail, so
We haven't heard from the mother yet, so we're expecting to see
Okay.
her at some point.
So I'm sorry. I know I just said the name. Was it Steve Smith?
Steve Williams.
Oh, William.
Mhm.
I don't know about you guys, but I really enjoyed Ethan Perry's testimony yesterday.
Mhm.
That was
Yeah.
really good.
Yeah.
Raise your hand. State your name.
Steve Williams?
You solemnly swear affirm testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so
Yes, sir, I do.
See who this guy is. He's professionally dressed.
Good morning.
Morning.
Scoot up close to the mic. Speak up loud.
Okay,
Thank you. There you go. You're Steve Williams, is that correct?
that's correct.
And you were previously employed with the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. How long were you employed there?
Just under 34 years.
Wow.
So back in February of 2020, were you working at the Sheriff's Office?
That's correct, sir.
And what was your position or assignment there within the Sheriff's Office?
I was lieutenant over criminal investigations.
And during that time in February of 2020, did you assist in the investigation of a missing child by the name of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, sir, I did.
And specifically, did you participate in interviewing the defendant?
Yes, I did.
All right. Now, at the time at which you interviewed Miss Boswell, had other detectives already spoken with her?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you aware, did you know what she had already told them?
Yes.
All right. So what was the information or what did you know about Evelyn's disappearance and Miss Boswell's involvement before you went in to talk with her?
I just knew that she had told that her daughter was missing, that it come in through DCS that her daughter was missing. And we was trying to follow up on her daughter being missing.
Okay. Where did you talk with her?
At the sheriff's office in criminal investigations division in the interview room.
Okay. And this interview room, does it have the ability to sit outside and listen to the interview as they're going on?
Yes.
All right. Did you listen to the interviews that were done by the other detectives?
Some of them and parts of them. I can't say I heard every one of them.
All right. And is this interview room located over at the Sheriff's Department?
Yes, sir.
And is that here in Bluntville and Sullivan County?
Yes, sir.
When you went in to speak with her, let me ask you this, what was your approach in speaking with her? Did you take a different tack than the other detectives had taken, or?
Well, I just went in and was just being nice to her and trying to talk with her, I reckon you'd say civilly and not browbeat her or anything.
All right. And was your interview with her recorded?
Yes, sir.
And prior to coming to court here today, did you have a chance to watch that interview?
Yes.
And was it a true and accurate recording of that interview that you had with Megan Boswell?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I'm going to move to introduce that as exhibits 182.
No objection.
And at this time, I would ask to play that for the jury.
Yeah, Heather, he is no nonsense.
Hi,
Hello.
I'm Steve Williams. How long does it take, okay? I'm going.
I can't go nowhere.
What date was this? Did they say?
I didn't, you know what? I was in chat. I wasn't paying attention.
This has got to be very early.
This was after the other two.
Child,
Yeah.
and where is she?
Yes, she does.
I'm coming home, tell her.
Right after Christmas.
Where?
Ethan.
Okay. And you say Ethan, does that mean Ethan's in Louisiana or Ethan's?
In Bluntville. Like I told him, I don't know if he took and dropped her off somewhere right after I dropped her to him, but I don't know what's going on.
Where did you give her to Ethan at?
Bluntville. I was grandparents' house.
Okay. And what's his grandparents' name?
I know his grandma's name is Sherry, but I do not know his grandpa's name.
Okay. Have you ever been there?
Once or twice.
And you've met him?
I've met Carl.
And that's his grandfather?
Yes.
Okay. And
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to tell you I didn't know his name, but as soon as you asked me, it spit right on my mouth.
that's no problem. Do
Do I have any questions here on that?
No, no. We'll be done in just a few minutes.
Okay.
Why are you in a hurry?
I mean, like, no, but if they're gonna keep questioning me and keeping me lying, like, I want an attorney.
Okay.
Because I'm not lied to them.
Okay. Well, do you want to talk to me?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So the last time you saw your child was at Ethan's, right?
Mhm.
And you took your child to Ethan's grandparents' house, right?
Right, but I never walked in. We stood in the driveway.
Okay. And what was you driving?
I was driving my Cruise that I don't have anymore. It was a red 2018 Cruise. It's like a little Chevy sedan.
Yeah. Okay. And was Ethan staying there?
I mean, I guess he was. I don't know. He just had me come up there.
Did you see Ethan there?
Yes.
Okay. And did you see his grandfather there?
No. Me and Ethan stood outside and talked, kind of like away from the house.
Okay.
Like the house was like over here where he parked his car was like towards the trees of the house, and we were standing like towards this side of his car.
Okay. And you dropped that bomb.
Mm-hmm.
And
Put the car in his car and everything.
what kind of car was he driving?
A 2018 Nissan Versa. It's black.
Okay. And then that was Christmas Day, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then after Christmas Day,
Sorry, I have a weird observation. Even Megan knows the makes and models of cars and the years.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know anybody that
That doesn't know.
doesn't know their own cars make and model? I'm just saying. Sorry, I just had to say that.
And this was something Brittany just said too. Tommy paid for her car with cash and handed her the title, but she got it repossessed per Hunter's dad. I think that's really an interesting thing.
And also, this is the red car that that she no longer has. But isn't that the one that Tommy reported?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So,
And this whole thing is all fiction. Like looking back, we know none of this happened because Ethan never saw Evelyn other than the time in El Paso.
yeah.
Yes.
So this whole thing is just it's not like she just kind of shades the truth. She just bold face, just makes
Lie.
up stories, like total events that never even remotely happened.
That's right. Nice, Marie.
Don't talk about his truck.
Don't talk about my truck.
That's a line. You just can't cross that line.
Don't make me pull your man car.
So it's just interesting to me that somebody has the audacity to just create a whole event that never happened.
Right.
And
Just
Yaya, I don't
complete
know
fiction.
if it really Yaya said, how convenient have they found the car? I don't know if it was truly repossessed or not, but Hunter's father testified that it was repossessed and she had no car and nowhere to live while she was working for him, which was early December.
There's so much more to this story.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't know who's lying because it's a big everything's a big lie.
And hello, sped teacher. Welcome in. We appreciate you being here. All right, I'm going back to it. That just it just caught me off guard.
Kate with,
He won't talk to me.
but
On New Year's Eve, and sort of on New Year's, I guess, me and him argue back and forth.
on text message or
No,
actually,
on the phone.
okay, so actually talking. to
Yes,
each
he would get mad and hang up, and I'll call back, and he'd answer for a little bit, get mad and hang up, and just would answer.
other. Did he say he had Evelyn in?
Yes. And I left him tons of voicemails, and I was like, look, like, if you want me to leave where I'm at, like, I'll come spend New Year's with you and Evelyn, like, I just want us to be there as a family, you know what I mean? But I'll come to where you are.
Where was he at then?
I think he was at his friend's house.
Who's his friend?
I don't know, to be honest with you.
Friend around here or
A
friend?
friend around here.
To be honest with you,
Mhm.
And you don't know who his friend is?
He doesn't tell me anything.
Okay. How long have y'all dated before?
Like 3 years, maybe 4.
Okay. But you didn't
3
know
years,
his-
yeah.
And you didn't know his friend?
No, I was never allowed to be around any of his friends.
Oh, that's the craziest thing.
And
What?
then, did you ever call him and say, hey, where's Evelyn? It's been-
what?
I
That's-
tried to
I'll just
call and
pause
he
it.
won't answer.
What's crazy?
What?
In high school, you date for 3 or 4 years and you've never known his friends.
Right.
And you've never been allowed to be around them. That is the dumbest thing because that's all high school's about is friends. That's dumb.
Yes.
That is
Oh,
just, that's a big fat lie.
I'm a
she
little
actually dated him for
confused.
3 years.
Can you be clear about how you really feel?
Well,
I'm
but
just kidding.
Ethan did say they dated for like 3 years. He did. He testified to that. That she was like 13 and he was 15, and they dated all through high school, or
Okay.
his high school. I don't know whether she was. I think she was still in high school when they quit dating.
I agree with Hot Mess
Yeah.
that it is. I'm a terrible liar. So, yeah, yeah.
She's a totally remorseless liar.
Yeah.
Just says it, doesn't care. Just,
And Pale
No.
Rider says liar's gonna lie. Lady Tit for Tat is stuck on the booty board. I can't really blame you. Oh,
So who's our 3 on the booty board? We've got Ethan and Hunter. Who's the other one?
The one whose mom spoke yesterday.
Caleb.
Caleb.
So we've got 3
Oh,
on the booty
Caleb.
board.
Gotcha.
And
so
I
far.
think the guy that took her to the sheriff's office in the truck, whose sister she was friends with, I think he could possibly be one too.
So we've got a
But
contender for number 4.
they're okay. I'm gonna argue that one because they're I don't know that's a reaching objection reaching. So sorry.
They didn't directly ask him, but thank you so much, Sped Teacher.
Oh,
Yes, that
thank
is-
you so much. What is that? Is that a super chat?
A super chat.
Much appreciated for y'all spreading awareness.
You
for
guys
missing
are gonna
children.
kill me. Don't do this. Sorry, I have to. Makes me happy. Puts me in a good
And who
mood.
said this about the smirking? Grandma Chachi says she's
Oh, it's
smiling.
awful.
It is annoying, especially knowing what she's hiding.
Okay, I'm gonna do this one, and then if we have any others, I'll wait till the end. So one more time.
Thank you for the super chat. 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 Thank you for the super chat.
I'm sorry. I know that probably is annoying to some people, but I love it. I absolutely love it. And thank you so much, Sped Teacher. That is so sweet. Okay,
Yes,
we'll
we
get
do
back.
appreciate it.
We'll get back to it. Let's see.
I was leaving voice messages, he wouldn't call back. And honestly, like I was telling them, like I had Evelyn for like over a year and he never checked on her and I had to support her by myself. So when I got up here, I was like, you can take care of your daughter for a little bit. Not that I don't love my daughter or want to be with her, you know what I'm saying, but I was like, you don't help me at all. Like I want you to see how it feels, no help.
So he didn't help you financially or
No.
taking care of her?
No.
He was in the military.
Yeah, like he would never even be like, hey, like, is she okay? Or like try to check on her and help me at all.
Does
You
he
know,
live in a house there?
I don't know.
And you don't know where she's at? And the last time you saw her was Christmas? Right.
Right.
Have you went to his grandparents' house?
Yeah, but nobody was there when I went.
Okay. Have you called them and asked them where she's at? Okay. And what brought you here today?
I guess my dad called.
So you still hadn't heard from her, but somebody's called about her,
Yeah.
right? And you have no idea where she's at? Okay. Have you tried to find her?
I mean, yeah, like I called, you don't answer me. I didn't know he went back to the army until today. Like that was news to me when they came in here like, oh, he's from Louisiana.
Have you went to court
No.
to try?
To be honest with you, I was really trying to be civil over it. And like I said, I supported her for like over a year. And I was like, if you want to keep her for a little bit, like that's fine by me. You know what I'm saying? My mom had a baby when I was like 12, 13. I don't remember if she was 13, so I guess I was 12. And like I had to basically raise him. She had no job 15. Like I had to basically raise her. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It was like I had 3 kids all the time.
Okay.
And I was like, it's his kid. If he wants to keep her for a little bit, like, by all means, you know what I mean? I'm all for it. And like I said, something I don't love Evelyn or want to be with her, but it's just, you know what I mean? It is what it is.
Is he have a girlfriend?
Ethan? He might, I don't know. He used to. She lived in like, I don't know if they were dating. Let me take that back. He was talking to her, but she lived in like really sketchy apartments in Kingsway. Like the government house and one. I'll say they were cloud, but I guess that's torn down, so I don't know.
You don't know?
Mm-mm.
So if you was guessing where she was at, where would you say she was at?
I don't know if he dropped her off somewhere or somebody or what he did, so I don't know.
Well, but they have to be somebody he trusted to
Right.
drop her off, right? So who would you think that he would trust so much besides his grandparents?
I don't really know, to be honest with you. I didn't know he really talked to his grandparents that much. Even never told me anything about his personal life. Like, especially after he got in the army, like, he just was not talking about it. I don't care how much I cried, he just was not talking about it, to be honest with you.
That's like 3 to be
And
honest.
also, when he was in the army, he'd go like months without talking to me,
Well,
before and after I had Evelyn.
well, if you're in the military, sometimes you're out in the field and stuff like that, you can't just.
Well, yeah, I understand that, but sometimes he would just get mad and just not talk to me. You know what I'm saying? Like long periods of time. And I know that wouldn't be.
Right. Okay. So if you could help us right now find her, where would you tell us to look?
I don't know who even hangs out with.
Does he have Facebook?
Yeah.
Does he put a lot of stuff on Facebook?
Not really.
Do you have Facebook?
Mm-hmm.
Do you have communicating on Facebook?
He does not respond. I think he's blocked me on Facebook now. He blocked me on Instagram. So he didn't want to talk to me.
I thought this was good insight.
Yeah.
Very good insight.
This one was too.
Did you
Oh,
participate in any other interviews with the defendant?
No, sir.
Okay. Did you do anything else as far as the investigation was concerned?
I assisted other officers in the investigation.
You continue to do other things?
That's correct.
Thank you. If you would answer any questions Mr. Scott has for you.
Morning.
Morning.
How are you?
Good, and you?
Good. Thank you for asking. What time did you take this interview?
I don't recall what time of day it was. I think it was in the evening.
Okay. It's my understanding at this point that Megan had been interviewed by Tracy Haraz, a DCS worker, and then later by Michelle Gillen, and then you. Is that correct?
I couldn't tell you the exact order of the people who went in and interviewed before me or after me. I can't tell you that. I don't know.
Your interview and those other interviews that day, they were basically a continuation of the same interview with different people. Was that?
There were several officers and agents that interviewed, or several officers that interviewed that day.
Okay, but was it basically a continuation? I've talked to her, now you go talk to her and see if you get more.
Yes.
At one point, she asked you for an attorney,
No, sir.
but you didn't feel like she did.
No, sir. She said, if this happens, I want an attorney.
Okay.
She didn't say I want an attorney. She said, if this happens, I want an attorney.
You had instructed her not to go anywhere.
The sheriff's office is a secure facility, and we can't have people walking up and down the halls of the sheriff's office.
Okay, so she wasn't free to leave the room she was in.
If she wanted,
Well,
overruled for now.
After she asked for an attorney, let me ask you this, had she been Mirandized?
Yes, she had.
Did you do that?
No,
You know who did?
no, sir.
How do you know she had?
Because we'd seen the interview. And we wouldn't be in there talking to her if she hadn't been Mirandized.
But you don't know who did it, and you can't say that you did it.
I can say that I didn't do it.
You can say that you didn't do it, right?
That's correct.
But you can't say who did.
No, sir.
And as it relates to her question for an attorney, and this will be kind of my last question on that, you didn't stop questioning her. You said, do you want to talk to me? You continued asking her questions, correct?
That's correct, because she never asked for an attorney.
Was that the entirety of the interview we saw?
Yes, I was walking out the door and she asked me if she needed an attorney, and I can't answer that for her.
So she asked you about that again?
She asked me if she needed one, and I can't answer that for her. She's 18, old enough to go in the military, old enough to fight in war, so I can't answer that for her. She's an adult.
What time did you come on shift that day? Do you know?
I usually come to work at 8 o'clock, but I can't tell you that day. It was probably 8 a.m.
I'm just trying to nail down the time period.
It would have probably been in the evening if I was guessing late afternoon.
By late afternoon, you mean before 6 o'clock?
It would have been right around 6 o'clock if I was guessing that day.
Okay. Mr. Williams, thank you for being here. It's good to see you.
Yes, sir. You too.
You read that? Is he free to go? Yes.
Yeah, I think they are planting more seeds of doubt.
You're listening, Sandy, you read that?
Thank you, sir.
State recall Joey Strickler.
Joey Strickler.
Raise your hand. State your name.
Joseph Strickler.
Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
You would think, Yaya, that there would be a timestamp on the
Good morning.
video.
Good morning.
Can you please tell us your, actually just spell your last name for us for the record?
Strickler, Strickler.
Okay. And where are you currently employed?
The Second Judicial District Attorney General's Office
How long have you been employed there?
since September of 2021.
Okay. And what is your title there?
Victim Witness Coordinator.
Okay. And prior to that, were you employed in law enforcement?
Yes. Sullivan,
Yeah, go ahead. Tell me where. Yeah.
Sullivan County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. What was your title at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office?
Captain of Criminal Investigations.
Okay. And how long had you been captain of criminal investigations?
I was with the department for 30 years before I retired, and two different occasions. It was several years.
Okay. So could you give the jury just a brief rundown of your experience with the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office?
I started out in as a when I graduated from college. I started out as a corrections officer and worked my way up to patrolman. And from patrolman, went into detective division, and then worked my way up through the ranks there to being a captain of the criminal investigation division.
And were you employed in that capacity in late 2019 and early 2020?
Yes, it was.
Did you assist in working the case of missing child Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
Do you recall what your role was in this investigation?
Was the captain over criminal investigations. My main duty was administrative, and basically what I was doing was being a conduit between our agency and the FBI, the TBI, the district attorney's office, the staff and command of the sheriff's office, and also helping out any way that I can with making sure they had the resources they needed and the manpower.
Okay. So you're essentially a liaison between the different agencies that were working this investigation.
That's correct.
Okay. Did you personally interview Megan Boswell at some point.
Yes, I did.
And was that on February 20th of 2020?
Yes, it was.
Okay. That day, did you conduct more than one interview of the defendant?
Yes.
Okay. How many?
2.
Okay. To your knowledge, and you may not know this, had the defendant been interviewed by anyone else that day prior to you speaking with her?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Where did these interviews take place?
The Sullivan County Sheriff's Office Detective Division's interview room.
Okay. And is that located in Sullivan County, Tennessee?
Yes, it is.
Was the interview video and audio recorded?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And who was present during the interview?
Myself and Miss Boswell.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity prior to court to fully watch both interviews in their entirety?
Yes.
Okay. So first we'll go to the first video. Is that a fair, since you've watched it, is it a fair and accurate representation of the first interview you conducted with Megan Boswell on February 20th, 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we'd ask that be made exhibit number 183.
I'll probably slow it back down for the video, just so you guys know.
And then permission to play it at this time for the jury. Okay.
Looks like I might have missed something significant.
No, this is just another person, Joseph Strickland or Strickler. He's he works in the district attorney's office, victim witness coordinator at the time of the.
I'm Joey Strickler. I'm
We'll come back.
the criminal
Yeah.
investigations. They called your boyfriend Hunter,
Yeah,
and he's supposed to be, I reckon he's supposed to come to pick you up. So,
I was wondering if my mom didn't.
oh, you want your mom, not him?
Yeah.
Okay, I can do that. Take care of
Okay,
that.
well, can I ask you something you answer me honestly? Okay, so like when I got on the other cop's car, he was telling me like Hunter had like orders of protection against him or like domestic assault or something.
I can find out. I don't know.
Can you tell me that?
Oh, I could tell you that if I knew it, but I can find out for you.
Can you?
Sure.
I mean, I'm not trying to be mean like he does, like I just really like don't want to be around that kind of person, you know what I mean?
I don't blame you.
Okay.
Let me see if I can find out for you. Be right back.
That's very interesting.
That she didn't want Hunter.
Yes, then she wants to know if there were protective orders out that he has against him from other people because she doesn't want to be around someone like that. That is interesting.
So while we're waiting, what did I miss? Because people were saying something about the detective making a mistake.
With the Miranda rights.
The one before, he didn't offer Miranda rights. He said that they were offered by someone else and given to her prior to his interview.
They're calling right now.
They were trying to make a deal about it.
Yeah, I can do that. Yeah. You know, I've been watching, those videotapes. I've been watching it. I've been doing this a long time. I've been a cop for 30 years, and it breaks my heart to see a young lady like you, and you have a child. We don't know where it's at.
Did you watch me cry? I was trying not to cry for them.
That's okay, though. That's okay. Okay? Because the fact of the matter is, you give a Maggie that that precious little baby somewhere. I don't know. And I honestly believe, I want to believe that you would tell us in a heartbeat if you knew where that child was at. And is there any way that you can think, maybe help me to find that little baby?
I really don't know what song to tell me that I was crying.
That's okay. That's okay. Okay? It's okay. I know you've not seen her in a while. And I know, we've been talking to Ethan. We've had him on the phone. We've had his captain on the phone. We've been talking and trying to find this baby. Is there any way that somebody has that baby that's a friend of yours or a family member that's afraid that if they're afraid to tell us or they're afraid that you'll tell us, so they want to keep.
I don't think you know that I dropped her off the river what happened. I was trying really hard to cry, but I was like thinking about her. I dropped her off and she's asked what she's wearing and stuff like that, and I just. I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. It's okay. I understand. Please, we're just trying to find out what happened to the whole thing. And, you know, I'm a daddy, and it breaks my heart to know that this child could be with someone that don't love it, that don't take care of it, or God forbid something bad's happened to that baby. And, you know, the thing about it is, everybody's going to point back to you because you're the mama, and you're the mama that let the baby go. When I say let the baby go, I mean, you're the one that took the baby and said, here.
I know, but I was scared to her dad, and I thought it was okay.
You say you thought it'd be okay. Do you think something's happened to it?
I mean, no, but I mean, I didn't think that, you know, I wasn't going to see her for months at a time or something like that. What I did, when I started happening, I was like, oh, well, I don't want to be my mom, just to try to, like, solve myself. I don't want to do that, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to be that person who does all that, you know what I mean? And, like, I just learned her for over a year about myself. And I was like, if he wants to keep her for a little bit, it's fine.
But how old are you, Max?
18.
You're just a young lady yourself. You're a brand new mama, and you just into a different world, wasn't you? And I can understand you feeling that way and saying, hey, you know, I just want a little bit of time to myself, a little bit of time to be me before I have to be a mama. And you had all these things that happened so quick to you, you know, it's, bless your heart. My heart goes out to you, but I'm telling you, we gotta find that little thing. We gotta find her. And do you remember when she broke her arm? Somebody said she broke her arm.
I don't know if she actually broke her arm or not. I just know it was bruised. I never saw it, so I don't know.
You never saw the bruise?
No.
Did this happen after you had gave her to you? Okay. Okay. Well, now, when they say that you dropped the baby off at his parents,
His grandparents.
his
Me and
grandparents,
him stood outside. We didn't go in.
and where was the baby at?
On my hip. And then I let her kind of like go to him to get used to him. And I stayed about 30 minutes and she was fine.
So okay, did the grandparents ever come out?
No.
They never come out?
No.
Okay. And then that was the last time you seen her?
No, I saw her the next day.
You went back and seen her?
Just for a second. Me and brought into it. He told me to leave.
Okay, who was with you when you went back?
It was just me.
Just you. Now, was you dating anybody during that time after you left?
Hunter. But I didn't really tell me if Ethan were into it.
Okay, so you went from Ethan to Hunter. Okay. Okay, how long did you know Ethan? Can you tell me a little bit about him? I met him my freshman year of high school. Where'd you go to school at?
Central.
Okay. Okay, so you just graduated last year?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So, wow. And where'd you meet Ethan at?
At school.
So he went to Central also. Okay.
But they didn't know their
And then
friend.
he got in, he joined the Army, is that correct? Okay. So the last time you seen your daughter was sometime around Christmas, the day after that you dropped him off, you went and he didn't want to let you talk with her, be with her or anything. Was there a confrontation or anything? He just basically ran you off or say, hey, you're not talking to
I think he just basically ran me off.
When you all met down in El Paso, when you went down there, did you all just meet down there and you turn around and come back home with
No, I
him?
stayed for a little bit. He didn't come back home until a couple weeks after.
So did you bring the baby back with you? You had the baby with you, you brought it back, okay. And then where was you staying at that time?
My dad went to trailer park and I was staying in one of his trailers.
Okay, okay. And your dad's Tommy, okay. So you stayed at these trailers and in the trailer park, where's that located at?
You know where Sugar Hall is?
I sure
Like
do.
on the corner of Sugar Hall and Boswell.
Oh, yeah, I know where that's at.
They're like storage units across from it.
Yeah, that's up there close to Mooney's, the restaurant, the little restaurant.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right, so you stayed there and then you moved out of there and moved in with Hunter?
Yeah.
Okay. Did Hunter ever see the baby?
Yeah.
Hunter
Not much, I won't lie to you, just because I'm
That's
nervous
fine.
about bringing Evelyn around.
I won't lie to
You
you.
know what I'm saying?
I understand that.
And also at the time, I'm not gonna lie, like Hunter told me he was on probation, we were talking about before, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, iffy on who I bring her around, you know what I mean?
Okay. So you was thinking that you were doing the best for your baby by,
Not having her around.
him and,
And I know that sounds bad, but like now that I know him better, I don't think he's that person, don't get me wrong, you know what I'm saying? But I only known him at like a couple of weeks when I was dealing with him, you know, he's my kind of like taking me out, you know,
okay.
never really had him real good.
But that led you to, I guess what I'm trying to say though is, that was a natural route for you to go as far as if you wanted someone to watch Evelyn was take her to Ethan,
Yeah, her dad.
her dad. Okay. Okay. Wow. We're fixing to send out what's called a nationwide alert. So we're trying to find this baby, and I don't know what's going to happen. I just pray to the good Lord above that we're going to find her, and we're going to find her alive, and find her well taken care of. Because I've been doing this a long time, and the worst thing that's ever had to deal with is the death of a child, or a baby that's been hurt, or a baby that's been abused. And I have a lot of nightmares about that, and it's been too many to count through the years. And all I want to do is stand up for that little baby that may not be able to stand right now. And I need your help. I do. I need your help. And if you can think of any way, fashion, or form, to know where that baby's at, or where, just point me in the right direction. Please help me. Please help me. I want to bring it back in. Bring her back in.
I don't know.
Is there any way that can you tell me a reason why that you didn't reach out since Christmas to the family to try to find Evelyn and talk to her? Just even put her on the phone, let me speak to her.
Because I was really just trying to resolve two meetings, to be honest with you.
You was what?
Just trying to resolve the between these two.
So, tell me what you think? What do you think happened?
I don't know if he's taking her into contract with someone else for.
You think you could have hurt her?
No.
Would you hurt her?
No.
Would Hunter hurt her?
No. He never get like mad and like threaten me all the time, but he never actually like did anything. You know what I mean?
Did he ever show any aggression or anger toward your little baby?
Not that I know of, no.
You never seen that?
No.
You said that she had a bruise on her arm earlier. Do you know how that bruise happened? That you think is
She fell off the bed. That's what I was told.
where at?
And Ethan.
Did that happen? Did you ever see the bruise and stuff? You never did see the bruise with the broke arm or anything like that? So you did have some telephone conversation apparently with Ethan about her.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, this is weird because the thing that we're being told is that by him, he's like, I'm not saying it.
He has seen her, I swear to you, he has.
When last time you seen that little thing,
On Christmas Eve, he had her then, but I had her for a little bit on Christmas. So me and my family and husband went fishing forage every Saturday night to be that Christmas Day. And I got her stuff that I got her. And I got, like the stuff that my brother got her and stuff, and I took it to
They're on, off of Hartown.
Oh my
Did
gosh.
you get to see her that day?
I had to wait a couple hours.
What did you take
Are
to
you-
her that day?
I don't know what my brother got her, but I got her like a little horse and like baby shark stuff and clothes and stuff like that.
Okay. We know this is 100% false.
All of this, yeah.
Yeah.
We know for sure Ethan only saw the babies on a 3-day visit to when she went to see him in El Paso.
Right.
And that's the only time he ever laid eyes on this child. And she is making up elaborate
Yeah.
lies. I mean, she's even lying about buying her stuff.
Right. Crazy. Something people are talking about in the chat is the Miranda rights. I don't know this. So if they read her Miranda rights when she first got there, does each detective coming in have to read them or
I
offer
don't
that
think
to
so.
her again?
No, I think the
So-
first time.
I think the argument is that they were interrogating her to try to find the baby and maybe not, she was not under arrest. Is that what the argument's going to be?
I don't know.
I don't know. But if she wasn't read her Miranda rights at some point prior to any of this, I'm not sure that this.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm going to say. That's what
Uh,
I'm saying. Is
But
that
if someone did at the beginning, because they said that there were several interviews during this period. So
I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be on camera that she was read them.
No, as long as they were read to her.
Right.
And there was a witness. Usually there has to be a witness.
do we know that happened at any point?
I think that's what the defense is going to try to argue. Another thing he said yesterday is that we are going to, there's a lot more to this case and that we might have, our feelings might change about Megan when this is all over.
Who said that?
The defense attorney. And I was just like, mm-hmm. So, Eve Loves God says they usually sign a paper. Whoops, paper, not night. We keep clicking on Nightbot.
Yeah. So they may have had her sign something before they started all this.
Real Me Too. And she knows her court cases. So I believe her. She said the judge would have never allowed this had she not.
Okay.
So
we might be all right on the Miranda thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right, Real Me Too. The judge wouldn't have even allowed this into testimony if she wasn't Mirandized properly before these interviews. So
Yeah, and the defense attorney would be going nuts right now, right? Let's see. True Crime with Sweet Melissa says she could have said she wanted an attorney. She has to demand an attorney. She has to quit talking.
you're exactly right.
Yeah.
And he said, do you want to talk to me? She said, yes. So that is her acknowledgement that she wanted to proceed. And all she has to do is say, I want an attorney. I'm not saying anything else. That's all she had to say. And she did not say that.
Okay. So I think we might be okay with this being evidence, kind of talking it out.
Okay. Well, Brittany is disagreeing.
So Brittany's saying the way they are interrogating her, but not actually arresting her and holding her is going to be the problem.
I don't know.
I guess we'll find out.
I guess at this point, they're not really. I mean, I guess they're interrogating her, but they really don't know where she is, right? They don't know that they're about to arrest. They don't know if she's.
Right now, she thinks she's going home. Someone's coming to get her. And he told her that.
They may.
So she's not under arrest.
They may not be quite believing her story, but I'm not quite sure they're believing that she's,
Oh.
she may be hiding something, but not. It's the asking of a lawyer that they're trying to push. Yeah, they don't have to stop her from talking.
And Real Me Too says they are allowed to do that. And she said, LE can lie to you. We
Yes,
know that. We know that.
To certain points, they can.
Yeah. All right. We'll get back to it. Sorry.
So sad. I don't know. I don't know where this is going to lead to. Like I've told you before, I've been doing it a long time. And in cases like this, the fingers point toward the mama. And it points toward you because for one reason is that you willingly took the baby to too easy. I understand why. I mean, you're telling me why you did that. But then, of course, he's not saying something didn't happen there. It was not right. That's what he said, of course.
Thank you, Angel Wings.
We've got to find Evelyn, got to find her, take care of her. And if it's a situation where, you know, that you don't feel like that you can take care of her, then I promise you, we'll find some people to take care of her, that little thing for you. And I promise you that. We'll do everything we can to get you help and get her help to take care of her. But we got to find her.
When you all father does this mean I won't come see over anymore?
No, it doesn't mean that at all. Does not mean that at all. But I can tell you this, if you think for a second, there's a little sliver that you might know where she might be. Well,
That just made me so sad.
You're saying you won't find her.
No, just saying that, you know, we will
Why are
help
they
you.
starting it over?
I don't know.
Maybe another sidebar.
Uh-oh. There's a crime dog.
Well, Court TV's doing better about not zooming in on their computers. If you,
Yeah, we can't even see. They've not shown.
I think they took that seriously.
Yes,
They
I hope so.
They've
Ye-
hardly
yesterday,
shown Megan today.
the judge reprimanded them because they were zooming in on their desk. I mean, I think they were really just trying to get shots of Megan, but it was.
Yeah, I
showing
don't
them
think it was
something.
intentional. I mean, you really can't see a whole lot from a screen across a room.
Yeah, she's not being arrested.
That's right, Brittany.
Yes, I guess.
Well, I guess we'll see.
I mean, you can use body cam footage and stuff as evidence, and those people haven't always been read Miranda rights. But so I think, I don't know. I mean, I guess this is admissible, or the judge would have already stopped it, like folks are saying.
Oh, great.
Right. Brown-eyed girl's right. Yeah, she doesn't have to stop talking.
Yeah. Of course, if she had stopped talking at this point, they definitely would have known something was up.
That's true.
And
she was still trying to perpetuate that lie at this point.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
lies.
I'm kind of curious to the date of the previous video that we watched, because I know this one they said it was February 20th, and I did not catch the date for the first video we watched.
Maybe see it, thank you. We'll be recessed up 10, 15 minutes.
10 or 15-minute recess.
Okay, well,
We're a little behind, so we can skip some of it.
yeah, I'll get back to the. Okay, it's on a recess right now. So, what do we think so far, guys? Anything?
I think it is all the friends that were put through her lies is just sad. And that is true. I think that
I'm going to pull this down while we're waiting.
Yeah, there's just been a lot of lies, and she's pulled so many people into her lies. I wish we had started it from day one, just doing a tally mark for how many times she said, well, to be honest with you, I'm not going to lie.
The doggy.
There were like 5 to 10 just in that video.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean, I'm not
okay.
going to lie, and well, to be
Wait.
honest with you,
Yeah.
Okay, which way?
other way,
Other?
other
This
way.
way?
Yeah,
Yes,
there you go.
but the writing is correct.
Okay, that's the booty board so far. That I'm not count. I am disregarding Auntie's
We have
speculation.
a possible.
Okay, that's our booty board so far.
That's definite, though. Those are 3 definite.
Yeah, her friends, several of her close friends have testified over the last few days, and that all was sad. That one friend in particular, the second one, where she had to stop multiple times because of the crying, where she saw Evelyn like every day, and you saw how that all progressed with her, where she was saying that Ethan had her, but she wasn't quite buying it, and she probably thinks she should have said something sooner.
And a thing that bothered me about the third friend, the one we saw yesterday, that was really well dressed and well spoken, and the way she described, and I'm kind of surprised that the prosecution didn't question her more about why their friendship ended. You don't just end a friendship because that person loses their cell phone. And I thought it was an odd statement for her to say, we stopped being friends in the first part of January. And they said, well, why did you stop being friends? Well, she lost her cell phone, so we couldn't communicate. I don't buy that. People don't end friendships because of that.
Well, a lot of these people are a mess, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But
All-
this one seemed like there were other reasons and she just didn't want to say.
And Shirley H., I agree with you, but it's my understanding that the Leilani Simon was way worse. I didn't watch that one day to day. I just watched the summaries on that one, but it's my understanding it was pretty bad too.
with the number of breaks.
Yeah. And then
This
Yeah.
judge really does not want this to get messed up.
right.
That seems to be
This
his
judge,
big priority.
is serious about it for sure.
Well, and the defense attorney is looking for every single, little thing that he can jump on.
Oh, I know. It's crazy.
Yeah. What Real Me Too is saying here, I was looking up definitions for pathological liars and compulsive liars. It's very interesting for a topic. Megan fits this. She lies with ease without hesitation.
Well, I don't know if you guys saw Mr. E looking down while she was doing her statement or
Yes,
talking to the
looking
police
through
on the
that.
video. He was looking at his deception deck.
Yeah. I was trying to find the one where, because there's one of these cards that says about the, to be honest, can I tell you the truth?
I mean, whew, it's awful.
I can find it. You may find it for you.
Sure. I think
You keep talking to everybody and I'll look for it.
Luck said, yes, Aunt E. She seemed like there was more to their friendship ending. And then Castle said, yes, I wish they would have asked that. I just felt like there was more things there. It seemed like she was very upset that the last time she saw Megan with Evelyn, that she was dirty and she smelled. And I think that bothered her. But, again, here's someone that didn't report it. And she's a friend, and she probably feels some guilt because thinking, wow, if I'd have reported this, then maybe she would still be alive. So I think these friends harbor some guilt. And I think that's part of it too. Yes, that one. Yes, Precious Lavender Button. That was the one that had gotten married. That her last name had changed since she had been subpoenaed. So she was that.
This might be the one you're looking for.
I think that girl you're talking about, Auntie, is that the one who got married? Can't remember.
Yes, yeah, it was.
Nicey Marie says, my opinion, Megan's lies probably caught her with lying to the friend. Maybe that, but you would have thought if you had that against her and you were mad at her, wouldn't you take that opportunity while you're being questioned to say, well, our friendship ended because we couldn't reach out to each other anymore by phone. However, she lied to me multiple times, and I don't want to be friends with someone that lies to me.
I mean, every one of these I read, I'm looking at the deception deck. It applies to her.
So this one's called, if you don't know what I'm talking about, this is the deception deck that the Deception Detective sells on his website.
Yeah.
And this was a birthday gift for me, I think.
Yes, you got it for your birthday.
And this one's called Words and Phrases. Because we always speak based on everything we know, liars may inadvertently expose themselves through their choice of words. Some words and phrases are rewarding or revealing because of their definitions. For example, started, I want to say, I suppose, not. Others, because they are empirically correlated with deception. 3, sitting, left, and honestly. So that last one, honestly, is just one of those words. When you hear that, it's just something to catch your attention that somebody might be trying to lie to you. And still others, because they reveal the speaker's true feelings. For example, with, this, we, and I. Those kind you'd have to almost kind of break sentence by sentence.
There you go. That's the one you were looking for.
Okay, yeah. So let me read this real quick, though, because I agree with this too. Bliss Blessing says, it's obvious she definitely had a great support system and people who would have taken Evelyn. Megan is not at all innocent, but makes me wonder if Hunter did something and then they both covered it up, in my opinion.
I don't know. I think that's what they're trying to get us to think.
I kind of suspect Hunter had some knowledge of what happened, if not a role. That's kind of my guess right now.
I dropped the card.
But is that enough to get Megan out of the trouble, even if he helped with a cover up or had some knowledge of what happened, and I don't know, or was there? So this was the card we were looking for, honestly. Liars often use perception qualifiers, which may reflect their insecurity about being believed. Words like honestly, frankly, and truthfully in a statement can suggest deception.
How
in
about
2000
I'm not going to lie to you?
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie to you, but
Then the example is given here in 2016 when Burke Ramsey was asked whether the ransom note for his kidnapped sister looked like his mother's handwriting. He responded, honestly, looking at that, I think it's too sloppy. The use of honestly before his response raises questions about its truthfulness. So if a deception detective wants a bunch of video examples for that card, he
Right.
could just go through this trial and just clip out like 30 of those.
These are really cool cards. I love them. They're expensive, but they're worth it, I think.
I bet deception detectives going to consider doing these interrogation videos because they're pretty good.
This one, there was leakage, and then this applies to something else. Will you read that one real quick?
The long prologue is what this one's called. Liars often spend a lot of time on the lead up to the fabricated part of their story. This is usually a subconscious effort to delay the stress that comes with lying. If a story contains more than 1/3 prologue or background information, it might indicate deception. And then that's from Adams, 2002. I don't know what that is. And then this is Deception Detectives below. In 2022, cryptozoologist Bob Gimlin appeared on a podcast to describe his encounter with Bigfoot. He detailed the extensive search he and his friend conducted. However, when it came to the climax of the story, he simply said, "There one stood across the creek," and quickly moved on. Given that more than 1/3 of his narrative focused on the search with just a brief 6-word climax, it raises the question of whether the prolonged climax was used because the climax itself was not true. So we know, I know where Mrs. E is going with that.
Well, I mean, I've been working on some videos for Sebastian's disappearance, and I could find tons of stuff about Sunday morning and Sunday afternoon. But when I tried to find, anything after in the evening or even the next day, it's very difficult. So,
Yeah. Well, if you're talking about Katie with her story, that's a perfect example because she gives breakfast and popcorn, like everything leading up to the most important
very
part,
detailed.
crazy detailed. And then there's very little about the thud. And then the next morning, but you got all about spaghetti pancakes and everything else leading up to that, the phone call. But everything that's important, she glosses over.
Opinionated says he has the deck and can digitally get them for $30. So that's
on your
good.
phone. That's
on
cool.
your phone. That's fun.
Yeah, I didn't know he did.
That would be good. All right. So it's back, guys, and I've got it paused. So I'm going to pull it back up.
We'll pick up in a minute.
Figure out that if he's an abuser and stuff.
I'm going to go back just to here. I didn't realize we missed some.
All right. Go ahead and pick it back up.
I mean, figure out that if he's an abuser and stuff that you didn't know about, you don't need to be around that. And we'll find out. And I'll find out if your mom can come and pick you up, okay?
I don't know the number of Hunter has it.
Has it?
Hunter does it, so I'll probably think you can call him, tell her to come get me.
Oh, okay, tell her to come, okay. We'll find out.
Thank you.
No problem.
Huh. That's interesting.
True, Becky.
Did you see that?
What's that?
She literally turned it off like she's crying, and then boom, turns it off the second he walks out the door, and it's just like, wow.
Yeah, her crying has felt fake in the interviews on television and these interrogations. Especially the interrogations, the first ones they showed in the trial, where she just kind of cries constantly. This cry voice, not really crying, but like a cry voice. That felt phony.
Okay, so now moving to, prior to the second interview, you stepped out for a few minutes?
Yes.
Okay. Any idea of how long you were out before you came back into the room?
I'm sorry, I don't remember.
Okay, you don't remember?
No.
Okay, and that's fine. So the second video, you also had an opportunity to watch it in its entirety.
Yes.
And it is also a fair and accurate representation of the second interview you conducted with Megan Boswell on February 20th, 2020.
Yes.
We'd ask that that may be made exhibit number 184, please.
Objection.
You are not alone. Lots of folks have been saying that this week.
Mm-hmm. Yes, real, me too.
And permission to play it for the jury.
Like feces on the floor filth, like really bad.
I mean, even dangerous contaminated food, old milk. I mean, setting out.
You know, I got some, been a long time, and I've got some my own opinions about this stuff. But just something that's not adding up. It's just not adding up. And you know, if there's something that you think in your mind, anyway, fashion and form that you could think.
Well, I was talking to Dad today. He told me from mom that she said when all this story goes down, she was gonna have to disappear, that she was gonna go to jail. I don't know what's going on.
Your mom heard that something?
I don't know. That's all he told me today. I don't know what's going on.
So, Tommy told you that
And all this started going on, because he called her the night before he talked to you all, and he told her what he was going to do, and then she said, well, you can't do that. This is what he told me, like, I'll have to disappear. I can't go back to that. I'm so scared. I don't know what. I hope she didn't do anything too.
but I thought Ethan had the baby.
I thought he was too good, but this is just what my dad told me this morning. I promise you, I talked to him on the phone on my way down here, because I called my grandma first. I wanted to stop down there for a meet my parents. I've never had any talk to you, know. I just wanted to stop. When he called me, he started telling me.
So Tommy told you that he has talked to.
No, this was before he called us here,
Okay, but he has talked to your mom.
a couple days ago. And that he told me that he lied to her and lied to me and said that DCS was going to do a whole visit on Elijah because he thought that she was going to resolve it.
And so he basically, but what he said to Angel, man, help me with this. But he told Angel that he was going to send DCS to.
And all that and stuff. And he told me that she said, oh, like, I'll have to leave, and like nobody can ever find me again, like I'm going to jail and stuff like that. I'm sorry, I'm not being biased. That's just the last part to say.
Okay. And then Angel said that she was going to run, but she was going to leave and stuff.
Well, that's what she told Dad apparently. And Dad told me that he lied to her and said that DCS was going to do a checkup on Elijah so he could get him from her, my little brother. And then when they met at Eagle, that like she was crying and like wouldn't say anything to Dad or anything like that.
Okay.
And she was got freaking out. I'm sorry, I just always had like so much faith in my mom and the fact that even the thought that she would do anything just really like. I'm sorry, that's what my first question was, hey, have you all talked to her? Then yesterday, the whole way up here, she was like bitching at me, saying that like, I won't lie, I lied, she didn't run out of gas, she just wasn't telling me. I'm sorry.
You wouldn't tell them, that's hard work. So you wouldn't tell them the truth.
I'm sorry. But she was like bitching at me and saying that she was going up here, she didn't want you to be like seen, blah, 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 stuff like that.
You didn't want it.
Want to be seen,
She wanted to be okay.
stuff like that.
You think she's in that? Do you think she's in that car, that BMW?
Yeah,
Was the last time you seen her, she's in the BMW?
yeah, so she got me out to Evelyn Boswell.
Oh, okay. That was
Yeah.
the day that you walked up here.
Yes, Becky, they're doing it today.
Was
She does turn it off quick.
Mm-hmm.
at McLeod with her?
Yeah.
Does he drive or does she drive?
He usually drives.
He drives.
He was driving that day.
Okay, and whose car is that? Whose Beamer is that?
Well, Hunter gave it to her, but he didn't get the title by over there.
Okay, so that car should be in Hunter's name?
I think it's his brother's name, that's why he didn't get the title by over there. It was Hunter's car, but Tanner was gonna buy it, and then Tanner backed out on it.
And he got mad at you, we wrecked or something, a friend?
Yeah, on like the passenger side fender well, I guess. Like, it kind of like popped out, it's kind of big, and the headlights. A lot of dimmer on that side.
Okay.
Thank you, Nada Drama. We appreciate that. I love the name.
Okay. And,
Well, Tanner's first name is Austin. I mean, I don't know if you all know that, but it's Austin.
I'm sure we got that. And McLeod usually driving?
Yeah.
I'm gonna ask you a couple questions with that, because I'm just trying to clarify things. Are they just ate up the dope?
I'm confused. I don't.
Listen, if I'm gonna tell you something, Maggie. I've got a girl, I've got a daughter, and my daughter she's older now, she's 25 years old. But I love my daughter dearly. I wanna ask you something, do you love your little girl? Yeah. All your heart. Okay. Okay. Now, that's what I'm getting to. And we need you to help us. Because everybody, we are trying our best to find her. You know, and I'll be honest with you, I don't care one bit about putting anybody in jail or anything. I want her back. If I can get her back and we can get you straightened out in your life and everything good together, y'all can come back together again. There's no doubt in my mind we can work those things out. No doubt in my mind we can work those things out. But we gotta get her back.
I know.
And so, with that being said, I just want you to be completely honest with me. No more feeling or anything like that. Completely honest. Are they running dope? Are they just using heavy? What's their drug
They're
control?
just using, I don't know what she does. The only thing that she'll admit to me is that she's very far.
Okay.
Other than that, I don't know, to be honest with you.
To be honest with you.
There were a
So
few
she
times
knows.
that, like, Dad and I would went there, like Elijah, where she'd be with them, like that, and she had birds on her and stuff like that.
Oh, really?
I mean, I don't know, like, if that helps at all or anything, but I mean, she knows, like on her arms and stuff like that.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, Becky, they don't
Does she
usually
go
do this
by
on
Angel or
Saturday.
Angel?
She goes by Angel, but her name's Angela.
So, if you had to, if you had to lay it all on the table, okay, I've got one shot to find my baby and to get my baby back. Where would you go?
They were trying to take me up in Mendoza yesterday before I came in here, and I kept telling her, like, turn over, get my phone over, and if you won't take me up there, I'll call them, they'll come get me.
They won't take you to Mendoza?
Yeah,
Why?
I don't know.
Do you have any friends in Mendoza?
No,
You ever been to Mendoza?
no.
But they want to take you there.
Did you think Nada Drama?
Well,
I
they
did,
tell me
yes.
where they're going. I just thought,
Thank you.
Let me take that back.
I understand. So what risk have to see?
Like, Anthony Highway, one that had like the other air, places like Mendoza, and it's like 5 miles away or something like that.
Okay.
We were headed in the direction of Mendoza. I mean, maybe they weren't like, taking me there, but that's just what I thought. Like, they would not tell me anything.
Okay. Does he have any ties to people over there in Virginia?
As far as I know, all his family's from North Carolina.
Okay. Have you ever gone to see his family in North Carolina or anything like that? Okay. So when I asked you that question about laying out there where you might be going, if you had a chance to get your daughter, to find your daughter,
Well, Dad keeps saying that Mom knows something. That's what she's like, not answering anybody, kind of just disappearing.
Now, I know that you said that you gave Evelyn over to the deacon.
But Mom also told me that she talked to Ethan since then.
Your mom has talked to Ethan since.
That's what, I don't know, like 110%, that's just what I've been told.
She told you that? Angel told you that?
Yeah. If you want questions her and find her, you can please not tell her that I like.
Oh, absolutely. Don't
Okay.
you worry about that. Let me tell you, don't worry about it. I want her. I want your baby back. Okay?
Mm-mm.
I want Evelyn. I want her back, safe and sound. I want her. Those pictures of her. That picture of her and you. I'll be honest. I got that from my wall in my office of you and her. So that makes me want to go that much further and try to find her. Okay. And it breaks my heart to know that she, I don't know where she's at. Could she be with someone else? Could they be treating her good? Was she okay? That type of thing. And then on the other side of the coin, oh dear God, could somebody have killed her? Could that little baby be in a ditch line somewhere, or maybe in a trash pile, or something like that?
A trash pile.
Mm-hmm.
That's what God
What date is this?
The 20th of February.
But you said Angel has talked. She says that she's talked
Yeah.
to.
Well, they hadn't found her yet.
Mm-mm.
And you pretty.
But I bet that made her
firm
heart
you
skip.
gave,
Mm-hmm.
let Ethan
She
take
probably
care
thinks
of
they
her
know something.
right at Christmas. Was it Christmas Day or
No, it was
Christmas Eve?
me and my family went to Pigeon Forge and I dropped her off before we left.
Because your little girl did not go with you to Pigeon Forge.
But me, Hunter, Dad, my brother, his wife, and like their kids with.
Where'd y'all go to when y'all went to Pigeon Forge? Just ask them.
We went out to eat at Olive Garden and then we went around go karts and then we all stayed at Margaritaville Island.
I'll stay there before. It's pretty nice. Like, so you come back on Christmas Day,
Yeah.
and when you were back over, did you go see?
That doesn't even make sense.
See her on Christmas?
No.
Yeah.
Okay, so you went back. On
The
Christmas
timeline doesn't
Day.
make sense. You just went for one day.
Did you get to see her? Did you let you hold her or anything? What time did you go over on Christmas Day?
I don't really know, to be honest with you. I went to my brother's, picked this stuff up probably around like 4 or something, so I guess it was after that,
So you took presents to her.
you know.
Addie.
God.
Well, that
Such a
contradicts.
Did you get to go in or did you just?
No, he always said he said I'm fine.
So in the winter, she had to stand outside. I don't buy that either.
And then the interview with the new reporter, the Christmas gift, she hasn't received them yet, but here she says she gave them.
The little girl Christmas presents, and then you got to hold her a minute, and then you gave her back.
Yeah.
The reason why you just didn't say, "Come on, you're going back with Mama."
We started reaching for him, but I didn't want to take her from him.
You started reaching for him.
Yeah. I just thought she wanted to be there. I didn't want to take her. And honestly, like, I just wanted to bring her.
Honestly,
That's all I wanted.
she just wanted a break.
It's fascinating.
Hunter rode with me. Not Hunter sat in the car. Not exactly at the bottom.
But you drove from Higgins.
He drove back.
So now Hunter would have to
Yeah.
corroborate that.
There's lots of stuff he would have to corroborate.
And that's not going to happen, it looks like.
Mm-mm. I mean, we couldn't even keep up with all the lies if we wanted to keep a chart.
You've been through hell and back, and you're still in it. You're still in hell. I mean, you really are. The whole fact of not knowing where your baby is at. Oh my gosh, I know it's heart wrenching. And you know,
Me too.
when you left on Christmas Day, did Hunter and Ethan say anything to each other?
No.
Okay.
Hunter didn't get out of the car.
Yeah.
Well, Hunter only got out of the car and walked around the front to get in the car. On the driver's side.
I mean, she detailed lies.
We knew what you meant.
Yeah, we knew.
Okay, and you wanted to say you pulled out to leave it. She just walked back in with,
I didn't see where he was standing at the top of the driveway.
I don't see how she does it. I just don't see how she does it.
She's a sociopath.
pulled away.
Yeah.
Did y'all have any words or anything? Any anger
I mean,
words?
we argued, yeah.
What did you argue about that day?
Well, I told him, and I was like, I want to come see him for a little bit. And I was like, if you don't want to go with me, that's fine. We were at his mom's house at the time. I was like, just let me know. I won't break it. That's fine. You know, I was like, I don't care. Like, I just want to see her at Christmas. And he got mad because I brought him with me. But I asked for I called. I didn't mean to piss him off.
Okay.
This is insane.
Yeah.
And see, none of this happened. None of it.
I wonder if any of it's true.
I was like, yeah, but like, I
Like,
take care of myself.
is it a
from here, like, it's your daughter. You can buy her back with like freaking diapers.
It's like, is there even a grain of truth to any of it? I'm not even sure. I think they went to Gatlinburg or Pigeon Forge.
No,
I think that part's true.
Yes, I do believe that's true.
But very little.
So, Christmas Day, you're saying the last time.
Wow.
Yeah, the day after that. The 26th.
And then when did you see her over at Ethan's then?
Yeah. He was pulling out the driveway and I pulled in for him to pull out.
He had her with, he had her.
He got me out for a second reason we're arguing and he's like, you can't just show up here and stuff like that. And I mean, we just got into it escalating from there. And then he told me that I had to leave or even told the cops, so I left.
That is very sweet, Pamela. Thank you very much. And thank you for the, is that a super stick or a super chat?
Super chat.
Thank you for the super chat there. And
It takes almost from Kingsport to Pigeon Forge is almost 2-hour drive.
She didn't like reach for anything. I didn't get the whole thing. I'm sorry.
I think the real Me Too is Mr. Calling. I think she should have been law enforcement.
yeah, Real Me Too's on it.
Did you talk to Ethan much after that?
I talked to him
I'm gonna pause real quick. Y'all, if you hear our kids in the background, you know it is Saturday. So our son with autism is, I think he's scripting right now and walking around. Just so you, just in case if you hear anything crazy.
I just don't understand how on Christmas Eve she could give her to them, then go to Pigeon Forge, spend the night, spend the day, then come back Christmas night to see the baby. I mean, that doesn't even make sense. It's 2 hours there and 2 hours back. And if you're going to go for a vacation, you don't go for one day. It just doesn't make sense.
I don't even think she cares if you believe it or not. She's just
throwing it out there.
She just
Yes,
talks.
but she's got people that can, and she knows that. I mean, they could ask her dad, "Did you all go to Pigeon Forge? Did you stay one night? I mean, there's got to be people, and that's what I don't understand. If they've already dismissed him as a juror, no, I think they did leave him as someone that can be called back. He was the only one so
Her
far.
father?
Yes.
Yes.
He's the only one so far that they said could be called back. But I just, none of what she says
Well,
it makes sense or is true.
Ty, that's really astute. I bet she's been lying like this her entire life. Yes, I agree with you.
And when you're in real life, people don't really call people out on their lies like this.
They just accept it and move
They
on.
just kind of, so it probably does get her through a lot. And I want to mention something. Nicey Marie, you had said that you might need to go back and watch some lives to get the feel on the mom and the McLeod boyfriend, which is Angel, the grandmother's boyfriend at the time with the stolen car. But neither of them have testified yet. We expect we'll probably hear from them at some point. But you haven't missed them. They have not been on the witness stand yet.
Today is day 4 of the trial.
I was actually encouraging Mr. E to do a summary of the first 4 days, and maybe we'll put up like a 10-minute video, just kind of a summary of what's going on.
Yeah,
after
we could do
this
like a
is over.
first week kind of thing or something.
Yeah, something.
That's not a bad idea.
Just so everybody doesn't have to sit through the 6, and 7-hour streams to get the info.
Yeah, stay up through the night catching up if you're jumping on now. But yeah, that's it. Maybe we could do that. We'll do like a 10-minute video or something.
Yeah.
Kind of a summary.
Pale Rider says Pigeon Forge is a 3-day stay at minimum. So much to see and do.
Takes a half day just to drive in with the traffic.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah. Well, and just a regular normal day, it's an hour and 50-minute drive. So it's right at 2 hours from Kingsport to Pigeon Forge. And that's just the edge of Pigeon Forge. So, that Margaritaville is a little bit into Pigeon Forge.
It's right next to Dollywood.
Yes, it's probably another 15 minutes into Pigeon Forge. So,
we've been there a lot. All of us have been there.
Yeah, we've all been there a lot.
It's kind of like a Branson, Missouri, if you're not familiar with the area. Big vacation, lots of shows, that kind of thing.
Lots of cars.
Lots of shopping.
Bad traffic.
All that stuff.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and hit play.
Okay.
And by the way, could I just say Pale Rider is beautiful? Just say.
Yeah, it's a great picture.
I'm trying to talk to him. He's just not really like the interview. But apparently my mom told me that she talked to him.
You think your mom talked to him during that time right there?
She told me she had been talking to him.
You might talk to Ethan. You talked to Ethan on New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
And Ethan said that your mom had been talking to him.
No, she said that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mom said she had been talking to him.
Yeah.
And did he ever tell you that she get gone?
No.
Have you been heard? You think Ethan would heard?
My mom?
No. You don't think Ethan would heard?
No. I feel like if he did really make it ever so much, he thought would take care of me. I don't think he did.
Okay. How is Ethan and your mom? Were they cordial? Would they talk? Would they get along? Would they do
Yeah, I mean, they didn't necessarily like go out of their way to talk, you know what I'm saying? There was like a few times where they like talked every text over the years. Three and a half, 4 years.
Okay. You've known Ethan a long time, you have.
Yeah.
I know this is going back a little bit, but how long has your mom and Tommy been separated? The reason I'm asking that is because I'm just trying to figure out.
Well, okay, they got like a divorce, I think, in like 2014, 2015. I'm not entirely sure. I think it was 2014, but Charlotte wasn't born yet, but my little sister. But they had a baby after that. I mean, they were like living together and stuff like that. But if you're talking about as far as like divorce or something,
Yeah.
I think like 2014.
When did they finally make a split? And, Tommy and your feel her way and doing his?
Whenever his Ashley's birthday, I think it was June of 2018.
Oh, it's been relatively fairly recent then. Okay.
Yeah, it was June 2018 after Ashley's birthday at that.
In 2018.
I don't know that, I would think June 2018, I don't know the exact date. It was at the beginning of June. I know that, I was over there on Father's Day, she was there. So she had been there 14, because that was Father's Day, right?
It is.
Yeah, so she had been there before.
All right. If
They weren't living together for like a long time, because they were all in apartments, like Popular Ridge, they were definitely like talking, and she got their documents and stuff like that, they just weren't like legally together.
Have you, you've been living down in the country, right?
Yeah,
And you live in, I know you live in Memphis, right?
yeah.
Down your babies, pop hanging out there. So, you lived there, and then after that, you moved in with the country.
Yeah. I stayed in hotels with you, like.
We're not ready.
Up until around like March 2018, from February to March, I was with my dad. Or until April, yeah, and then I moved in with them all the way up to my grandma. From April, and I stayed with her all the way through October.
Okay. So basically.
There were a couple nights my mom was at a hotel and I go stay with her, but as far as like living life with her, it was like my mom.
And then she would live where?
At the mom and dad's field, like
Bay
operating on.
And you live mostly in May Creek. What do you call her?
Oh, mommy. Oh, mommy. I used to call her old mommy when I was little because she practically raised me.
Oh, mommy. Okay. You lived there with her from, when you say?
April to October. I stayed a couple of times with her. I burned out my trailer there because I'm down there. There's a cop that lives right up the road from me that actually made me feel a lot better. So after I seen his car there, I was like, I won't be too bad.
Yeah.
Because I mean, there's a cop that was like my neighbor, and I was like, it's fine.
Good. Okay. Now, okay, so, and then after that, with you.
I got my
You
trailer
took your
a
trailer.
little bit for Halloween.
Okay.
Because I trick or treated like maybe a couple days before Halloween with my cousin Ashley, not my girlfriend, this is different Ashley.
Okay.
And like, I remember I took pictures of her in her costume and she was at the floor.
Okay. You know, people ask questions, of course.
Yeah.
And you know, I know that the last seen her on the 26th, okay, and on the 26th, on the 26th, okay, what time is it? So, all this is transpired. If you had to answer a question like this, someone comes to you and says, "Maggie, why did you come?"
Mom was talking to me, she told me I should start resolving it. That's what I was trying to do, she told me she would start talking about it.
Did it pause?
It sounds like
Yeah.
something's going on in the courtroom.
I think they paused it.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, your lunch is back there, so I want to go ahead and break for lunch.
Oh, he's breaking for lunch.
We'll come back.
Yeah, we're
1:15.
One thing, please.
Oh, so by the time they'll be coming back soon.
yeah, I think we're 10 or 15 minutes
Behind.
behind, something like that. Because Castle was mentioning earlier they were breaking for lunch.
Okay. All right. Let me pull it down for a little bit so we can talk.
Yeah, but they might show Megan walk out.
Okay, I'll put it
I
back
think
up.
people would like to see if they show her, because they're not showing her a lot today.
Yeah, I think he scared the cameraman yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, he was like, "I'm going to put you in jail if you."
Well,
you
he
showed, you know.
Oh,
Oh.
Castle says it might be a quick lunch because they brought it in for them. I thought they couldn't have liquid or anything in the courtroom.
No, they take them to a room.
Oh,
See, I
Said
think
your
that-
lunch has been brought in, so they go to the probably a deliberation room type of thing and sit and eat.
nice. Marie says, "Wow, judge is hungry." I'm
Well,
going to say hangry.
You know, the judge appears to be a UT fan, and the Vols just started their first half against Oklahoma in basketball, so he might be
Oh, that's
might
funny.
be going to catch the game. Might be a fortuitous timing for him.
Oh, Terry
I'm just
says,
kidding.
will you give Terry a recap here?
Terry says, "I'm watching on my phone and don't hear well. Also captions are too small. Definitely need a recap." So this.
I'll give you a recap. Lies, 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 lies.
Yeah.
To be honest, it was all lies.
Yeah, this is day 3 of Evelyn being reported missing. So it's like February 20th is this last interrogation. And everything she says is just not true. None of it was true.
And this guy too is super, super nice and kind and just really, really trying to win her over and saying, we know you're distraught and we know how upset you are. So I think they're really trying to play that up with her to get her to break down and say something to show where she might be.
Yeah, yes, and it's very different from the earlier interrogation we heard.
Funny.
That was like on February 26th or so. With that one, it's like 2 of the officers in the room leaning in, kind of sick of all the bull. At this point, they're still trying to play nice, and he's trying to find out where she is, and he knows he's being misled. You can tell that because he keeps saying, something's just not adding up here. But then he goes into how much you must love Evelyn and all that kind of thing. But that's basically all it was. I mean, it's just a variety of her misleading comments and about who had her and when she saw her. And none of those are true. She didn't see her. She didn't hold her. She didn't give her gifts at Christmas. She didn't, all of that's just untrue.
Mhm.
Ethan testified that the only time he ever saw her was in El Paso when she brought him for like 3 days and they went to the zoo and things like that. So anytime she's referring to Evelyn and Ethan being together, just not factually true. And of course, we know at this point Evelyn's not even alive. She passed sometime in the first week or so of December, we think, probably around the 4th, 5th. Maybe hopefully we'll find out later.
Rhonda, Hunter took the stand yesterday, so if you want to see that, it's about midway through.
Hunter did not take the
Not
stand.
Hunter. I'm sorry, not Hunter. Sorry. I was thinking Ethan. I get those two confused.
Hunter is in a mental institution. He has been in a mental institution for 2 months.
According to his father.
His father, when asked if he was schizophrenic, he said probably, I think, or
It was a weird
something
thing.
like that.
He said, they said, do you agree that his diagnosis is of a schizophrenic? And as he said, yeah, I believe that. It was weird. It was a weird response.
He suggested that his mental breakdown was caused by the accusations he's receiving and Evelyn's death. And then we kind of had a discussion about, well, can someone in their 20s first show signs of schizophrenia and that kind of thing? And a lot of folks have had children or known folks that have had that disorder. And apparently a male in their 20s showing signs of that for the first time is not unusual. That's actually kind of typical, which I did not know.
Charlene would like to know.
Charlene McPike asks, where was the baby found? I forgot. On her biological father's property.
Megan's biological father's property.
Did I say Evelyn?
You just said her. So I was just trying to be qualifying.
Because I keep flipping the names for some reason with Megan and Evelyn. But Megan's father, Evelyn's grandfather, he has a large property, and there was a little playhouse back behind a shed that the grandfather had made Megan, and that's where she was. She was in a white kitchen style trash can.
That's not the way I envisioned it.
and kind of like tossed on a pile of junk with a big black garbage bag sitting on top. And so the TBI agent said when they started to lift it, they realized by the weight that it might be the baby in there. And then after pulling back a couple of layers, saw the leg and realized that's where she was. And that's when they started treating it more like a crime scene. And it's like in this little playhouse. It looked like it'd been turned into more like a junk area. But they knew that when they walked in, everything was dust covered and covered in cobwebs, but the trash can and bag looked newer. And so that's what kind of made that stand out when they opened that door.
I'm still going with that trash can was pretty new. That sticker was not faded. I don't know. There's just
Bought for that purpose,
maybe
to hide the baby.
maybe. And then Terry also asked, can they make anybody prove that about Hunter? I just wanted to get into that.
I wonder that too. That was a question I had is, how can they prove that unless they have Hunter's mother testify as well? The dad's already been dismissed, so he won't be recalled or shouldn't be recalled for questioning. The only person that has not been allowed out of the subpoena so far in 4 days is Tommy, Megan's father. So he could be recalled.
Go ahead and do T and Nurse there.
Oh, yeah. Tia Nurse says, my daughter was asking why he's being so nice. I said, probably because they just want to find the baby at this time. They'll come in on her harder when they find her.
Exactly.
Yeah, they're wanting her to cooperate because I think they're not sure. They're not sure where the baby is.
Welcome, Sandy.
They don't know if the baby's alive, and they don't know. They know the key to finding her is Megan. So if they can get her to cooperate at that point.
Good morning, Nicole. All I need is Jesus, coffee, and true crime. Welcome. Hi, Kelsey. Welcome.
Is around rugs. She cats like she.
Oh, they're trying to prevent us from saying the bad stuff on the channel that gets us, that makes us lose our monetization.
Oh, okay.
So just add a D on the front of that, but don't,
Gotcha.
She acts like she's on them as well. Lots of history of that in her family.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's been the rumor that Megan has that issue also.
And all I need is Jesus, coffee, and true crime. I'm so proud of you for figuring out how to change your picture. That's awesome. I it's been so long since I've changed mine. I probably couldn't do it.
Shirley Batista asks, I'm so new to this one. Do they think Hunter was involved? We don't know what the prosecution thinks. It's possible, I think, that he could face charges in the future.
I think that's where it's headed.
They may just be going for the primary person now and then see how this all plays out and what evidence is presented here and then bring other charges. Because to me, it seems that other family members have had different, potentially varying degrees of knowledge of what happened. Maybe not. We'll see. But Hunter was the boyfriend at the time. The defense is definitely trying to point the finger at Hunter.
For sure.
They're going to try to scoot as much blame on him as possible. Looks like is the strategy, and it might work. That's where this forensic stuff is going to be huge.
Hello, Kelsey, and thank you, Charlene. That was very sweet. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Charlene.
And Castle said yes. DNA will tell if Hunter was involved. Hopefully, we've got that DNA evidence later on.
And phones, we'll find out because we know the father testified that that Megan's car was backed up to that shed next to the playhouse with like the hatch, I guess, open in the back, but that he never actually saw Megan. And so the defense was trying to take the angle that, well, maybe could somebody else have been driving the car and use the key fob to open the gate? So they're trying to set the possibility that maybe it wasn't Megan driving that car there to dump all of Evelyn's belongings in that shed and possibly the trash can. They're trying to put some doubt there. So maybe we'll find some geofencing kind of data showing whose phone was there if they took a phone.
I think, like I said, we need to watch this so we can see what tactics TBI is using and the sheriff's office is using to make these charges and things, because I think it will be helpful in the future for all of us that are following other cases in Tennessee.
I just don't see a level of professionalism that I would like to see in this case, as far as even the drawings of the land. I mean, you got this little sketch that somebody drew instead of an actual rendition of the property. I don't know.
I mean, it's a pretty accurate sketch. Let's be honest.
It's an accurate sketch, but at the same time, it could have easily been done with computer aid and looked a little more professional so that people could understand it better. But that's just little nitpicking.
And the evidence might be so damning, though, that they may not think they need all that.
Yeah, I don't know. So far, I'm not convinced.
Let's see. Did you cover what Real Me Too said?
No, I have not.
Okay, go ahead.
The Real Me Too said, if held in mental hospital, I would believe the prosecutors would get proof of him being there, but not able to get a diagnosis. I wonder if he will be held in contempt. I don't know. They asked specifically, in the questioning, they asked the father, would he be able to testify? And he said, no. Obviously for him to be there 2 months, it kind of makes it very coincidental that he was put in there 2 months about the time that the jury selection was supposed to happen.
Right.
Have y'all ever heard of this before? Of anyone doing this?
I bet it exists.
I mean, it's sort of a brilliant strategy. If it's a strategy, I mean, maybe it's genuine.
Maybe it's genuine.
Maybe it's genuine. I don't know.
Maybe he does know so much and it got to him.
Maybe he really. I mean, it is possible that the stress of all of this could have caused a breakdown.
A breakdown.
You just that is possible. I suppose it's just the timing is so suspect.
What's fresh picture from 3 minutes ago?
Oh, she changed her picture. And she just took a new picture.
Awesome. Yes, and there should be DNA on the tinfoil, you would think. So I'm anxious to see what we get from forensics on that.
It would be hard to imagine that they were meticulous in how they did this, because the whole thing, I mean, just that she had 3 months almost to hide Evelyn in a much better place. That's, probably, I mean, because no one knew. She could have planned for weeks, and out there in that rural East Tennessee area, she could have hid that baby all kinds of places that never would have been found if she had been methodical in some way. And but obviously it's hard to imagine that they used all kinds of methods to not leave DNA and fingerprints. I bet it's a very sloppy crime scene.
Well, we have to remember she is, when this all happened, was a child herself.
Yeah.
So, not a drama, Nana. Says, hi, Sandy. I just came out of the bushes myself. This is a great channel. And thank you so much for becoming a member. I'm going to play your song here in a minute because I like that song and I like that you became a member, and we appreciate that.
We also had this super chat from someone.
Oh,
earlier.
yeah. Well,
So
let's just do it. Let's just get on with it.
I've forgotten now who did that last super
Oh,
chat.
you can click on starred
Okay.
and it stars it for us.
Oh, it was
That-
Pamela. Pamela Picks did that.
And thank you so much, guys, for the super chats and becoming members. It really does help us keep the channel going, and we appreciate that. And welcome in, Ginger for Ob. I'm going to play my songs because they make me get excited and happy. I actually am happier today than I've been in a really long time. So, yeah, I think the whole week just kind of having this interaction with you guys has really, really helped my attitude about our recent things. So we appreciate you. Okay.
Maybe right. I believe she was going back to the trash can, take it to the dumpster, just like Leilani, but couldn't face it to do, in my opinion.
I wonder if that's where that was the original dumping place for the body, or it was moved several times.
Okay. I'm playing my dog pound. You'll have to wait.
Welcome to the dog pound. Your crime dog now. Members only. Welcome to the dog pound. Your crime dog now. Members only. Welcome to the pound. Members only. Bow wow 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 wow. Doo doo doo.
Welcome. And then this is for our super chat, which is, I think this is my favorite song.
Thank you for the super chat. 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 Thank
love that stuff.
A
I
few
don't
folks
know.
have joined us here. I want to just say hi to Ginger for Ob and Tam here, Kelsey. There was someone else I hadn't seen earlier. Oh, Eve Loves God. So anyway, welcome to joining us here. So they're on the break if you're coming in.
Yeah, it's still
just-
breaking. I'm looking. I
just
got it
recently.
running live. So
Yeah, so they're at lunch as of probably. I would say they're about halfway through lunch at this point.
Aunt E, Angel Wings agrees with you about the sketch.
You know
What?
You know what it reminds me of?
I know what you're gonna say. I
Oh,
know
can
exactly what
I
you're gonna say.
play it?
Yeah.
Okay, you guys talk for a minute. I'll look
I know
for
exactly what she's gonna
it.
say.
Oh, guys,
This is where you were talking on the live yesterday, I think, about how you don't even have to
it's
say
so
things.
long. It's so long.
I know exactly where her mind is going. We don't even have to speak anymore.
And I'm
It's
laughing already because it makes me laugh
I kn-
so hard.
I know exactly what she's doing. We haven't talked about it at all.
I'm
We have a
gonna
break.
start-
It's a good time to do it.
Oh,
And if
okay.
people have not seen this, it's worth a look.
Oh,
Uh,
should we play the whole? Has Auntie seen it?
I don't know.
I don't
but
know.
yeah,
It's 2 minutes long, you guys.
okay. Yeah.
Oh, stars. Oh, hold
Okay,
on.
so
Hold
that-
on. Hold on.
What
Hold on.
she's I'm not giving anything away. There was a sketch on notebook paper of a layout of the land, and there was just something kind of amusing about it. It's just sort of like this big court case. We have this kind of amateurish sketch when there's all kinds of maps that could be made or whatever. So that's making her think of this video, and it's kind of appropriate with this holiday approaching.
Okay, guys, this is the best. Okay, let me make
This will
sure.
be it.
Let
If
me
you
make sure
have
the
not seen
audio's
it,
on.
You've probably seen it, but if you haven't,
I'm sure they're on
one
the
of-
internet. They've seen it.
this is one of the best videos ever made.
Okay, hold on.
This is a top 5.
Oh, where's the audio? I don't have the audio. Why is it not playing?
Well, it's not up here yet.
Oh, it's okay. Let's try it this way. Okay, now. Oh, Mr.
Oh gosh, I've seen this.
Well, just in time for St. Patrick's Day, crowds are coming by the dozens to get an up-close view at what some say
This amateur sketch was
Y'all, that's what.
Yeah.
Sorry,
I mean,
y'all.
I know.
I know that has nothing to do with what we're talking about, but
Oh.
that makes my day.
If you have not seen that, I mean, that is just that's one of my favorites of all time.
Ugh.
That's one of those. It's like a holiday tradition for us now. Is watching that video every year.
Yes, it is. I have to watch it. But the amateur sketch made
gosh.
me think of the one with Megan.
Yeah. So that's,
If you hadn't seen that, guys,
yes.
I'll probably
man.
share it around St.
Oh, we
Patrick's
got
Day.
a super chat.
Aw.
Oh, well, thank you, Sandy. Sandy says, "Thanks for spending your day with us. Of course, we appreciate you being here with us too." I'm just wondering if how many of you have seen it. Sometimes I don't know if things are like so viral that everyone's seen it, or if it's one of those things that we've just been exposed to. But it seems like maybe some
I've
of you have
seen
not
that
seen it
several
before.
times. I've seen that one. That one.
I've
and the,
sent it to you. I probably send it to you every St. Patrick's Day.
I like the one with the oh Lord Jesus, it's a fire. That one.
I don't know that one.
Oh yeah, you do. The lady with the bronchitis.
No, I don't know that one.
I'll have to send it to you. It's another
Another
good
one.
one.
Let's see. A friend of mine played the Back It Up Terry for me a few years ago. Apparently, I did not know that one.
Oh, good. Well, several of you have not seen that before,
Oh.
so I'm glad you got a chance to. I mean, it is. I bet I've watched it 100 times, and it does not ever get old.
And thank you so much, Sandy. That was very sweet of you. And since we're on a kind of lighter moment, I'm going to play my song again.
Thank you for the super chat. 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 Thank you for the super chat.
Thank you so much, Sandy. That's very sweet of you. Are you looking for? If you send me the link, I'll put it up.
I'm sending it to you. It's great.
I can't believe you guys hadn't seen that. I guess it's just maybe it's just a thing we got sent.
Well, it's just one of those things we put out like every year on our Facebooks and stuff. Just because
I just sent it to crime our group text.
Okay.
I know you've seen Sweet Brown. I know you've seen her.
Well, I've seen the lady that ain't nobody got time for that.
That's it.
Is that her?
Yes, that's Sweet Brown.
Oh, the lady outside of the apartment complex.
Yes.
Yes. I know what you're talking
She
about.
got the bronchitis. It's the news report that she's on the news report.
And she said something like, "And you what?" And I said, "What?" Like she goes back and forth like that, right? Yeah.
If you haven't seen that one, guys, it's even better. Ginger for Ob has seen it. She said, "Lord Jesus, it's a fire."
It is really good. Some people will just perform for the news.
Nothing
today.
There is nothing better than the leprechaun. I'm sorry. I love that.
I don't know. I think Sweet Brown's
Everybody see a leprechaun say, "Hey."
And then his smile, and he's just
all right.
The sketch is my favorite
Oh,
part.
it's an auto-tune remix. Did you know this?
The beginning of it is the actual thing.
I have seen one with a remix before, yeah.
We can turn off the remix, but the beginning is the
that's not what I wanted. Let's see. That's what I got it. Okay, hold on. Let's see. I have to start it over and I have to share this tab instead. Okay. I got all silly. Okay. Since we're not thanking Court TV right now. Okay, is it on the screen?
No. Yeah, there you go.
Okay, there we go.
I got bronchitis. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that.
No, I haven't seen this.
Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that.
There
Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time.
I've never seen this video before.
Well, I woke up to go get me a cold pop. Then I thought somebody was barbecuing. I said, "Oh Lord Jesus, it's a fire." Then I ran out. I didn't grab no shoes or nothing. Jesus, I ran for my life. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time for that. I said, "Oh Lord Jesus, it's a fire." I said, "Oh Lord Jesus, it's a fire." I said, "Oh Lord Jesus, it's a fire." Jesus, 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 it's a fire. I said, "Oh Lord Jesus, it's a fire." I said, "Oh Lord Jesus, it's a fire." I said, "Oh Lord Jesus, it's a fire." Jesus, 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 Jesus. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Okay.
Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Okay. That's enough. Okay, I've had plenty of it.
Yeah, I am.
But she actually did go on a bunch of talk shows and made some money off of this new that actual beginning news report. I thought it was hilarious.
This is like a halftime entertainment here, us doing funny videos, right?
Yeah, speaking of which, we're not going to be going live tomorrow evening because of Super Bowl. We were planning on doing our regular stream and talking about Sebastian, but I forgot it was Super Bowl.
Yeah, I was thinking of a different video. The one I'm thinking of is a heavier lady.
Yeah, you're thinking of the lady
like,
that.
And then I said, "What?" And then you said, "What?" And what?
Yes.
And she kind of does this.
Oh, okay. I've seen
But
that.
I don't
one too, but
remember.
I don't remember. This one was Sweet Brown.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I hadn't seen
that
all
one's
that.
funny, but that is no.
No
Saint
leprechaun.
That's no leprechaun video.
But
That
that's
leprechaun
close.
video was before it's so old though. It's way before people were doing crazy things on the internet.
Right.
But it's not true. It was a joke.
How do you know? Did you not see the sketch?
That's what I'm saying though. Sweet Brown was telling the truth. Like she was interviewed from this apartment fire. It was real.
See, okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
That's what makes it hilarious.
That's fine. That's fine. I agree with you on that. But you don't think the people they were interviewing about seeing the leprechaun in the tree were real?
I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. Yeah. This is what it's like at Christmas. These are the types of discussions.
Yeah, her son's walking behind her trying to get in the video too. That is funny.
Which one?
Betty
The
needs
one
to
we
see
just
this
watched?
video.
Yeah, the one we just watched. He's like walking, trying to get and be seen. He wants to be on TV.
Hi, you can't see me. Welcome in. We're kind of just waiting. They're on a break right now.
Ginger Farab says, I swear I think I know her. Maybe. Well, do you watch the show Unbreakable with Kimmy Schmidt? You ever watch that on Netflix? The opening, I guess it's a play on that.
Okay, well, I'll play that.
That's a show we've enjoyed.
I'm gonna. I will have to be getting off probably before the lunch break is over for my lunch, and then I'm going to be driving across town. So I should make it in about an hour or so from when I get off, but we'll see. I will bring my computer.
Actually, I'm going to step away.
Actually, what am I doing? We're probably going to get demonetized for playing all this stuff.
Maybe. I thought about that once that remix.
I better not play it anymore. Okay.
Well, it's not a real song, so.
No, I was thinking, well, just, you're not supposed to use it.
They were both news clips.
I don't know. It doesn't really, whatever.
They literally were both news clips.
Oh, well.
Well, I don't know. That remix, that was not a news clip.
Yeah, but it was not like we didn't play it. We did not play it in its entirety.
It's not copyrighted music, right?
No,
it might be.
I don't think so. If that's copyrighted,
YouTube will usually tell me if we're doing something wrong. It'll tell me.
Oh, wow.
That's hilarious.
It's worth the laugh.
It's got like bots and things that pick that stuff up. That's why you have to be careful. Usually it'll tell me though. Okay, so far so good.
Well, good.
I think.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
I do see that we need some more thumbs up. If anybody is interested, we'd appreciate that.
We'll go with the positive thinking there. He loves God. That it's everywhere. It's fine.
It's everywhere. It's fine.
It is everywhere.
Well, I started to play the theme from Unbreakable with Kimmy Schmidt, then I was like,
yeah, that would be different.
That might
the
be different.
song is not copyrighted, so
okay.
Apple checked it out for us.
Yaya says another creator uses Sweet Brown as his outro. You're fine. Awesome.
See, it's everywhere.
Oh my gosh. How cool is
I know,
that?
I saw that.
You Can't See Me says we're collecting sap from our maple trees to make syrup today. That is awesome.
Oven on real quick.
Huh?
I'm going to turn on the oven.
That's a good
Lunch for the
idea.
kids.
That's a good idea. Hi, Detective Mom. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
And if I could do a little bit of a recap for today for anybody just jumping on, because we are getting some new people. Today is day 4 of the trial. And so far we have heard from Steve Williams. He's a retired sheriff's office lead investigator. And he actually led an investigation with Megan Boswell in the sheriff's office. And then we are now on the stand as Joseph Strickler. He, at the time of the disappearance, he worked for the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office, and he was a captain of criminal investigation. And we are in the middle of his second video on February 20th, 2020 with Megan, where we've caught her in multiple lies. So that's kind of where we're at. They have taken their lunch break. We don't expect it to be a full hour because they had lunch brought in for the jurors. So we're hoping it'll be a pretty brief lunch, and they'll get started back. The judge did say they would go until 4:30 today. So hopefully we'll be able to be on with you and watch that with you. Can't hear you. You were muted on Mr. E. Can't hear you. He muted you.
Oh, should I not have done that?
Let me handle that, sir.
Yes, he muted it.
Okay. I just saw this. Deanna Downey, thank you so much. Since we're, I'll just go ahead and play it again. I know you guys are going to be like, stop playing that song.
Welcome to the Dog Town. Your crime dog now, members only. Welcome to the dog pound. Your crime dog now, members only. Welcome to the pound, members only. Bow wow 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 wow, doo 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 doo.
It's like a 2-minute song.
And
Thank you, Deanna.
Thank you.
yes, and perfectly imperfect boy mom. Yes, this judge wants to get on the trail of this case and get it going, and so today is they did jury selection on Monday. We've had cases Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Did they start on Wednesday? Was jury selection
This is
Monday?
day 4.
Jury selection was Monday and Tuesday. Then the trial started on Wednesday.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So yes, today's day 4.
And they're sequestered. They're having to buy the meals and have them in hotels. And,
They can't have any media other than they're probably getting DVDs is what we determined.
probably a small county without a giant budget, and they want to get this thing done.
I don't blame them.
of it. So
Oh my gosh, look at the what spooky wife. Amy said, Aunt E, did you watch the Karen Reed trial? I did not. She said it was one of the most messed up trials I've ever seen. The detectives used red Solo cups to collect evidence.
No.
Wow.
No.
I did not. We got into true crime. Really, I followed it some, just major cases along the years, but we didn't really get into true crime in its entirety until the Sebastian Rogers case. So we just started watching a lot of stuff with a lot of cases since then. But I've kept up with the Karen Reed, but I didn't watch it. That's
Yes.
crazy.
We live in Sumner County, so we were right here with the Sebastian stuff, and we didn't even know this YouTube world existed. So
I like podcasts. Like I've been listening to like Crime Junkies and stuff like that for a long time. And then just historic stuff, but not like trials as they're happening in real time, more like in the past and looking back, but following one as it's progressing. I don't usually do that. But this is fascinating. I like doing this.
TN nurses, I'm having a hard time renewing my membership. It's been auto renewing, but it stopped. And when I try, it says something like, this is not available for purchase. I need to try for my laptop. That's probably the problem. I have a ton of problem on my phone when I'm trying to do that stuff for other channels. So that is probably the issue. But thank you. We appreciate it.
And with the Karen Reed stuff too, just to bring that back up, I'm not so sure she's guilty. I kind of feel like she's being framed. There's a lot of stuff with that to me shows evidence that it didn't happen the way that they're saying it did. And Brown Eyed Girl said the same thing. She's being framed. She did not hit him with her car. I kind of get that as well, but I haven't studied it from the beginning and really researched it other than just hitting the highlights with it as it was going on. So
I just thought of a parody video. You could do that Red Solo Cup song with them collecting evidence with the Red Solo Cups.
That would be hilarious.
I think of funny things. Oh, and Kelsey says I was the same until Sebastian. Yeah. And part of the reason we started the channel is we listened to people, but we felt like we heard people getting things incorrect about the county and about just a variety. I don't even know, a variety of things. And the three of us would just sit around and talk about this all the time. I mean, all day, every day, it felt like that we were in contact about this. And so we said, I don't know how it Middley said you should just do a channel. It's something like that.
Is that how it started? I don't know. I don't remember.
I don't know really how we just kind of came up with the idea and we weren't even sure what we were doing.
Right. Aw, Ginger for Ob.
Well, thank you so much, Ginger.
If you, Ginger for Ob gifted 5 Mr. E Crimecast memberships. If you received a membership from Ginger for Ob, please tell her thank you. That is so sweet of you. Now, I'll let you choose because I don't have a gifting. You can choose the super sticker song, the super chat song, or the Crime Dawg song. Also have a happy birthday.
Dealer's choice.
Yeah, it's dealer's choice. Or I have 1,000 likes. You know what? Or I could give you the Seth side eye, but it's only 2 seconds long. Let's see. What else do I have?
You could give Machete.
I could give Machete.
I mean, it was five memberships.
That's
a
a
lot of
lot.
memberships, and
That's
we
a
haven't seen that
lot.
video today.
That's true.
Oh, she says she likes the nerdy guy dancing.
Oh, well, there
Now
you
that
go.
is pretty good.
Okay, but you'll go ahead. Give her a second to answer in case she wants to see Machete.
She hasn't answered yet.
No, it's Ginger Farab's call. It's her call. If she wants the nerdy guy dancing, that's what we'll do.
She said Machete.
All right. I'll just do it once though. I'm not going to give the 3 times 1,000.
Yeah, that sounds good. That's fair.
She also said she was going to bring a machete.
Karate,
Machete.
karate,
Machete.
karate,
Machete.
karate.
That's it. That's the we'll never top. We'll never
And
top that.
a lot of people are saying, they got in with the Summer Wells case.
Yeah.
Some are saying Karen Reed case.
Aw.
I think there's always one case, but I mean, I followed cases like the Menendez brothers back in the day. That was a big case that
I was going to say, you've always read mystery novels and stuff too.
yes. And the Lacey Peterson case was, really bothered me. I really followed that. But the Menendez brothers and the Lacey Peterson ones are the ones that stand out in my mind the most that I followed. Yeah, I followed both of those.
Perfectly Imperfect Boy Mom says, I'm in Wilson County, so Sebastian is close to home also. I'm glad I found you guys to weed out the nonsense and still be able to follow along.
Well,
That's
thank
kind
you.
of
Oh yeah, Shirley. The Murdoch case, I followed some, but I didn't follow it till after we started doing this show.
it's
And
like
then I
she
went
put a
back-
quarter in you and made you start talking about murder.
No, but I did go back and start and watch the whole trial because it was so intriguing.
That case, want to be sleuthing something, Maddie Soto, I wanted to do. And
Yes.
I think it was so harsh that we just
High guidance.
We were
it
afraid
was
to do that one.
it's so awful and horrific. But I do follow it. We just don't discuss it because I really want justice for her. That one got to me. That one really upsets me.
Y'all guys never seen Machete Karate? Oh my gosh.
Oh, well, good. Yeah, good. Well, that's why we got to do that once in a while. We usually do it to celebrate 1,000 likes on one of our streams. But
Oh,
we haven't played that in a little while. So,
yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I just going to say the interview room was saying the reason Sebastian's case gets more attention than Summer's is because Summer doesn't have a Seth. But I think that's true. Seth has been just the mainstay and just keeping his name out there and
Oh, yeah.
the vigils and doing things to try to continue to keep his name in the media.
Absolutely agree with that. If there's no Seth, imagine where this thing is.
It would be disappeared.
Nope. There's no at night getting involved. There's no vigils. There's no pressure. This would be a cold case.
That's right. Castle.
Absolutely true.
That's right. It was weird. I think 3 people went missing. Didn't Caleb go missing that same day too? Or am I crazy?
No, you're thinking of the one downtown in Nashville. Riley Strain.
But that wasn't the same day.
It was right at around the same time, but it wasn't the same day.
It was like 10 days or so later. But that but that people have said that Riley Strain was so high profile and all those people being around, and then they started to see, oh, well, there's also this boy in Hendersonville missing that's nearby. And for a time, people were trying to see, oh, is there a connection with these 2 missing people? And, oh, Shirley says, question. So nobody's seen baby Evelyn since December 6, 2019, but nobody reported her missing until February 2020. Am I right?
That's correct. And then
mostly to her friends, her overall story was that Evelyn was with the biological dad, Ethan. So that was her cover story through most of December and January. And then that started to fall apart because people started figuring out he's in the Army. He's on a base. He doesn't have a baby. It just didn't start. Her story started to fall apart, but still it took a long time for someone to report it.
And Aunt E and I had Nancy Drew and Hardy Boys. I think. And we watched the Hardy Boys show, which I loved. I had a big crush on Parker Stevenson. Big crush. You liked Sean Cassidy, though, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah, I liked Parker Stevenson.
Yeah. So Castle's just what we were saying a second ago. Seth is the reason why there's so much coverage. Court TV, News Nation, right? You got to have a person out there willing to do the interviews on all these places. Definitely not getting, you're not having the Daily Mail and the New York Post and all these people do all these huge outlets that are running the story without it.
Since we're talking about the OJ, Spooky Wife Amy says, I remember watching the OJ trial with my mom. I will tell you something funny. So, Auntie was at a rehearsal dinner at an Olive Garden.
It was my brother and sister-in-law's.
Yeah. And their server happened to be me. They came there so that I could, handle that group. And I happened to be passing by the bar and I saw the white Bronco on the TV. I was like, what is going on? They're like, OJ Simpson did something terrible and he's running from the cops. So I ran.
The Bronco chase.
I ran and got them from the rehearsal dinner. I said, you've got to see this. OJ's on the run. Because that was shocking,
It was incredible.
Yes.
If people younger than us do not realize how shocking that was.
Oh, it's hugely
crazy
shocking.
because he was such a big celebrity and it was just really crazy.
He was like such a media figure, like in a positive way, being in the Naked Gun movies and commercials. And he was like, it'd be like, I don't know, like Peyton Manning today on the run. It'd be that shocking or something.
Right.
He was a huge loved figure, just seemed like such a great, so it was shocking.
Well, I'm going to have to step out, guys. And I will be back on hopefully within an hour or so, but it may be a little longer.
Okay.
So you guys are going to have to keep it going. And thanks for joining us today. I hope to be back in a little while. See you guys.
Thank you, Auntie.
Be safe.
So I know that we were talking about Karen Reed a little bit earlier. It looks like most of the folks in here that are following it think she's innocent. And that's kind of what I haven't dug deep into that one. But wasn't there an issue about the phone on his body moving after she had already left the property?
Yes.
And so.
But she also Googled weird stuff too, though. I don't know enough about it to speak on it, honestly.
But I think Coffin Daffer takes the opposite view.
Did you see how I picked that up? I said, honestly.
I know. You listen to two people talk that way. And
Yes. I mean, that is something like there are a lot of people on YouTube that say, to be honest, and I had picked it up and I've been making a conscious effort not to say that because it does make you sound guilty. Ginger for Ob, Auntie is just running across town. She's dog sitting. So she'll be back. She's just got to get across town.
I did not know this. There's a new Netflix documentary on OJ.
I saw the movie they did with David Schwimmer where he played Kardashian. It was really good.
Yeah.
I thought he did a great job.
Yeah. Okay. So Eve Loves God. Thanks to Karen Reed. This does seem to be one of those where people, on just Twitter and such is pretty split. The opinion on Karen Reed.
It's funny. We were,
but I honestly, I don't know it well enough.
She says the car data, children's testimony, and Occam's razor are hard to ignore. We actually thought about doing an Occam's razor episode of our show. So that's funny because we were talking, just about all the noise surrounding the Sebastian case. And, when you get back to the facts, it's hard to ignore. So. What?
Real Me Too says, my kids wrote back and forth with OJ's kids and Nicole's mom. And I spoke and wrote each other. I still have the letters. Also met Denise Nicole's sister.
You need to write a book, Real Me Too, about all of your experiences. I'm serious. You have been there for a lot of this history.
I loved that show. Murder, She Wrote. Absolutely love that show.
Oh, Kansas City Chiefs for life. I bet you're getting excited about tomorrow.
Got a big day tomorrow. But yeah, I love that Angela Lansbury stuff too. Yeah, I always like that kind of thing. Your dad watched Matlock. I think a lot of our dads watched Matlock.
I think my parents watched They always watch the drama shows, the Dallases, the Falcon Crest. Our mom, I don't know, Granny, if you're in chat, did you watch Matlock? I don't remember watching Matlock. I don't remember. Oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Magnum PI. I used to know the channels in which they came on and what time they came on in my time zone. I remember them. Oh, Fantasyland. Our Fantasy Island came on Saturday nights on ABC after Love Boat. So usually around 9:00 Central Time.
Yeah, I saw this. They're doing a Gabby Petito story on Netflix. I think the
We
dad.
talked about that
Yeah.
yesterday. Mhm.
Yeah. So so today we think the prosecution is going to finish up their witnesses. Is that what we think that they're going to call?
I'm sorry.
Do we think the prosecution is finishing up their witnesses today? Is that kind of what they were saying yesterday?
Well, they haven't done forensics. I mean, are they going to be able to get through all of that?
Probably not.
I don't think so.
So they
Real
said,
Me Too has something she's going to send you.
okay. Mystery, I have some information I can send you that might make you say guilty. I sent it to Mrs. E. Karen Reed's parents lived a couple of miles from me before I moved.
Oh my stars! You're just in the middle of all of
Yeah,
it.
You are connected.
You're a magnet.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't know enough about it. It's just when I saw that about the phone moving after she had left, that made me kind of feel like I don't know, there was something wrong there. But I don't know. I don't know enough about it.
Yes. So the lineup for Friday nights on CBS was the Dukes of Hazzard, Dallas, and then Falcon Crest. And then I feel like Matlock, was it on Sunday nights? I remember Columbo, but I don't remember what night it was. Oh, we watch Judge Judy all the time. Our son with autism actually loves Judge Judy, or at least the song.
The theme song, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and
Yeah,
the Heat of the Night was on NBC. I'm sorry, what?
We're hopping around different cases. So I think there's some confusion about which case we're talking about at the time.
Nice Marie says, in the Heat of the Night, Dallas, Knots Landing, Falcon Crest, Dukes of Hazzard, Incredible Hulk, Wonder Woman, $6 Million Man. Now, there was a time in which Incredible Hulk was on Friday nights. But also, what was the Knight Rider? Knight Rider went against Dukes of Hazzard. So if you were like me and you had the channel, you had to switch with your hand. I would have to switch back and forth.
Did it?
Yes, it did.
Knight Rider?
Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Knight Rider went head to head with Dukes of Hazzard, and then right after that, the A-Team would come on, and then after that would be Miami Vice. I don't know how I remember this stuff. I don't remember. I don't know. Oh, he's going to argue with me, guys.
Yeah, I don't know because I watched both. Unless it was when Dukes of Hazzard went terrible, when they brought in the other cousins. Or
when it went terrible.
when it was the replacement Dukes, the distant cousins came in and took over.
What were their names?
Cody or something?
No, it wasn't Cody. It was similar to Bo and Luke.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hill Street Blues. I remember that.
Where are you going to go today?
We'll go later today.
What time?
About 5 o'clock.
Get Valentine's Day animals?
We'll get Valentine's Day.
Does that sound good?
What's that?
I don't know. It'll be okay.
So fast.
Yeah, don't worry.
So that's our son with autism there. He holidays are super important to him. And so today we have to go. He wants to go buy a stuffed animal for everyone in the house.
Can I take you with you?
Yeah.
Yes, you can go.
What time?
We'll go. Well, how about 5 o'clock?
No.
How about 4
No?
o'clock?
Dad said we could take you.
I will
Yes,
take
we
you.
will.
I will take you.
For how long?
How
He
about
wants to know how long it'll be. About let's do it.
in 4 hours?
4 hours?
Mhm. You want to set a timer?
For how long?
At 4 o'clock today?
And I can take you somewhere.
Yes.
And then I'll take you.
Mommy will go too.
Where are we going?
We'll go to the store.
Which store do you want to go to?
Walmart.
Okay. Bless you.
We can do Walmart.
Cody and Vance Duke, Aunt E, Auntie, you're supposed to be driving. I hope you're not texting and driving.
It's great when he picks out these Valentine's animals for his siblings, because it's never just like a teddy bear. It's like he'll pick out like a squid or
Yeah, it's not.
an
But it's
octopus
fun
or
to see what he
something.
picks out because he's picking it out for what he think. He's picking out what he wants them to have.
He picks out what he thinks they should get, and they always kind of get a kick out of whatever he's picked for them. So it's kind of a fun thing. But yes, he looks forward to this.
This is our routine, and he always is. He speeds up the holidays. So, for example, I already have Easter. He went and bought Easter eggs yesterday.
Yeah, he's got to get prepared. So we had to go buy some Easter eggs. So he's got the Easter eggs ready.
The Easter eggs are ready, and now we've got to. We're getting too close to Valentine's Day without having our Valentine's gifts.
Yeah. So we got to get that taken care of. He keeps us on top of the holidays. That's for sure.
Yes, he does. I actually think I can put something up on the mantle that'll make him happy because I've got a Valentine's Day thing I can put up. He'll like that.
Yeah, the little banner.
Mm-hmm. Yes, he is very holiday aware.
Yeah, it's like he loves and hates holidays at the same time. Like they stress him, but he loves them, and it's kind of like a love-hate.
Real Me Too got to meet him.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that's right. At one of the vigils.
Mm-hmm.
But so that's what we'll be doing after this today. Is getting those.
Do you want to go back to giving an update on what's happened today? Because it's probably going to start here in about 7 minutes.
So this morning was a lot of the interrogation room stuff, and it was basically just one cover story lie after another. Very little of what she said was probably true, other than we know she went to Pigeon Forge for the holidays at some point. But all of this about seeing Evelyn and going to the grandparents' house, like none of that is true. So, she's being, at times when we're listening to some of this, it's like, well, how is all of this really relevant? But they are charging her with 12 counts of false reporting to the authorities. So they do, and they do need to show where she's lied about that.
It's looking like we're getting close because they're showing the thing. I'm going to put it up on the screen just so we can be ready.
And then otherwise, what else did we really learn anything else from the officer significant?
Seriously, I wasn't kidding when someone was asking for a summary. It's pretty much they're just establishing her lies. It depends on who she's talking to. She tells them different things.
Yeah, so even at this point, even if the jury knows nothing at all about, they've seen her conflicting statements at this point. So the idea that they're not going to be able, if she walks away from this trial without getting convicted for false reporting to police, that'll be shocking. Because they're not even really fighting that too much. And at this point, the jury has seen so much of her lies. It's got to be established in their minds that she's covering it up. But the question, I guess, will be, are they covering up what she did? Was she covering up what she did, or was she covering up what Hunter did? Right. I think that's what the defense is going to try to do. We didn't mention this earlier, but another part of that opening statement from the defense a few days ago was her youth. So they were definitely trying to play up her, hey, this was a young mom in a scary situation. What would you do? Kind of thing. She just didn't know how to handle it, immature, all that. But to me, that doesn't fly, but it might fly with the jury. That was at least the angle he was trying to present, was her youthfulness. And so that was another key part of the opening statement's defense, I think.
I was going to go ahead and share this while we had another minute.
Penalty in the state for falsifying evidence, I don't know. They're going for life for Evelyn. I'll just look that up real quick. Oh, I didn't pull up who I was talking about.
Hold on just a second. I was going to show this. Hold on, I'll come back to that. While we're talking about Sebastian, I just wanted to remind everybody that Sebastian has a vigil coming up on March 1st. It says, please join us as we ask for prayers, strength for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, his loved ones, and law enforcement in Sumner County. As we move towards the 1-year anniversary, we need all the strength, prayers, and unity we can get. It's going to be Saturday, March 1st, 2025 at 2 p.m. And it's going to be at, I can't move it up from the screen. Okay. It's going to be at the Celebration Life Church in Hendersonville at 768 Forest Retreat Road. And we will obviously post this on our community wall. And I need to work on that. We've just been so caught up in this trial. I haven't been doing a good job of sharing that. So we definitely want everybody to be there if they can to support Sebastian. And we all know he needs all the prayers he can get. We want him to come home.
So I was just kind of reading here. It looks like there's a variety of sentencing she could have. It is a class, looks like it's a class D or C felony, just depending on which one they charged her with. But kind of the maximum would be about 4 years, but it could be things like probation and all that. And she's been in, obviously she's been in jail for 4 years. So I would assume that, if that was all she was charged with, that there's a lot of discretion there with the judge. It just depends. It would depend on how her past criminal history and really the nature of the false reporting and how serious the judge thinks that is. But it looks like up to 4 years would be the maximum for any one charge.
It's funny, Ginger Rob, because we don't think about the fact that people know what our faces are. So we'll walk around and people will be looking at us. And we're like, why are they looking at us? And then it occurs to us that they know us from the show. Like, oh, okay.
My daughter tries to get Grandma Chachi says, my daughter tries to get my grandson out, but he has agoraphobia, autism, and several other things. It's a challenge. And sometimes he has meltdowns and sometimes he will go to dinner with his mom.
I'll tell you, 2020
agoraphobia is that fear of wide open places.
I thought it just leaving the house. Is that what it is? Okay, maybe I'm wrong.
I think it's like the wide open spaces.
Oh, maybe.
I've heard someone describe it before, saying that like if they're in a field, a wide open field, they almost feel like they're gonna fly away. Like they're like the openness is scary.
Huh. I thought it was when you
sure
didn't want to
different.
leave your home because of just being for safety and just being afraid to leave your home.
Could be. That's just the way it was explained to me once.
No, you're probably right.
I think it's the wide open spaces that are particularly frightening, is what the way it was described to me.
That's interesting. I'm gonna step
like
away.
There's comfort in the walls or something.
Can you talk for a minute? I'm gonna step away so I can go use the restroom before we get started.
Sure. Yeah, and then she's also so she's got those 12 charges. I mean, even if she got off of the first degree charge, the movement of the corpse, all this falsifying, false reporting to police, she could still be facing significant jail time. I mean, if the judge really wanted to lay it to her for all the lies she told to the police, I mean, he could stack those charges, I would suppose. And she could serve some significant time, even if the first degree issue doesn't work out. Where does autism actually come from? It didn't really exist 30 years ago, or was it just not diagnosable? There's an explosion in it, I talk about this. I was talking about this with my son's special needs teacher the other day. When we were kids, the special needs classroom was like at a big school. You might have 5 kids in there for every grade, it would be like maybe one kid in a wheelchair, a couple of kids with speech issues, and maybe a couple of other with cognitive issues or whatever. And now you go to the Special Olympics in your county, and it's like 1 or 2 schools worth of children, we've had an explosion in special needs. So it's got to be a variety of factors, and I think it's probably a lot of things. So our world is toxic. We've got an explosion in cancer in children, and it's probably a variety of factors. But our world is toxic. Our food is poison, and our medicine is too. It looks like we are back. And I did know someone with autism. It's just back then. But now there's like multiple people in my neighborhood,
You may be seated. Thank you.
All right, gentlemen, you can continue.
Your Honor, that was the end of that video clip. We just wanted to double check.
Yes.
We can go ahead and submit that to the court reporter.
Same Tennessee nurse. I think I'm very hopeful.
It was exhibit number 184. Okay.
I think it's going to get a lot better.
Okay. Anything else that you did personally involving this investigation other than continuing to be a liaison between the different agencies involved?
That's it.
Okay. Please answer any questions the defense has for you.
Thank you, Judge. She kind of stole one of my questions. This is the absolute only involvement you had in this case. I want to go back to that a little bit, other than I guess your administrative roles as a liaison.
That's correct.
And these two interviews that you initiated or done with Miss Boswell, those both the same day?
Yes, sir.
What date was that?
February the 20th.
Now, did you Mirandize her?
No, sir.
Were you the first person to interview her on the 20th?
If there was more after me, I believe so.
So you believe you might have been, would that have been the first interview we watched?
I think so.
And that would have been before Detective Gillum or Lieutenant Williams?
I'm not for sure of the time.
I'm sorry, I think those were different dates.
I'm sorry, I can't answer that.
That's okay. Do you recall anybody else interviewing Megan that day?
No, sir.
So it was just you and you alone?
I believe so.
And then you interviewed her a second time on the same day?
That's correct.
And how much space was in between those two interviews? How much time?
I'm sorry, I don't recall that.
Well, I'm not trying to trick you, but is it an hour, 2 hours, or just?
I'm sorry, I don't know.
That's okay. You interviewed her on the first one, and I imagine you stepped out of the office for some time. Would that be a fair statement?
I can't. Been 5 years. I'm sorry, I can't.
That's okay. You eventually come back and interview
That's
her.
correct. That's correct.
She never left.
No.
And came back for a second interview.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Be safe to assume she just sat there until the second interview occurred.
Correct.
Okay. Do you remember what time that was?
No, I sure don't.
What would have been your normal duty hours that day?
With an investigation like that, it could have been at any given time. I don't know. My normal work day would be like 0800 to 5 o'clock in the evening, but it could have been prior to that or even after.
Possibility these interviews could have occurred after 5 p.m.
Yes.
You just don't know.
Correct.
Fair enough. Have just a second, Judge.
Yes.
Be fair to say, though, that your second interview would have essentially been a continuation of the first interview with attenuated by a brief amount of time.
That would be fair to say.
Okay. And you said you'd been a detective, actually the captain over the detectives. You were the captain of that little division, so to speak,
Yes.
both literally and figuratively in rank.
Yes.
And I imagine you've conducted a lot of interviews over your years in law enforcement.
Yes.
At the onset of this first interview, we hear Megan ask about her boyfriend, and you indicate that he's coming down to see her.
Yes.
And she represents she doesn't want that to happen.
Correct.
Did that have any significance to you as an investigator?
No, not at that point. During the course of the investigation, I was doing my best to either get new information or to clarify other information. So when she said that, that's when I believe I stepped out to ask to make have a phone call made by another detective for her.
And that would that be to just prevent the boyfriend from coming down?
She was wanting to see her mother, if I remember correctly, wanting her mother to pick her up.
And not her boyfriend?
Correct.
And that never resonated with you of why would she not want that?
Objection to speculation.
Okay, Judge. Can I just say? Really what you were interviewing about on this day was essentially the same subject matter, a missing child, that Detective Raz and Lieutenant Gillum interviewed.
Yes, sir.
So that was the focus of all of these interviews.
Yes, sir.
And so whether you interviewed first or they interviewed later, they would all be a continual interview over a matter of time.
It was a continuing effort.
I'll take it. That's all the questions I have, Judge.
Thank you. Redirect.
Yes,
Is he free to be released?
sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Release from your detention. Free to go. All right, next.
They were called Jeffrey Blanton.
Hello, Gypsy. Welcome in. Nice to see you. Hi, Reality Wins. Welcome in. It's nice to see you. I didn't hear the dog. Are you sure that's not our son making noise?
Raise your right hand. State your name.
Jeff Blanton.
You solemnly swear affirm testimony about to give you the truth.
Yes,
That's
sir.
our dog. I mean, our dog. That's our son. Nice to see you too.
So your name is Jeffrey Blanton.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Your last name spelled Blanton. Is
Yes.
that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed by East Tennessee State University.
Okay. And what is your title there?
I'm the Associate Vice President of Administration and Operations
Okay. How long have you been with ETSU?
since January of 2021.
Okay. And is that where you were employed in late 2019 and early 2020?
No, ma'am, it was not.
Okay. Where were you employed during that time?
By the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Okay. In what capacity?
At that time, I was the supervisory senior resident agent in charge of the Upper East Tennessee.
Okay. And how long did you work for the FBI?
Just shy of 25 years.
Okay. Were you always employed with Upper East Tennessee Division?
No, ma'am, I've traveled other
Okay.
places.
Okay. Were you a member of the state or Safe Streets Task Force?
Yes, ma'am. I actually started the Safe Streets Task Force in Johnson City in 2012. And during 2019, I supervised the Safe Streets Task Force.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
Yes, the Safe Streets Task Force is made up of federal, state, and local officers and agents. And the purpose of the task force is to combat violent crimes. The typical violent crime you think of in bank robbery, drugs, extortions. And we also got involved in crimes against children as it relates to the Lindbergh Law from 1932.
Okay. And were you employed in that capacity on that task force along with the FBI when you were asked to aid in the investigation of missing child Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Okay. What were you tasked with doing?
Detective Strickler from the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office notified me that there was a missing child in Sullivan County under the tender age, which by statute is 12 years old.
Okay.
That gives the FBI jurisdictional authority to assist local agencies in trying to find that missing child.
Okay.
So I actually didn't have any agents available to come talk with Detective Strickler. So myself and another task force officer came here to the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office and met with Detective Strickler in regards to missing juvenile.
Okay. So in order for it to make sure I'm clear, in order for the FBI to be able to have jurisdiction and to provide aid, it needs to be a child 12 years of age or younger.
By our policy, we use the Lindbergh Law, the tender age law of 12.
Okay.
It gives us jurisdiction to work those cases.
Okay.
However, we're not restricted by that if someone asks for help either.
Okay. So tender age being 12 or under 12?
Or younger, yes, ma'am,
Okay.
that's correct.
And at some point in the investigation, did you yourself speak with Megan Boswell, the defendant?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. Was anyone else present when you spoke with Megan Boswell?
Yes, ma'am. Task Force Officer Todd Wilcox
Okay.
was also present during that interview.
Okay. And what agency was Todd Wilcox employed with?
Todd was assigned full-time to the FBI Safe Streets Task Force, but his home office was the Irwin Police Department.
Okay. And on February 19th, 2020, is that when the interview took place with Megan Boswell, with Todd Wilcox being present as well?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And where did that interview take place?
That interview occurred here at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And where in the sheriff's office did it occur?
There was a room, I'm going to assume it was an interview room outside of the detective's offices.
Okay. Is that located in Sullivan County, Tennessee?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay. Was this interview video or audio recorded?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury why it was not?
Certainly. FBI policy does not allow us to audio or video record interviews outside of FBI space.
Okay.
If we are in FBI space, then certainly that's an option, but this interview was not recorded.
Okay. Let's see. Do you know how Megan Boswell got to the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office that day?
I don't have, she volunteered, she spoke with me, she said voluntarily, but I'm not sure exactly if someone dropped her off, if she
Okay.
walked there. I don't know how she got
Okay. So you sat down with an interview with her, and what did she tell you regarding her missing child, Evelyn Boswell?
She told me and Agent Wilcox that she had last seen Evelyn Boswell on December the 25th of 2019.
Okay. And where did she say she had last seen Evelyn?
She last saw Evelyn at the residence of Ethan Perry's grandparents. I believe their names were Carl and Sherry.
Okay. And did she state that she left Evelyn there, or did she state that she took Evelyn back after she went to that residence?
Yes, ma'am. I'll back up a little bit. The 25th is the last time she said that she saw her.
Okay.
She did tell me that she dropped her off at the residence on the 24th of December, the day before.
Okay. Was she able to give you an exact address of where she said Ethan was staying?
No, ma'am, she could not.
Okay. Did she say when she went to Carl and Sherry Perry's residence whether or not anyone was with her?
When she dropped Evelyn off on the 24th of December.
The 24th, okay.
Yes, ma'am. She indicated that she did that alone, that no one was with her when she
Alone.
dropped her off.
Okay. Did she tell you what she did after she dropped Evelyn off that day?
Yes, ma'am. She informed me that she and her family then went with her boyfriend at the time, a fellow by the name of Hunter Woods.
Okay.
That Hunter and her family went to Margaritaville in Pigeon Forge, spent the night in Margaritaville, and then came back to the Sullivan County area on December the 25th.
Okay. Okay. Did she tell you if she went back to the Perry's residence after she dropped her off on December 24th?
Yes, ma'am, she did. She indicated that she went back on the 25th.
Okay. Did she say why she went back?
Yes, ma'am. Upon returning from Pigeon Forge, Margaritaville at Pigeon Forge, Ms. Boswell indicated that she stopped by Tommy's house, I think Tommy Boswell Jr., if I remember correctly, and picked up some Christmas presents for Evelyn Boswell.
Okay.
On the 25th, she and her boyfriend, Mr. Woods, took the presents to the Perry's residence to drop them off for Evelyn.
Okay. And did she say whether or not they went into the house that day?
Ms. Boswell indicated that Mr. Woods did not go with her up to the residence, that he dropped her off at the end of the driveway. She walked to the residence, and that she did not go into the house that day.
Okay. So she indicated that Hunter Wood stayed at the end of the driveway.
That's correct.
So did she indicate that they didn't even pull up to the top of the driveway to the house?
She indicated they did not pull up to the top of the driveway.
Okay. Why did she say that she wouldn't pull up to the top of the driveway?
She had some concern that Mr. Perry and Mr. Woods may get in some sort of argument or altercation. Therefore, Mr. Woods stayed at the bottom of the driveway, and Ms. Boswell went up to the residence alone.
Okay. And did she indicate that she spoke with Ethan that day?
She did, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And
Blanton, he's currently at ETSU, but he was at the FBI for 25 years. And he's, basically testifying about speaking with Megan. So. Just wanted to give you a heads up.
did she indicate whether or not she saw Evelyn that day?
She indicated that she did see Evelyn on the 25th, but according to memory, she saw her on the 25th, but less than an hour.
Less than an hour. Okay. Did she indicate whether she saw anyone else at the residence that day?
No, ma'am, she did not.
Okay. And did she indicate that she went back to the residence at any time after that?
I don't have a recollection that she went back. I know she tried to make contact, she said, with her daughter Evelyn later, but I don't recall she going back. She went back to the residence.
Okay, so it's your belief that the last date was December 25th?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. To your knowledge, did she tell you whether or not she'd ever left Evelyn with Ethan Perry prior to this time?
I don't recall that she indicated she had ever left her daughter with Ethan Perry prior to this.
Did she talk at all about the fact that Ethan was in the Army?
Yes, ma'am, she did.
Okay. What did she say about that?
She told me that Ethan was in the Army, that he was home on break, and she was going to let her daughter Evelyn stay with Ethan, who she indicated was his biological father, for the holiday.
Okay.
And that he also indicated that his contract was up or was soon to be up with the Army.
Okay. Okay, so after that date, December 25th, did the defendant indicate that she continued to go over to Ethan's house to try to see Evelyn?
No, ma'am, she did not.
Okay. So did she tell you she did not try to go back over?
Yes, ma'am. I recall having a conversation, and she said that she called, I think on New Year's Eve.
Okay.
But that she did not see Evelyn. There was some discussion, she indicated, between her at some point. I don't know if it was the 24th or 25th. I don't recall. specifically, maybe both days, she said they did get to an argument that Mr. Perry said that he was going to try to get custody.
Okay. So she's telling you that Ethan had threatened her.
With attempting to get custody of Evelyn, yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Did she show you any proof of any custody paperwork at any time?
She did not. I recall asking her who the biological father was on the birth certificate, and she indicated that it was not Mr. Perry. But I don't have any recollection of who that person was, if
Okay.
listed at all.
So at some point she told you Ethan Perry was not the father.
Not listed on the birth certificate.
Not listed on the birth certificate. Okay, I apologize. Okay. So did Megan ever say why she hadn't contacted law enforcement when she could not get in touch with Ethan Perry?
Yes, ma'am, she did. I asked that question, and she said that because Mr. Perry had made threats that he would attempt to gain custody of the child,
Okay.
that she was fearful if she went to law enforcement that would further anger him and bolster his case about getting custody of the child.
Okay. Okay, so Megan has told you that she's never left Evelyn to stay with Ethan before this date. Did she ever explain to you why she felt like it was okay to leave Evelyn with essentially a stranger to Evelyn?
She indicated that she was, I recall her using the words worn out,
Okay.
that Evelyn was attached to her at the hip, and she needed a break, that she had taken care of Evelyn for a year, and she felt it was time for Mr. Perry to step up.
Okay.
And that she had also been taking care of her father or stepfather's children, other children in the home.
Okay.
And she was tired.
Yes,
She indicate whether or not she could handle Evelyn herself.
She indicated she was just getting too much to handle. Yes, ma'am.
Did you explain to Megan Boswell that the repercussions of lying to an FBI agent?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did she indicate that she understood?
Yes, ma'am, she did verbally.
Okay. Did she ever tell you she wanted to correct any of the information that she had given you?
No, ma'am, I went through all of the information in the notes that were taken and read them back to Ms. Boswell, and she indicated she had nothing to correct.
Okay. So she continued to say that everything that she told you about Ethan was true.
That's correct. Yes, ma'am, she
Okay.
did.
During this interview, can you describe Megan Boswell's demeanor?
Yes, ma'am. Megan Boswell was very matter of fact, completely unemotional. It seemed to be unattached to the gravity of trying to locate a 1-year-old child at the time. She did show some emotion, began to tear up a little when I told her that she could be charged with a felony pursuant to lying to an agent if what she was saying was not true.
Okay, so after that date, as the investigation continued, were you able to confirm whether the story she was telling you on that day was true or not?
At a later date, yes, ma'am. I was able to confirm that she had not been truthful with me during that initial interview.
Okay. Please answer any questions the defense has for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mr. Blunt. My name is Gene Scott. How are you?
Great, sir. Hope you are.
Thank you. What time of day was it when you arrived at the sheriff's department to conduct this interview?
It would have been in the afternoon. I can't give you an exact time, but I recall Detective Strickler calling me. I was actually sitting at my desk, so it was in the afternoon, if I recall correctly.
And as I understand it, it was at your behest that the interview was not recorded in that room. You had the cameras turned off because of FBI policy.
Yes, sir. The FBI, we take copious notes and document thoroughly and go back over with the person we're interviewing to make sure the person is true and accurate in what we have documented. And our policy at the time, I know I've been retired for a few years, but our policy at the time was not to record those interviews.
Okay.
Not unless they occurred in FBI space.
Prior to conducting this interview, had you watched any other interviews of Megan Boswell with law enforcement?
No, sir, I had not personally watched any.
Okay. Has you been made aware of other interviews with her?
It seems like Detective Strickler may have spoken with her prior to me speaking with her, but I don't know the gist of those interviews.
Okay. That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
You ready?
No, Your Honor.
Is he free to go?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony.
Yes, sir.
You're released from your subpoena.
Children are a precious
Call
gift.
David Gratz.
Ooh, wasn't he the first day?
Yeah.
I thought they released him.
Oh, I thought you meant first day of her being missing or reported missing. Because
No.
isn't Gratz?
No, that's Frey. I was wrong.
I think Gratz was in charge of the Sullivan County
Yes.
investigation.
I know his name. I think he's the sheriff. Maybe I'm wrong.
I think this is the person who was heading the investigation, if I recall correctly.
Okay. I'm getting confused on the names.
We'll see. I might be wrong on that.
I know I've seen his name when I was doing the timeline. I don't know if I remember him.
It's crazy though, the too much responsibility. She had all these friends that loved this little girl and a mom and grandparents and siblings. It's really not a good excuse. It's just.
Raise your right hand, state your name.
David Gratz.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah, I remember him. I just don't remember.
He was talked about, as we heard this name a few times.
No,
Maybe
I've,
TBI.
I've seen an interview with him before.
Oh. Maybe he's a TBI agent?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, please tell the jury your name and please spell your last name for them, please.
My name is David Gratz. It's spelled Gratz.
Where are you currently employed?
I'm an attorney in the private practice of law.
Okay. And prior to that, where were you employed?
By the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
Okay. When did you first start with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
In August of 2019.
Okay. And what was your title during that time?
I was a special agent criminal investigator.
Okay. Can you give the jury a brief summation of what that job entails?
Yes, I was assigned to the criminal investigation division. So it's what a larger department might call like a major crimes unit. So we investigated things like death investigations, missing persons, adults and children, officer-involved shootings, and public corruption.
If you can also just give the jury a brief summation of your education up until the point of starting your first job.
So I graduated from East Tennessee State University with a bachelor's degree in 2011. I continued on and went to law school at Lincoln Memorial University School of Law and graduated with a law degree in 2014. And do you want me to go into my first employment?
Please.
My first position was with the District Attorney General's office in the 3rd Judicial District, primarily assigned in Morristown.
Okay. And then you went to the TBI thereafter. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And were you employed with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation in February of 2020?
Yes, I was.
And were you called to assist in the investigation of missing child Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Which agency requested the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation's help?
Initially, it was called in by the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office for us to assist in an investigation of a missing child. And later, we were formally requested in writing to assist by the District Attorney General based office.
Okay.
Interesting that he looks at the jury every time he answers a question. Like, I wonder if that's a
technique.
a learned
I'm
technique.
handing you a document.
He is an attorney.
Knows
Yeah.
that.
Yes, I do.
Okay. What is it?
This is a formal request for investigation, commonly issued by district attorney generals throughout the state to request the TBI to investigate the facts and circumstances of a potential crime.
Okay. And is that
Let's take note of that, guys. Did you hear that? Did you catch it?
I might not have.
Okay, so he was saying that the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department did ask him as TBI to come in and assist. And then later, they were formally in writing asked by the DA to come in. So
same here in Sebastian.
well, I mean, do we know that the DA has asked formally in writing?
Well, TBI and FBI got involved.
I know, but at first they were assisting.
Uh-huh.
But is TBI, you know what I'm saying?
Did it go like this?
Yeah, did it go like this is what I'm getting at. So let's just take note of that, guys.
that how the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation essentially is officially called in to investigations?
In a lot of what CID does, yes, we are requested by the district attorney general.
Okay.
The district.
And on this specific request, what were you being asked to do?
It's essentially just to gather the facts and circumstances of the whereabouts of a missing child.
Okay.
It was Evelyn Boswell.
Okay. Were you given any background information to help you start your investigation?
And like most cases, you receive very little background information. Initially, I was just essentially told that she was missing, that her mother had been located, and law enforcement had talked to her at that point. And I think that's about all I was told initially.
Okay, and we can pass that back. We're not going to put that into evidence. I just wanted you to be able to see that document.
Thank you. Thank you.
We approach her.
Yeah, he's definitely doing it very deliberately. Like, it doesn't look natural at all. Every time he answers, he turns and, like, you know, so he's clearly very aware of that technique.
Auntie, you're supposed to be driving. Just got to correct me even when driving.
The urge is too irresistible. Let's see what Nancy Marie says here. It says DA is probably held back at the beginning of the Sebastian's case at first. I feel maybe he's still dragging his feet, in my opinion.
Well, I think the DA was called in on day 3.
Mm-hmm. Was hanging around by that point.
But this is Attorney General. The district Attorney General.
Yeah. You know, when that happens to me, I just go to like 1.5 speed to catch up
or
on
double.
stuff. Yeah.
We're certainly slow.
Double's usually too fast for me. That it gets too 1.5 usually works for me. But that might just be me.
I feel like I've seen him in a press conference. He might actually, you know what? He might have been part of you know what? I know what's coming. I believe he was with them when she was found. I'm gonna look at my timeline because I know his name's on it.
Yeah. I mean, I agree.
That's your document.
DA is not there just out of curiosity.
Thank you.
It does say a lot.
And I'm going to ask if you recognize that document.
Yes, I do.
Okay. What is it?
It's the false reporting.
This is essentially a standard form made by TBI in Nashville of an Amber Alert poster. And it was issued specifically for the victim here, Evelyn Boswell.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of the Amber Alert that was prepared and in regards to missing child Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, it is.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 185.
Would be 185.
Yeah, this is showing another false report.
I mean, she's kind of getting lucky. They only charged her with 12.
Yeah. This is, I believe, going to be about her mom. The false report.
Permission to
about her
publish, Your
mother.
Honor.
Yeah, most of the false reports had to do with her mom.
I mean, I was thinking the same thing. This guy might be better looking than David Foley, though.
I'm going to ask you a few questions
I can see
about this. You said this is the Amber Alert that was sent out in regard to missing child Evelyn Boswell. Is that right?
That is correct.
Do you recall when the Amber Alert was issued?
Yes, it was in the evening of February the 19th,
Okay.
2020.
Okay. February 19th. Okay. And where does that go? Does that go just to the state of Tennessee, or how was the determination made on how far that would go?
That's a question that I don't specifically know the answer to. I
Okay.
know they are issued statewide.
Okay.
I know depending on the location, it can travel over into different states at times.
Okay. And the information on the bottom of this, it's pretty small print.
I can see it.
Okay, you can see it, okay?
I can.
Is the information listed here, where had the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation taken these details that are listed on the Amber Alert?
I'm sorry, I don't think I understand your question.
Where did you get the information that Evelyn was last seen wearing a pink tracksuit?
That information was provided to us by the defendant.
Okay. Where did you get information about a BMW?
Also from the defendant.
Okay. All right. Okay. So after the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation was assigned, can you give a brief description of how you, let me back up one step. What was your role in this investigation with the TBI?
I was assigned as the TBI case agent
Okay, so that means essentially the lead case agent over the case for the TBI.
for TBI, yes.
Okay, so after you were assigned this investigation, can you give us a brief description of how you conducted your investigation?
So initially, you just arrive on scene and you try to get as much information as you can. You talk to the people who have already been there, find out what they have done. You talk with the local agency or agencies that are already involved, and you really just try to understand what's going on in the investigation and what has been done so far.
Okay, and were you working with other agencies at this point?
Yes.
Okay, which other agencies around February 18th, February 19th?
When I first arrived, it was TBI was on scene at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office with Sullivan County, and I believe there were members of the Federal Bureau of Investigation on scene, FBI.
Okay, and how do you meet? How did all these agencies coming together? How do they decide how to execute a plan in an investigation like this?
In the initial phases, you really do the best you can, but it oftentimes goes to either the case agent or the highest in chain of command that is on scene, and they get together and decide which agency will play a role in what, and you just divvy up tasks.
Okay. As part of what you did you go to the trailer that Megan Boswell lived in with Evelyn prior to Evelyn going missing?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember when you went to that trailer?
That would have been the evening of the 19th
Okay.
of 2020, February 19th.
So the same day the Amber Alert went out.
That is correct.
Okay. Anyone go with you to that trailer?
Yes, investigator Tracy Haraz with the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. Why did you go there?
We were going initially to meet a young man named Austin Feller.
Okay. And did the defendant still live at that trailer?
No, she no longer lived there.
Okay. Was anyone living in that trailer at the time?
Yes, there were current tenants who had moved in.
Okay. If I could please see exhibits number 49 and 50.
You're right. Nice, Marie.
I'm going to show you two documents that have already been introduced into evidence. Is this the trailer that you were describing as being the defendant's trailer?
Yes,
Okay. Just another view. Is that an accurate view of that trailer?
it is.
Okay. And do you know the street address for that trailer?
I believe it's at 976 Sugar Hollow Road.
Okay. Is that located in Sullivan County, Tennessee?
It is.
Okay. Were you able to determine who actually owned the trailer?
Yes, I believe it belonged to the defendant's family, either her dad or her brother, some type of association owned it.
Okay. Were you able to determine if the defendant had left any property behind when she moved out?
Yes, we learned that there was still some property at the site.
And were you given consent to search that site and or anything attached to that property?
Yes, we were given consent to search a small outbuilding that was right there next to that trailer.
Okay. And did you also conduct a search outside the trailer?
I did. Yes.
What were you looking for?
Any signs of disturbed dirt, anything that would lead us to believe that the victim may still be there, or anything that would lead us to her current whereabouts.
Did you find Evelyn?
No, we did not.
Did you find anything else that was significant to the investigation regarding anything associated with Evelyn?
But we did inside of the shed that was next to the trailer.
Okay. So what did you find in the shed?
A stroller that had been left behind.
Okay. I'm going to show you two photographs.
You're going to want to hear this. Okay, I'm going to pause it real quick and catch him up.
Okay.
So basically, this is David Gratz. We already talked about him being with TBI. They went to the trailer on February 19th to meet with Austin Feller. They learned that there was property left behind by Megan, and also were looking for disturbed dirt or any indication that she may have still be there, or, you know, of anything happening. And so far, they have found a stroller that was left behind in the shed.
Okay.
If I missed anything, guys, just put it in chat.
Okay.
That's a good point, Castle.
Sure. Yep.
Pale Rider, I've seen interviews with him before. This is pretty much just the way he looks. So I think he's just a serious dude. Oh, they're bringing the stroller out. I wasn't looking. I was looking at chat.
Oh, are we saying that Austin's one of the on the booty board? That's what we're saying.
Austin is the maintenance man that paid $500 to not come in. So he might know something.
Gotcha.
So now they're providing the stroller that they're showing the stroller that they collected at the outbuilding, that because they said that she left behind some property. T and Nurse is not the booty board. I disagree. Since Auntie's not here, I can argue with her. I disagree that he's going to be on the booty board, but he might be. You know, you never know.
That's interesting. You might have highlighted that earlier.
I already did. Yeah.
I was just going back and seeing what I missed here.
I can see if we can speed it up. I think we're caught up though. Yeah, we're like 20 seconds off or something. Whoops. Now we're caught up entirely. I'm going to mute us so I can have a little lunch. Is that okay?
Yeah. What did I say that was funny? I wonder what I said.
Did you say booty board?
Oh, the booty board. Yeah, I can see why that's funny. Not the kind of thing I usually say.
Oh,
Photographs?
you might be right, Tybay.
Yes, I do.
So I'm
You
going
still have the photographs?
I'm
Okay.
going to mute also. While we-
Okay. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes.
What is it?
These are two photographs of the stroller we found that evening.
Okay. And were you able to determine whose property that was?
Yes, this belonged to the defendant.
Okay. So when you say belonged to the defendant, you found it where again?
In the shed that's essentially not attached, but very close to the trailer where the defendant was living.
Okay. So it did not buy, you said there were new tenants in that trailer.
That is correct.
Okay. They indicate that was their stroller.
No, they.
Objection sustained.
Okay. Did you locate anything else of relevance to this investigation inside the shed?
Not that I can recall.
At this time, we're going to, well, let me ask this. The photographs, are they fair and accurate representation of how the stroller appeared on that date?
Yes.
Okay. We'd ask those be made, if possible, collective exhibit number 186.
The collective 186 of the defendant's objection.
Permission to publish. Is this the stroller that was inside the shed that day?
Yes, it is.
Is this just a side view of that same stroller?
Correct.
Okay. Did you also take the stroller itself into evidence?
Yes, we did.
Okay. If, Your Honor, may he step down for a second? Okay. If you could step down to where the microphone is. And I'm going to ask if you can identify this piece, if you can recognize what that is.
Yes, I recognize that.
Okay, and what is it?
It's the stroller we found at the defendant's former trailer.
Okay. We'd ask that be made exhibit number 187.
Be full exhibit 187, over objection.
And Your Honor, would you like for us to fold that up? They're not always the easiest. Ooh, good job. Do you need help? Just roll it up. See if we can roll it under the table. That'll work. There you go. Thank you. Okay. So I'm assuming, was law enforcement working long hours during these first few days?
Absolutely.
Okay. Did you attempt to interview the defendant about Evelyn?
Yes, later that night.
Okay. And what would the date have been for that?
When we attempted the interview, it was on February 19th of 2020.
Okay. And about what time did that interview start?
Shortly before midnight and continued on into the early morning hours of February 20th
Okay. Where did it take place?
at the sheriff's office here in Blumpville.
Okay. Was this interview audio or video recorded?
I believe that interview was audio only recorded.
Okay. And is that office that you interviewed located in Sullivan County, Tennessee?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Prior to talking with the defendant, did you Mirandize her?
I did.
Did she agree to speak with you?
She did.
During this interview, did she tell you the last time that she saw Evelyn?
Yes, she did.
Okay. When did she say she last saw Evelyn?
The day after Christmas on the 26th of December, 2019.
Okay. Where did she say she saw Evelyn?
At Ethan Perry's grandparents' house.
Who did she say Ethan was in relation to Evelyn?
She had told us, or the defendant being she, had told us that Ethan Perry was Evelyn's father.
Did you talk with her about where Ethan was living?
I did, yes.
Okay, what did you tell her?
Told her that, we had learned that Ethan was full-time in the military and was currently living on a base in Louisiana, I believe, and was living in a barracks on a base.
Okay. Had law enforcement already talked to Ethan at this point?
Yes, they had the Army's branch of CID.
Okay. And did you tell the defendant that?
I did.
What did you tell her about Ethan and Evelyn?
I essentially just told her that law enforcement had cleared that idea that Ethan had Evelyn inside of a barracks. And
okay. Did Megan stay with that story about Ethan?
At that time, she maintained that all she knew was that Ethan had Evelyn.
Okay. And where did she say that she had been living?
As of recently, she told us, the defendant told us she had been living with her boyfriend, Hunter.
Okay. Did you ask her if Hunter could have hurt Evelyn?
I did. I asked that specifically.
What did she say?
The defendant said that Hunter would not do that.
Did you ask her if Hunter had been around Evelyn at all?
I did, yes.
And what did she say?
Essentially, no. At that point, she said Hunter had never been around Evelyn.
Okay. Did she say if Hunter had ever babysat Evelyn?
We were told by the defendant that Hunter never babysat Evelyn.
Did she say if Hunter had ever held Evelyn?
The defendant told us that Hunter had never held Evelyn.
Okay. Did you ask her if Evelyn had ever stayed at Hunter's house over on Sandy Point?
Yes, I asked her about that, and the defendant told me that no, Evelyn had never stayed over at Hunter's residence.
Okay. Prior to when she said she left Evelyn with Ethan, did she indicate whether she'd ever left Evelyn with Ethan in the past?
She told us that Ethan had never kept Evelyn alone prior to that day.
Okay. Did she tell you whether or not Evelyn had met Ethan before?
They had been introduced, I believe, briefly prior to that day on a trip to Texas.
Okay. Did the defendant tell you how many times she'd seen Evelyn after leaving her with Ethan in December?
I believe that we had talked about that, yes.
Okay. Do you recall how many times she said she'd seen Evelyn?
I don't think she had seen Evelyn at all after that December 26th date.
Sorry to object. I'll not make the objection. We approach the bench.
Sidebar.
Are you still muted?
I'm not.
Okay.
Our microphones are on the same one on your computer. Here we go.
Uh-oh.
Sidebar. They're having the jury leave.
Your Honor, can we just move up to the bench permanently?
We'll take about a 15-minute break. Mr. Gatz, please do not discuss your testimony with any other witness during the break. We'll allow them to discuss their testimony.
Excellent. Court stands in recess.
Why are we recessing?
I don't know. I mean, they give them breaks periodically anyway.
I know, but they just came back from lunch. They haven't been here very long.
Let's see. Maybe the Vols are in overtime.
Oh.
We'll see. You might just want to catch the end of the game.
Yeah, the judge looked annoyed. I don't know if did you guys think the judge looked annoyed by that?
He looks annoyed today in general, I think.
I keep trying to click on the ginger for Robs, as I called salad bar during the OJ trial. And yeah, I think he looked irritated.
Oh no, it's not the Tennessee game. It's over.
How did they do?
They won.
Spoiler alert.
Oh, sorry. Well, we know Tennessee nurse is back too, so I kind of figured it was over. Yeah, maybe. I don't know how uncommon this is. I think what would really upset him, just the way are the media, and if this thing becomes a mistrial, something along those lines.
I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, today he looks a little annoyed.
Oh my goodness.
I think more so than the other days.
Well, that'll be fun.
I think you mentioned this. Yeah. So
Yeah,
your
you're-
husband's 50th birthday is tonight. 40 guests at the house.
No, his party's
That's a
tonight. I think his birthday was yesterday.
It's just the party. Oh, the birthday was just your parties tonight.
Yeah.
40's a lot in one house. That's a lot of work.
Yes, it is a lot of work. Do you guys want to know what he did for my 40th birthday? Since we're sitting here waiting, he arranged a murder mystery birthday party where everybody had to dress up in Roaring 20s outfits, and all of our friends and everybody showed up in Roaring 20s outfits, so like flappers and gangsters and stuff.
Yeah, it was great.
And I had a murder mystery company come conduct it, and he had arranged a dinner at a restaurant. Well, it was well, it sounds weird to say it was at a restaurant. It was in a big open area, like a big open area of the restaurant, like a group room, I guess.
Yeah, yeah.
And it was very old, a very old building, so it was really cool. And catered dinner, and in lieu of gifts, he said, "Just please dress
in costume."
Yeah, dress in
So he said,
costume.
no gifts. The gift will be you dress in costume. So everybody had to do the gangster style.
Yeah.
And that party went perfectly.
That's probably the
Sometimes
best
you do-
birthday party anybody's ever had ever.
Sometimes you do a party and things don't work out quite like you want.
Oh, it was
the vibe's not
hysterical.
right. But the group that was there, they fully embraced their characters.
Yeah, everybody
Our
got
friend-
assigned characters, and we all, had to. It was like a company that does murder mystery, like dinner theater, and so,
Yeah.
but they came in and did this special thing for my birthday.
So you have like two actors that are paid and part of the company, but everybody else kind of gets these little notes about their role and whatever.
Yeah, you were something
And
funny.
people were doing like
Yeah.
Russian accents and just all kinds of great,
Things.
really fully embracing it. So you have like two actors that are paid,
Okay, we're muting you, miss.
but it was fantastic.
Yes, and tell them the part about one of our friends said, "How many actors did you hire for this?"
So you know how it is when you have all these friends. Some friends know each other, some don't, or whatever.
Yeah, we it was a huge party.
But so it was mostly people in her orbit of friends, but some of my friends that don't know all of her friends were there. So one of my good friends that was at the party, about near the end or whatever, he's like,
Stop!
Whoa,
Whoa, Auntie, you're alive and scaring us.
good night.
You
I'm
yelling.
sorry. That was the cat. That was my son's cat. He was like trying to rub against my computer. I guess I hit the button accidentally. Sorry.
I thought it was my storytelling.
No. I'm trying to get the cat
You
away.
heard the story too many times.
He is just like a real menace. He's like moving my screen. Stop.
Okay, I'm gonna mute you until that's under
Yeah,
control.
I think
You just scared everybody.
Ginger Frob is like, I just screamed. Hilarious.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
We'll have to make that one of our videos. Something
What?
that her screaming.
Stop! Anyway, go on. Oh,
So my friend goes after the whole thing's going. And all these friends are like fully embracing the acting part of it. Like
yeah,
just
they had their characters
totally into it. Not people weren't too cool to play along. They fully embraced it. It was a blast and hilarious. And then like toward the end, my friend, he's like, how many actors did you hire for this? I said, just those two. These other people are just people we know. He's like, what?
because they thought the whole room was actors.
People were coming up with like backstories and the whole thing. It was amazing. It was so much fun. Sometimes you do parties and it just doesn't work out like you think, but that vibe was just right.
It was a perfect party. I've yet to want to have another one because I'm afraid we can't match that
couldn't top
same
that.
energy.
Couldn't top it.
How is my volume now?
Better than it was 5 minutes
Well,
ago.
I also adjusted it on the computer. It was high. I had it like really high because my mic is different than my computer mic.
You scared everybody. You need to apologize.
I apologize. I wasn't even supposed to be on screen yet. And I guess I hit the button because
I think I pulled you up. I didn't know that you were going to scream at the cat.
yeah, I hadn't pulled myself up because the cat was doing that, but I've got the broom handy now. So if I have to scooch him away, Bruce is a little bit of a menace. He's a pain.
Everybody was saying, get a spray bottle.
We have a water bottle and it doesn't work for him. He just lays and lets you squirt him in the face.
Oh, well, there you go.
Well, we tried that first. He does not like the broom. So if we have a broom in our hand, he won't get near us.
Precious Lavender Button says, I thought something was happening in court. LOL.
Can you tell why they took the sidebar? I mean, what was the deal? I mean, I heard that he had.
Oh, there you go.
You need the clip of it.
Yeah, there you go.
He lies.
That's good.
No, no,
Oh,
no.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm dog and cat sitting this evening, and yeah, they're pretty good, except for the cat's kind of a menace. But what do you know why they took the sidebar? I mean, I heard everything. I listened the whole way here, and it sounded like to me the last part is what they were questioning. And what was it? I mean,
I don't know. It's like it all got weird around the time the stroller came out.
It was the defense that said to talk to the judge, but I don't know what he was having an objection to.
But didn't you think it started getting kind of weird once the stroller got out?
Yes.
So is there something about the stroller? Don't know.
I don't know.
I honestly thought it was kind of odd that they brought the whole stroller out.
Poor real me too. Can I take my headphones off now, Auntie? You scared her.
I'm so sorry. Well, I had not put myself on stage yet, and Mrs. E thought I was ready to go on stage, and I was trying to get situated. So I thought I was still off stage.
And on a serious note, we love you. Also, no texting and driving.
Oh yeah, I couldn't.
She was doing it with her voice. I
use voice text.
She's got it. She's got the whole thing where she voice texts. She does it all the time.
I'm just messing with you.
Well, and I was wondering, what is the difference between a district attorney and a district attorney general?
Exactly. I want to see who Sumner County's district attorney general is.
And is that is it different than a district attorney? Because I was listening to that terminology and I was like, well, that could mean that they're two different people.
That's what I was wondering.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to look it up.
District Attorney General is in Gallatin.
And Melissa, I think you're right there. I think when she told the investigator she dropped the baby off at Ethan, she told him she needed a break. I believe that was a true statement, that she needed a break. I think it could be. But I think they're hinting toward that. I think they're hinting toward Hunter was given the child to watch or something for her.
Okay,
or babysitting.
It's Ray Whitley. It's the
same guy.
Yeah,
it's the same person.
Mm-hmm.
They must just call it different things in different places.
Yeah, that's what it says here anyway. I mean, that's what it says.
Castle says she thinks because the person on the stand is answering a question that should be answered by the defendant. Maybe. I didn't catch all of that last question before they decided to go on the break.
Oh, so Ray Whitley is the district attorney general.
Okay.
So,
and Bliss Blessings was wanting just a recap.
Absolutely. Of what happened, like the last testimony, or a total?
A recap of big happenings in the last few hours.
Oh, real me too. She knows you're joking.
Yeah.
It's just like talking to me.
Yeah, I know you're kidding.
Have there really been, I mean, the morning was basically just them exposing the many lies of Megan. That was
just showing the interviews. Yes.
Yeah, just the interviews and just the different stories she told. I don't know that we learned anything huge there. In the afternoon so far, it's been, the stroller.
Yeah, we had a long break for lunch.
I don't know that there's been any big revelations. They're just still kind of hammering home these contradictions in her story.
Who's the man currently on the stand is David Gratz, and he was a former TBI criminal investigator. He's an attorney. Let's see.
We've had some questions about with each interrogation, them not reading her or offering her Miranda rights at the beginning. of each interview.
And no one has yet to say that they did offer her the rights. No one has testified to that yet, have they?
I don't think so. But we're getting this all kind of out of order. Some of these have been on the 18th, some on the 20th.
Well, this was on the 19th, correct? His interview. They went to the trailer on the 19th and then went back to her. I know he said the trailer was the 19th.
Gratz. You mean with Gratz?
Yes.
Yeah,
No.
I think that's
Yes.
right.
Yes.
I thought it said he went to
Oh.
the trailer on the 19th.
Yes, that's what I just said.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
You're correct.
Wait. Okay. We did have some confusion. So you didn't. I think this is where why I've been arguing you about the additional booty. So you don't think the guy that was the maintenance guy at the trailer park,
No.
the one that wouldn't come in?
No, I don't think he has it. I think that if anything, he just didn't want to come in or anything. But I think it was the brother of her friend that she went to visit this building named after her friend who had passed away, and then he drove her to the sheriff's office and picked her up from the sheriff's office.
Okay, and what was his name?
Let me look back. I can tell you. His name was
it Guy? The guy's name was Guy?
No, hang on.
Auntie was talking about the sister's older brother.
Which sister? I'm so confused.
Not sister. It was the older brother of one of her good friends that had passed away.
Is that when I was away, maybe?
Hang on, I'm going through.
Okay, then that's why I've been having a problem with this. I thought she was talking about the maintenance man at the trailer park. So I was confused.
I have to go back to, I think it was day one. No.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're going to be able to. I mean, I don't know about I don't know that they would make fun of him in court, but
Well,
what?
I don't think they'd make fun of him in court. I think other creators might make fun of it.
Okay, Stephen Lawrence. It was sister was friends with defendant, and he was the one that owned an apartment or was building an apartment complex in a neighboring town, and she went over to see this apartment because he was naming the building after his sister, who was friends with Megan, who had passed away. And then he took her to the sheriff's office. Then he picked her up from the sheriff's office. I just felt like it was a very weird thing.
Okay, I think, was I away at that point, maybe doing something? I must have missed that somehow.
It was a nice looking young man.
Okay. Because I haven't really seen that.
Stephen Williams, maybe something like that.
Stephen Lawrence.
Stephen
okay.
Lawrence.
Oh,
and
then
hi,
there's
Izzy
Shagana's
girl
here.
and Show Poodles. Welcome in.
Let's see. It was. Remember the three friends that
I
they
missed that.
interviewed?
I haven't seen anybody cute.
It was right before the three friends. Remember the girl with the rat's nest in her hair? With
See,
the red,
that's when I was doing. I was going to the doctor with Middle E. So
the red rat. Okay, so the one with it looked like a nest, and her hair was brown, but then she had this red nest in the back.
We weren't here for that. That was you, and then that was also when nobody was here.
Okay.
When I came back, everybody was like talking about the bird's nest, and I was like, "What's the bird's nest?"
So it was right before the bird's nest girl.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I just revealed that I don't watch our shows.
Okay, I'm going to have to take about a 2-second break. I'll be right back. I'm going to put me on mute only.
One stand, please.
Don't know.
There's something fishy about him not wanting to come into court
Thank you.
and paying a fine.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Probably.
I'm trying to remember where we left off. Give me just a second. Okay. I think we had left off on me asking you if the defendant had told you how many times she had seen Evelyn after leaving her with Ethan. Is that the last question I asked you?
I think we were somewhere in that area for
Okay.
sure.
And do you remember what she told you?
I believe what she said was that she had not seen Evelyn since that day.
Okay. Did she tell you that she had been trying to get in touch with Ethan?
I think she said she'd reached out to him maybe one time, once or twice.
Okay. Did she ever tell you that she was getting worried about Evelyn and her safety?
No, I think she said she just hadn't really given it a lot of thought.
Okay. Did you ask why she hadn't contacted law enforcement?
We did.
What'd she say?
I think she just said she didn't really have a good.
Here we go. Actually, I shouldn't say there hasn't been anybody cute. Actually, I thought, Ethan's cute. I don't necessarily love his long hair, but I thought I've seen pictures of him without it. He's a pretty cute guy.
So I'm going to ask, when I ask you a question, if you don't know the answer, you don't have to tell me.
Sure.
Right.
We try not to speculate with words like I think or things like that. Okay. So I may back up just a few questions and ask you those questions again. Okay. Did Megan say she tried to get in touch with Ethan after the last time she had seen Evelyn?
I know she said that, yes.
Okay. Did she say she ever got worried about Evelyn and or her safety?
She said she had not.
Okay. Did you ask her why she hadn't contacted law enforcement?
We did ask her that.
And what was her response?
Specifically, I don't recall what she said.
Okay. What was her demeanor during this interview?
I would describe it as just very nonchalant.
Okay. And on this same day, do you recall being present when she was interviewed again?
Yes.
Okay. And was anyone else present during that interview?
Yes.
And who was present?
At the time, it was Sergeant Matt Price.
Okay. Was the interview audio and video recorded?
It was.
And where did it take place?
It was also at the sheriff's office.
Okay. And is that in Sullivan County, Tennessee?
It is.
How much time had passed from the interview we just talked about to this interview that we're getting ready to talk about?
Something like 8 hours. The interview we initially discussed ended at around 3 a.m. The interview at the next day was around midday, noon.
Okay. So you said the first one ended around 3 a.m. Is that right?
That is correct.
And what time do you believe the second one began?
It was around noon the following day, the 20th.
Okay. Without going into the details of that interview, we're going to go ahead and jump ahead to the following day, February 21st. Was the defendant interviewed again on February 21st?
She was.
Was anyone else present for that interview?
Matt Price,
Okay.
sheriff's office.
Okay. And was that interview also audio and video recorded?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Prior to that interview, had the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation collected some of Megan Boswell's property from the residents of Hunter Wood?
Yes, a couple of our agents had collected some of her property.
Okay. And did Megan Boswell give you consent to search and collect those items?
She did.
Okay. So just a second.
I think it's unusual that you see the attorneys talk to each other, being from opposing sides, don't you? I mean, they're really communicating.
I don't know. Is that I don't know if that's strange or not.
After watching a couple trials, it is.
Items from
unusual.
evidence. Would you prefer? I'll just send that.
Scissors up there. There's a pair of scissors.
If you want.
Thank you.
If you could just, there should be some gloves up there. Do you see gloves up on the table?
I do. I'm putting them on now.
Okay.
He is really droll.
Yeah. He seems more like a TBI agent rather than an attorney in a way.
Yes. It's odd that he left TBI to go to be an attorney. I like his suit.
Yeah.
I give him a 9 for his suit.
Yeah. What's this?
It's got good hair
suit.
too.
Yeah.
He is all business. He is all business.
I mean, with him having experience as TBI and an attorney, he knows both sides of how to present himself,
I thought it was odd though that she had to tell him how to answer the question. Earlier, she told him specifically, I only want you to answer this way. And I thought that was kind of odd.
You have that one open?
No, I was sort of waiting on you to ask a question.
If you could go ahead and open that item.
They got this stuff all sealed up. Yes, I'm sure they do. Caswell make more as a private attorney. He is not too bad to look at, right? He isn't.
Okay, can you tell me what that is?
This is a small Polaroid type picture that the defendant described was taken at I believe that one was the Blowing Rock trip in North Carolina.
Okay. And to your knowledge, is there a date at all on that? There may not be. I don't know.
This photograph does not have a date on it.
Okay. And where did you obtain that photo? Was that from? Where was that photograph obtained from?
It was from a box of belongings belonged to the defendant.
Okay. We'd ask that be made exhibit number 188.
I think it's odd that things are picking as exhibits.
You want it back in the envelope?
I feel like we don't know. It's like we're getting like a dot to dot and we don't know what's in between the dot.
May we publish, Your Honor?
Thank you, Mom of an Angel.
Sorry, I just realized I was muted.
You were?
I think I was. Were
No,
you hearing
you-
me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Permission to publish?
Yeah, I don't know what significance that Polaroid's going to make.
I think it's just odd, the things that they've given us as evidence so far.
Mhm.
And how did you know what this was a photograph of?
At the time during the interview, myself and Sergeant Price were sitting there with the defendant, pulling these items out, asking her to describe these items to us.
Okay. And she described that as being from Blowing Rock.
That's correct.
I hope so, Ty Baylux. I hope that this comes together better. Same, W. Smith. I need more information.
Yeah, I assume that's what that is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, actually, I want to see.
Can I get that exact knife?
Okay, again, I'm going to ask to open it and see if you can identify it.
Thank you, Mama and Angel.
All right.
Okay. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
These are a couple of the brochures the defendant described as coming from the trip that they had taken over to North Carolina, they being the defendant and her boyfriend, Hunter.
Okay. So how many documents do you have in front of you?
3.
Okay. And what are they individually?
One is titled The Official Visitor's Map and Guide to Blowing Rock, North Carolina.
Okay.
Another one is Mystery Hill, which has a map of North Carolina. North Carolina's natural gravitational anomaly.
Okay.
Another one is North Carolina's oldest tourist attraction, the Blowing Rock.
Okay. If you could slide those back in, I'm going to show them to the defense really quickly.
I'm going to guess this is, these were made in December. Maybe the 26th or something.
Sorry, guys. The dogs were going berserk, howling.
Your Honor, we'd offer this as exhibit number 189, please.
Any objection? No. Collected exhibit 189.
No, that wasn't Middle E. I'm guessing he's gaming in his room right now.
He is.
Mhm.
It's a gaming afternoon.
And where did you find those brochures?
They were with the defendant's belongings.
And where were, when you say the defendant's belongings, where were those belongings located?
Inside the residence of Hunter Wood.
Okay. That's the next.
FYI, Kingsport, Tennessee to Blowing Rock is approximately 1 hour and 50-minute drive.
I agree. Precious lavender buttons. Oh.
Okay.
Okay. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What is it?
These are photographs of the defendant and Hunter Wood.
Okay. And is that also something that you collected from her belongings?
Yes.
Okay. Is it any, does it appear, well, if I could just pass those back first and let Mr. Scott take a look at those.
I kind of agree, MS. She just seems scattered or something. Is it? You know what I mean?
I've said.
I
this
don't
all-
know. I mean, I'm just really hoping it's going to come together in like some Matlock moment.
She just feels like one of those. She's just frazzled. She just
I
seems
think
like she's
it's
not.
just very unprofessional. It's just
Yeah.
not. It's not seamless the way it should be. If you've had 5 years to work on a case, I
Coming
would
back,
think you'd have it nailed down.
you come back from the 15-minute break and you don't know what your next question's supposed to be. Just
Yeah.
little stuff, you know. I agree. There's something just not quite buttoned up about her.
May we approach?
Sidebar. That's what we need. We need a sidebar video.
Yeah, if we're gonna do any more cases like this, we definitely do.
Sidebar. It's
Welcome
time.
to the sidebar.
Like the commercial that
Your
you
dog
get
wants you.
at the beginning of the movies, with the snacks, and they'd be running out, the little popcorn and the hot dog. We need
Yeah.
something like that with the sidebar.
Right.
Oh, that's funny. Like they used to do in what is that? The drive-in movies.
Yes.
Maybe we could have who would that, the AI or whatever you use to generate stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Come up with something.
Like dancing through.
The working of the timeline, she gets ahead of herself, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah.
I think so, a little bit.
Oh, there it is. Auntie yelling, no, sidebar, another sidebar.
No. Yeah, the cat.
Oh,
At
no.
first, that was the only time he's jumped up here. I had to put a box behind my computer though, because he's taking his head and was trying to rub on my computer.
Yeah.
See, I'm thinking tropical music.
Yeah.
Like a Jimmy Buffett style.
Wasting away again at the sidebar.
Yeah.
We'd ask these be made
Collective 190.
100.
I agree, Kelsey.
Permission to publish.
Okay.
That's Hunter, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's
Is that
2018.
Fair and accurate representation of one of the photos that
That
you
says
took from
2018.
the defendant's
The other
property.
one
It
said
does. It says
19.
1900.
Yes, it is.
Oh, it does?
Mhm.
Was this, were
Oh,
these located
sorry.
within anything?
They were inside of a box that the defendant identified as hers.
Okay. Same thing with that one?
Yes.
Okay.
That's funny.
That's cute. That's a good lyric. Save that one.
I'm a little concerned.
Yeah, me too.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure that this is a slam dunk. We'll see.
I'll tell
how
you,
this
there's a
goes.
lot of, except for the judge, everybody there seems to have like really nice thick hair.
We said that guy's hair is definitely a 10. He has great hair.
He does. As far as cute, I would consider him cute. I felt bad saying I hadn't seen anyone cute.
That other guy was cute too. You missed him.
Yeah.
Stephen Lawrence guy. He was cute.
I'll have to go back. I won't watch our shows because I don't like to hear my voice.
It's in the courthouse
Do you
water.
recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What is it?
This is a card titled Thinking of You with Love.
Okay. And does it have any names on it?
Yes, the names on it are Maggie and Hunter.
Okay. And can you tell the jury where that was collected?
It was with the defendant's belongings.
Okay. If you could pass that back, please.
He is as boring as molasses just sitting on a plate. I mean, he is boring.
Well, it's a serious case.
It is, but he has no personality.
Well, see, I don't know. I think he's just trying to do his job.
I'm
And
sure.
it's got to be nerve wracking.
Oh, I don't think so. Not to somebody like him.
I bet when he smiles, he has really good dimples.
We resolved it.
We resolved it.
Oh, good. They resolved it before we went to sidebar.
Well,
Her
Tip
voice
for
is
Tat thinks
funny.
he's cute.
He has great hair.
Oh, that's funny.
What about his voice?
Justin doesn't like his voice. His voice is fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
Oh, doesn't like his own voice.
Right.
But most people don't like their own voice.
I like Ty Baylux's excuse there.
Well, there's that.
That's great.
He's sitting there thinking how he would be doing this right now.
Here's another good excuse.
I mean, he didn't want to be there on a weekend.
Yeah.
My thoughts. I bet the jury's
it's-
glad
yeah.
to go ahead and keep
Recognize
it
that?
going.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
These are photographs of the victim, Evelyn, 2 photographs of Evelyn, 1 photograph of Evelyn with the defendant,
Okay, and where were those found?
with the defendant's belongings.
Okay, if you could pass those back, slide them back in the envelope and pass them back.
Is he saying they're pictures?
The defendant and Evelyn.
Okay.
So no, not Hunter and Evelyn.
I mean, really, who could be prepared for cases like this unless you're in like Los Angeles or New York or whatever, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, you're just
Yeah, he does come across as sad. Stoic, I guess you would say. And monotone.
Well, unlike some of the people that have been on here, he seems very aware that he's probably, on television.
Yes.
Oh, Granny.
Handsome.
Put Granny up on the
Yeah.
screen.
Yeah, Granny.
so.
Handsome
Granny
as-
says handsome is a better word than cute for him.
He is
All right.
handsome. Yeah, he is. He is more handsome than cute, I would say.
She likes that salt and pepper hair, though, I think.
Is that right?
I don't know. Just think that's my guess. I'm
He's
going to
just-
guess.
He's got excellent hair.
He does.
Yes, he has given some looks.
He probably, think about it. If you were an agent on this case and you're not unhappy with the DA and how they're handling it, and seeing it possibly falling apart after all the work that they probably did to get to this point, that would be frustrating.
She has a great back comb, that's for sure. And it took a while. That's a good one.
That
The assistant, the lady.
yes.
Which one?
The lady in the front with the big hair.
Did you read it?
Yeah, I'm reading it. I'm just trying to. You mean the lady?
The one that's
with the
putting the
really-
evidence numbers on each item.
Okay,
Yes.
you'll have to point her out to me. just
Oh,
to
you
make
can't
sure.
miss her.
I feel bad.
You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a receipt from the Olive Garden on Northeastman Road in Kingsport, Tennessee.
Okay.
Oh, so she
Was that
actually
also
was the
taken
Olive
from the
Olive
defendant's
Garden.
property?
It was.
But that's in Kingsport. That's not in Pigeon Forge.
Oh.
Right.
We'd ask that be offered as exhibit number 191.
Didn't say the date.
Well, I bet you we'll find out.
We got some dated evidence.
Oh, Ginger, do you think they still make
If I could have
Aquanet?
it passed back to the witness briefly.
I think his dimples are cute too, Kelsey.
Forgot to ask you, what is the date on that receipt?
It's January the 11th, 2020.
Okay, thank you.
January the 11th, 2020. So not, you can, if you're a fan of Olive Garden, you might go there frequently.
Sure.
So,
I don't know how big this town is, but they may not have just a ton of restaurant options out there either.
Well, she's a big fan of the Olive Garden because she goes to one in every town she's in.
you know what I saw a commercial for, Aunt E? You're going to laugh. Dippity Doo.
I'm going to ask if I could please have, you saw that exhibit with you? You can pass that back down to the clerk.
Me too, Ginger.
And then ask if exhibit number 29 or 21 can please be passed to the witness. No, sorry, not 21. I'm wrong. Hold on.
Please tie this together, people.
It would be number 91. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm starting to.
Ask if you could take a look at that.
Maybe it's because you guys pointed it out, but I was not annoyed with her, but I'm starting to get annoyed with her.
She makes me think of like that high school teacher just never has her act together.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I recognize
That's who
What
she
is
reminds.
it?
That's what she makes me think of.
This is a shirt that belonged to the victim, Evelyn Boswell.
Okay, where was that found?
It was inside what the defendant referenced as a baby box.
Okay. And where was that baby box located?
It was with the defendant's belongings.
At where?
Hunter's residence.
Hunter's residence. Okay. Your Honor, we had previously marked that exhibit as number 91 for ID only. We'd ask that be made a full exhibit at this time.
Oh,
The memory box.
it was in the memory box.
Agent Gratz, I'm going to ask for you. Well, let me ask the court. May I publish it, Your Honor? Agent Gratz, I'm going to ask for you to take it out of the package and show it to the jury, please.
Ooh.
Do you just want me to hold it up?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
He has a smirk on his face. Oh, it's the baby. It's a baby shark shirt.
It's a baby shark shirt.
Oh, it's just awful.
Okay, thanks. No.
That's not the same one that the lady made for her, is it? It is. It's the same
I'm going to
one.
ask if exhibit
She would let her
92
show it.
could please be passed to the witness.
That was for her first birthday.
Same thing. I'm going to ask if you could open that exhibit and see if you can identify it.
I think this is a blanket that the lady made. God, she's building the case.
I told you we might see a Matlock moment.
Don't show it to the jury yet.
Whoops.
Okay.
Well, we saw it.
Yes.
Okay. What is it?
This is a child's blanket.
Okay. And does it have any special features on it that are identifiable?
A glitter with her name on it.
What type of blanket is it?
Baby shark.
It's a shark blanket.
Okay.
Baby shark.
And where was that located?
It was with the defendant's belongings.
Okay. At Hunter's Woods residence?
Yes.
Okay. And was that also in that box that you were referencing?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, that had been previously marked as ID only. We would ask that it be made into a full exhibit.
Exhibit 92. Now you
Okay. May we publish it, Your Honor?
You want me to stand up again?
So long as the court is okay with that.
Yep, that's the one the lady made that she was supposed to give her for her birthday.
It's cute.
And she said her name was in pink glitter on it.
Yeah, I see it at the bottom.
Yeah, it says Evelyn.
Looks brand new, never used.
Yeah, because it was put in the box and never given to her. Just
I
like
know Ty said they saw a picture of her in it.
No, I don't think so.
Go back up. I have a photo of Evelyn wearing that shirt. Saw it again last night.
Oh, okay.
So before we went through all of those, we were talking about that interview from February 21st with Sergeant, now Lieutenant Price. Was that interview audio and video recorded?
Yes, it was.
Where did it take place?
At the sheriff's office.
And is that in Sullivan County, Tennessee?
Yes, it is.
During this interview,
not on Evelyn.
You discussed a second ago the true
okay.
memory box. At some point, did you have an interview with the defendant regarding this memory box?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Can you tell the jury a little bit about, just briefly, what you did with the defendant?
During that interview, we had what the defendant referred to as the memory box, and we pulled items out of it sort of one by one and had the defendant identify what each item was and the significance of each item,
Okay.
if any.
And what was your purpose in doing that?
You know, at that point, we were just following whatever leads were coming in. We had received that property, and we were trying to identify what it was, determine how it was relevant, and also establish a timeline for the last known whereabouts of Evelyn Boswell.
And did the defendant freely and voluntarily go through that box with you?
Yes.
Okay, give me just 1 second.
Yeah, he does look over and talk to the jury.
Your Honor, may we approach?
He does look young. I'd say he's probably
Early 40s?
maybe, but very early 40s if he's early.
I think he's got one of those baby faces.
Mm-hmm.
Graduated.
Oh, yeah, he
law degree in
graduated.
2014.
Yeah.
So he's probably in his late 30s, maybe. Right?
Mm.
You figure 4 years of college or 5 or so, and another.
I think he's probably right at 40. I would think. Pretty close to it. 40, 41. That'd be about right.
I really
if he went gray early, it would make him look older, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I think that, it would be a lot of pressure as an investigator to be up there and, you don't want to say the wrong things.
Yeah.
I want you to go back and just watch one person be asked questions and cross-examined on the Murdaugh case. And this is like watching kids reenact a TV show or something. I mean, it is like, there's no comparison.
I understand what you're saying.
I just got a note from Granny.
Uh-oh. What did Granny say?
I don't know why.
Why can't Granny just put it in chat?
I don't know. She said, I think she stayed more than 3 nights at Hunter's.
Granny, just write it in chat.
Yeah, I agree. I think that she was there longer than that.
Copy and paste. Hello, Marlena.
Hi, Marlena.
Thank you for the prayers.
I understand.
Thank you. No, I get it.
Sometimes there's some cases that just, especially these ones with the kids, are hard. But thank you for stopping in.
Yes, you're so sweet. I'm so happy to see you. No, sidebar again.
Welcome to the sidebar.
Oh, wait. You know what I got for that?
Yeah, that works.
No kidding.
Side eye works.
Side eye, sidebar.
Yeah.
I wonder if I can make it repeat. I don't know.
You could do it. Yeah. Yeah, that
actually
works.
The judge in the Murdaugh case was good too. He was very good.
The sidebar side eye.
May be seated. Thank you. All right, we'll be in recess. 10 or 15 minutes. You want to take whatever.
How long?
10 or 15 minutes.
Why are we doing this now?
Maybe he's a smoker.
I think
It might be.
I don't know.
I mean, you give the jury some time to go stretch their legs and
Let's just
have
go
a soda,
one more
whatever,
time.
make a cup of coffee, whatever.
That's how I feel. I feel Seth right there in that moment. I really do.
So it's 3:00 there. They had anticipated going till 4:30 there.
Yes.
So they're
Okay.
thinking they've got another hour and a half.
If anybody needs to use the restroom, grab a drink.
Maybe he
Um,
got
It's a
sick from
UTI.
lunch.
You're opinionated. Are you already back from playing golf? Have we been here that long?
We have.
Next, Rosebud will be coming in from the chocolate festival. we haven't moved all day. We're gonna have to get more
Lots of
comfortable
theories.
chairs,
Lots of
guys.
theories.
Yeah,
I love our dining room chairs,
I
and we
know.
spend a lot of money on them, but
They're not meant for
They're not meant for this.
hours of sitting.
You'll have to get some really comfy office chairs with and put some of that the plastic underneath them so they can roll around a little bit and not mess up your floor. Because all
Our
that
floor is
pressure
already
on-
messed up from the
I know.
What am I trying to say? The
Dishwasher.
dishwasher incident from last year. So
Get in
yeah,
the recliners.
I would love to get in a recliner. You would see so many kids walking around if I were sitting in my recliner. It looks like this, but it's
a recliner.
It's a recliner.
Just clip Annie. Stop. Just yell no more sidebar and clip it together.
Yeah. Nicholas will work on it. She's got a mission now.
I know. Eve, I said gamer chairs too. That's funny. But we're in our dining room, and I'll tell you why that is. So we started out in the guest bedroom, and then Aunt E and our mom came to visit. Granny came to visit, and we left there, and we just never went back.
I mean, this kind of works. I mean, nobody's using this room other than like once a year.
And you have a little more room to move around and go in and out.
We've got all the lights set up
easier.
and cables everywhere.
Yeah.
So, and we don't have to take it down every time something happens, but
right.
It's in the center of the house and it's an open house kind of.
It's an open concept. So,
when people come through playing their, videos on their phones or whatever,
But it's nice when you have to get up and like make something for the kids or cook or something.
Yeah.
You're right there at the kitchen and it's easy to go in and out. Whereas,
that's true.
Yeah.
That I was thinking that like if you did your upstairs is that
like
big
because the playroom,
playroom,
the kids don't really use it anymore.
but that's a great spot, but it would not be convenient.
And it would also be echoey up there.
it would probably be bad for sound.
Yeah, I need to work on a space where I can go my family room.
Well, that you have a similar problem though. You've got a lot of bedrooms that you could use, but they get used. People come and visit and stay with you. So.
Yeah, I don't have one that's not so I'm using my TV room upstairs right now, but it's it's not the best.
And your office is open. Oh.
Yes. Yep.
Somebody's in a good mood.
Yeah, this is a lot of people have thought that because the paint is similar, but no,
Auntie is double-digit hours away from us.
Yeah, I'm about 10 hours from them.
Yeah,
we're
and
in
now
the same
today.
we're next to each other
right here.
Yeah. But Auntie is she's actually switched houses mid-show. She started out at her house and now she's at her son's.
Yes, I'm dog sitting. My son had to go to a wedding. About 4 hours from here. So he and his wife left this morning and the dogs are good for a few hours, but they don't do great overnight. So they've got 2 rescues and a kitty cat and some fish. So they keep me busy. I'm coming back next week too. They're going out of town.
I feel like you're there all the time.
I am here a lot.
And Granny refuses it. She's like,
well,
no,
it's just not accessible for her, having
it's harder. Yeah,
it's harder. So,
but it's nice having the big dining room table here because we can have multiple computers and we can have notepads and things like that. It's just not comfortable. I guess we could move the dining room chairs and roll in some comfortable chairs.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. You could do a couple office chairs there that are comfy and then just move your dining chairs around to the sides.
Yeah, just stick them in the corner like that one over there.
Well, there's room in the dining room to move them away.
Oh, Castle said buy memory foam 8-hour office chairs. You won't regret it. Ooh, that sounds
I've
awesome.
never heard of that.
I have not either. I'm gonna have to Google that.
8-hour memory Castle.
Oh, Castle. Oh, that sounds
heavenly.
Nice.
Deluxe fabric test your office chairs for 8 hours of sitting.
Wait, is this it on
memory foam office chairs for 2025? Ooh, they do look nice.
How much are they?
They vary. About $300. It looks like. But then
here's one for $188 that's got a lower lumbar. You might like that.
I need lower lumbar.
Yeah. Well, these are cute. There's some cute ones. Ooh, I like that one.
Are you
Well,
on Amazon?
Yeah.
Okay, I was gonna say I'm not seeing it on mine.
All I need is Jesus. Coffee and True Crime says, Google it, y'all.
Google it, y'all.
Wait, I'm not sure which
No,
one
here.
though. Like, is there a certain? I mean, is it Memory Foam the brand, or is it just Memory Foam? You know, or what was the
I think
bed
it's
you
Memory Foam 8-hour office.
What was the bed you used to have that was so expensive?
I changed from that bed to the new bed. The new bed is Sleep Number, but the old one was
Yeah, but it was something like Memory Foam or something.
it was the one that Oprah always had as her like the best bed ever when she would have her Oprah show. What was it called?
You had to go into the special store in the mall.
Tempur-Pedic.
Is that what it was? Tempur-Pedic?
Yeah,
Then I'm
Tempur-Pedic.
wrong. I'm completely wrong. I was thinking something else.
No, it's
Is,
Tempur-Pedic.
is Google it, y'all? Is that her referring to spaghetti pancakes? Is that what that
Yes.
came from?
Yes.
I couldn't
Yeah,
quite.
Google it, y'all.
I couldn't place it. I knew it was her. I just couldn't think of what she was referring to. But yeah, it was just spaghetti pancakes.
I can't find. I put in 8-hour Memory Foam office chairs, and it's
Okay,
not.
Castle, you'll have to send us a link.
Yeah, you should be able to put a link in chat, Castle.
Now, here's a one that would be great for Mr. E. It's an ergonomic executive office chair, big and tall, reclining office chair with footrest and lumbar. And you can actually, it goes back, it reclines.
We don't have enough room because of the buffet behind us.
That's true.
We'd have to move the. I guess we could move. I mean, we've done everything else in here. We could probably move the dining room
I don't know
table.
that I'd want to recline though. I could do
He wouldn't recline.
I wouldn't be just like laid back doing
With your money. Wait, with your mind on the money and the
I
money
don't
on the money.
see any that meet that exact specifications.
It's a lot of bricks.
I know it's really, and maybe it'd be a good time to go over who's been there today. We've seen a lot of FBI people and police people today. That's all we've seen. The first person was Steve Williams, and they went over. He spoke and was questioned, and then they showed an interview that he did. Actually, 2 interviews, right? And then the next person, Joseph Strickler, he was the victim's witness coordinator. And they showed him questioning her. He was real nice to her. And, she did a lot of talking in that one. And now this is David Gratz, and he's with TBI. Is that right?
He was, yes.
And
he's a private attorney now.
He's a private attorney now, but at the time he was with TBI. And he's going over evidence that they found in the storage building next to the trailer that she left and moved out of. And I think that young man that was there yesterday that testified about the trailer, that's what he did with everything that was in it. He just threw it all in that building.
Okay.
So that's people giving chair suggestions.
Oh, good. Let's see.
In the chat.
I will tell you, I don't see how people that do this all day, every day do this. I really don't get it. I don't see how they can get anything else accomplished.
I want a Stark Industries office chair.
That's what you need.
Yeah.
That's exactly what you need.
I get it.
Actually, oh no, he likes DC, doesn't he? I was
no.
thinking your son might like that, but he likes DC, not Marvel.
Right.
Yeah. Make a drinking game of this? With the sidebars.
Sidebars. We would not make it long. That's for sure.
Well,
during the day.
Real Me Too can tell me. Leilani, she said Leilani did more than this.
I can't imagine.
Now this is a recess, though, right?
Yes, but I think the reason for the recess was they were talking over some things.
Sidebar recess.
I'll be honest, Kelsey. This has not been the most enlightening day of testimony, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think this, other than watching maybe the interviews, just if you want to kind of just see her contradicting stories, but it's really just been them introducing a lot of evidence and getting timelines down with when they talk to her and that kind of thing. Just they're
okay. OfficeSupply.com. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
It wouldn't let me open it. I'll just type it in. Let me see if I can copy and paste it from there. I cannot.
I tried that. It wouldn't let me.
So
I'm taking a picture.
www office supply. I mean, it's not like we don't have time with our sidebar here. officesupply.com / what?
My husband just texted me. He just cooked lunch. Now he just texted me that he couldn't help himself. He had to go ahead and make tomorrow's chili today.
That doesn't shock me with Uncle E.
Nope, he is he's kind of a cooking addict.
Well, I mean, at least it's done.
Yes. Yes. He's been thinking about it for like a month, wanting one more round of chili before the weather gets really hot.
Well, tomorrow's Super Bowl Sunday. He might want to take it easy.
That's exactly why. He's also got some snacks prepared.
Oh,
It's in a blanket.
Are we going to make cheese dip?
Are we going somewhere?
Oh,
we're planning on it.
Okay.
But my husband wanted to do cheese dip as well.
Well, you know how that's kind of our family.
Okay, guess what the follow-up message was when I said that's great. Also found a bit of Velveeta and put a can of Rotel in it. Not much cheese dip, but some. No meat in it. That's hilarious. We were just talking about that. He doesn't watch us at all. He doesn't even know I do this.
He doesn't even know you do this.
No.
I'm not sure he does. I'm not sure he does. I'm not kidding.
What does he think you're doing upstairs?
He thinks that she's talking on the phone to us.
Oh, that you're just like FaceTiming? I guess in a way.
What if you got recognized and they're like, Aunt E? What would you do?
He'd just be like rolling his eyes. That's what he would do.
That's hysterical. It didn't occur to me. I didn't know that he didn't know.
He does know. He just thinks it's dumb. Okay, when I go there, it doesn't give me the chair. It just that's just the shopping cart.
Serta Smart Layers.
Serta Smart Layers. Serta Smart.
I see it. It's $400. Look at that though. That looks like a thick chair. That might be worth it.
Some of them are a little less too.
I think I went. You know me. I go with the light color so I can destroy it and have to buy a new one.
Oh, I like the white silver. The white one's pretty.
That's what I'm. Did you hear what I said?
No.
I go with the light color so I can destroy it and then have to buy a new one because light colors don't do well in our house.
She said get the vegan leather.
Oh.
Ooh, I like that one.
That's the one I was looking at.
Oh, I like that. I like that color would match my house.
Yeah, it would.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah,
one.
what's funny is everybody thinks her house is the same color. Our walls are a taupe and her walls are gray. And for some reason on the camera, not the where you're at right now, but at your home, for some reason it shows up on camera as the same color, but it's really very different. So just some insider knowledge on our sidebar.
Want to be sleuthing. I always want to say the song title. Want to be sleuthing something. Said random thought, but I saw my son's dad's winter coat is tattered, and so she ordered him a new one, even though they've been apart for 6 years, and she just felt like he needed a new coat. That's so sweet. And she said, and her follow up was, point being, I wish Sebastian had been able to see parents who cared for one another, even though they had split for no reason. Them wanting people who share love for my kid to be happy and healthy. Yeah. Unfortunately, I think, and that's kind of with this case, I just see such an unhealthy family life for Megan. And, you know, she didn't have good examples and she didn't have people that raised her well. And she saw her dad get arrested. Her mother is on drugs. I mean, these are all things that have come out in discussion. And, you know, you just wonder, it's not surprising that something like this has happened. Unfortunately.
So is that Uncle E or Granny?
No, that would be Uncle E telling me more about what he's fixing.
Is that what that pinging is?
Yeah, that's her phone.
Oh, okay, I thought that was on our end.
No, she doesn't mute it.
He's just showing me that he used the Wagyu beef for the chili, so it should be really good. But it was all we had left, and he didn't want to go back to the store.
Wait, did you end up? You bought the cow thing, right? Didn't you do your meat like that?
We don't buy a whole cow, but we have a local processor farmer that we get it from. We don't buy it at the grocery anymore. And when we switched, we can't even look at the meat in the grocery. It's like once you switch and have like the steaks and the hamburger and stuff from the farmer, you really can't eat the meat anymore. It doesn't even taste the same. The taste of the meat is so much different.
We've been meaning to do that, and I have not done a good job on working on that.
But, you know, it's not like we have this huge family to feed like you guys do. You know, it's just us and Granny. And
I'm happy to
good
see that
show.
head.
Judge is back.
so it's not as costly. It is expensive food, but it's not as costly because there's just a few of us to eat it.
That's true.
So it's, you know, when you're feeding 5, it's a lot different.
That's true.
But if you buy a whole cow, it does last a long time or a half.
Somebody was, I'm trying to remember, somebody I was talking to, I think they got a quarter and it was enough for their family. And I can't remember.
Yeah,
I think it was $1,200 or $1,400, but
we don't do the full beef because we don't always like everything.
Right.
And so like there's just certain things like we go to the Wagyu seller to get our Wagyu ground beef. It's great for chili and burgers. And every once in a while we'll splurge and get the Wagyu steaks, but they're outrageously high. And then sometimes we'll then the rest of our meat we just get from the farmer, and it is expensive. I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you, it is expensive.
Well, Ty Bay says I like farm fresh eggs versus grocery store eggs.
Yeah, we get ours at the farmer's market.
Yeah. I looked around here. I inquired. We go through a lot of eggs in this house. It's
none other.
Well, how big is that case you buy every week?
Oh gosh, how many is that?
A lot.
Well, we go through.
It's 3 layers of 36, isn't it?
There's at least 10 eggs eaten every day in this house.
Yeah, I think it's 3 layers. I think it's is it 2 dozen or 3 dozen on top? So it's either 3 levels of 24. I think it's
36. It's 36 on top, isn't it? I can go look.
It's a lot of eggs.
It's just a lot of eggs.
It's like 60 eggs in a box or something like that.
Yeah, I want to think it's 2, 4, 6 dozen, something like that. In the one from Sam's.
Yeah, we just go through a lot.
Yes, that's exactly what I pay for mine. All I need is Jesus. Ours is $10 a dozen. They're expensive.
Y'all in the chat are funny.
What?
Just been funny. Been amusing.
Oh, Delmonico steak. Yum.
So it looks like he's coming back here shortly.
I hope so.
Poor nice Marie. Did you see what she put?
What?
They bought a side of beef, put it in the deep freezer. Her brother left the door open. They lost 600 pounds of meat.
$600 worth of meat's terrible.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yikes.
horrible. Right? Yeah, everybody's been like sharing recipes and everything about tomorrow.
Yeah, Ginger or Nice Marie's like, I decided to go to the market because we are talking about foods.
Okay, it's starting, Castle said. Are you hearing anything?
No. I don't think he's in his seat yet. I think he's still standing.
He is.
He seems like a nice guy. It's all business when it comes to judging.
No, he's getting his judge face on.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, I just heard, he was smiling. He heard Tennessee wine.
I would just, if I were him, the whole world's looking at you and you just want your courtroom to be, you don't want people criticizing.
Yes, hemorrhoids.
Well, I'll tell you, throughout this whole process, I've been mostly impressed with him.
Yeah.
Probably the most impressed with him. And then the other DA, the guy. I like him.
189, pass back to the witness for just a second. It should be on the far right on that table. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to ask for you to open that back up. Should be brochures from Blowing Rock. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. If you could look into those brochures and see if you anything that indicates a date.
There's a receipt here.
Okay.
The date indicated is January the 19th, 2020.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. That's all I need from that. Thank you.
What was the date again?
I don't know.
It was January 19th, 2020.
And ask if you can open that up and see if you can identify it.
Yes, this is like a memory book that says "Hello, Baby" on the front, and it appears to have an ultrasound.
And where was that found?
It was with the defendant's belongings.
Okay. At what location?
Hunter's residence.
Okay.
January
We
19th.
will ask to be moving that as exhibit number 192.
Any objection?
Thank you, Ty.
No objection for our agreement.
He's zoned out.
He's getting tired. Get that man a Snickers.
And what I'm going to do right now is just ask for you to,
There's
you're on
where.
map, we publish this.
Oh,
So the jury, just the
okay.
front of the book. Okay. You could just hold up the front of the book so the jury can see the front of the book, please.
She's got thick hair too.
Mm-hmm. She's got some back comb
Thank
going
you.
on.
Hello, baby, I think it said.
And we
Yeah.
briefly talked before the break. Is that the book that we were discussing in regards to that interview?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, you can pass that back to the clerk. At some point, did the defendant tell you someone other than Ethan allegedly had Evelyn?
She did. Yes.
And who did she allege had Evelyn?
After a period of time, the defendant told us that her mother, in fact, had Evelyn Boswell.
Okay, is
Her
that, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And her mother's name is Angela Boswell,
Okay.
also referred to as Angel from
Okay.
time to time.
And were you able to locate Angela Boswell?
Yes, she was located
And where was she located?
in Wilkes County, North Carolina.
Okay. Was she with anyone?
She was with a man named William McLeod.
Okay. Did Angela have Evelyn?
No, she did not.
Okay. At this point in the investigation, had anything led you to believe that Angela had Evelyn at any point?
No.
Okay. Did you yourself end up going to North Carolina?
Yes, I did.
And why?
To interview Angela Boswell and William McLeod.
Okay. Moving forward a few days, do you remember meeting with Megan Boswell again on February 23rd, 2020?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Who was present for that interview?
Now Lieutenant Matt Price
Okay. Where did that interview take place?
at the sheriff's office.
Okay. Is that located in Sullivan County, Tennessee?
Yes, it is.
What was the purpose of that interview?
At that point, we were still speaking with the defendant, trying to get as much information as we could regarding the investigation.
Okay. Had you started developing a timeline at any point?
Yes, that's one thing that we worked on throughout this investigation that is important when you're looking for a missing person to determine their last known whereabouts.
Okay. And were you continually working in and out of the sheriff's department during this time?
Yes,
Did you have a scheduled interview with the defendant on February 25th of 2020?
no, we did not.
Okay. Did you see the defendant that day?
Yes, she showed up at the sheriff's office.
Okay. And is that located in Sullivan County?
It is, yes.
Okay. Did the defendant tell you why she showed up that day?
Initially, or throughout talking with her, she gave a couple of different reasons.
Okay. What did she say?
She was concerned about having her body spray returned to her. she was talking about forming a search party to go to an area she kept referring to as Mendota. And she was asking about whether she would be, or whether there would be any issues with tampering with evidence.
Okay. Did she specify why she was concerned about tampering with evidence?
The defendant told us that someone had told her that she might get arrested for tampering with evidence.
Okay. Had law enforcement heard about Mendota?
Yes, the Mendota had been brought up a few times as a possible place to search.
Okay. Did the defendant at this time show you any concern for Evelyn?
She did not.
Do you recall speaking with her in a different manner to try to get her to give you more information about where Evelyn might be?
I'm sorry, could you clarify that for me?
Did you give her any possible scenarios?
Yes, during the interview, that particular February 25th interview, we discussed with her, were there any other possibilities about the whereabouts of Evelyn? For example, was she aware that something happened and wasn't telling law enforcement?
Okay, and what do you mean something happened? Can you describe further what you mean by that?
I was specifically asking her about whether Evelyn had any breathing issues, for example, whether she had stopped breathing at some point, and the defendant just didn't know what to do and hadn't yet reported that to law enforcement.
Okay. What made you decide to suggest this to her?
There were several reasons. Throughout the investigation, we were consulting with our forensic scientist in the lab, as well as the doctors at the William Jenkins Forensic Center about possibilities in child deaths. And some of the issues that had come up were positional asphyxiation.
Okay. You used the word positional asphyxiation. Is that a word you used with the defendant?
In the interview, I don't think I said those specific words.
Okay. Do you know what word or do you recall what specific words you used?
Specifically, I think I just was asking about whether the victim had stopped breathing.
Okay. So you asked her specifically if Evelyn might have stopped breathing. Were you suggesting an accident, or were you suggesting that it was, for lack of a better word, a homicide at this point?
You know, we were open to all types of theories at that point, but we did want to know whether an accident had occurred sometime in the past and she had done something and just not told us about it at that point.
When you discussed these things with her, did she continue to maintain nothing like that had happened?
She did. She denied that there was ever any breathing issues.
Okay. Did she maintain she told you everything?
What would lead them down
Multiple
that?
times the defendant had told us that she had told us everything that she knew.
Okay. And do you recall that interview ending?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall where that interview took place within the building?
It took place in several parts of the building. At one point, we were upstairs in the sheriff's office, and another point, we had walked the defendant downstairs to essentially escort her out of the building.
Okay.
Thank you,
So
Ty.
walked her down yourself?
I believe now Lieutenant Price was with me.
Okay. When you got to the door, did you see anything outside?
Yes, at that time, the news media was just right outside the front door.
Okay. What did you do when you saw them?
We offered out of a courtesy to the defendants, do you want to go out another door so you don't have to face them?
Okay. And did you, in fact, walk her to a different door?
Yes, we walked her out a side door at the sheriff's office.
Okay. And did you see the defendant after that?
Yes.
What
yes,
did you
we
see?
did.
What did you see?
She had walked from that side door back to the front of the building.
Of course she did.
And then gave an interview with the news.
Thank you, Ty.
And
We
looking for
appreciate
Evelyn,
it.
how many times did law enforcement search that trailer park where the defendant was living with Evelyn?
I know multiple. I know I was there twice, and I know other law enforcement officers had gone in addition to that.
Anything ever found other than the stroller we've already talked about that was helpful to the investigation?
No.
Okay.
What?
Can you please tell us how many law enforcement agencies had been called in to help find Evelyn Boswell?
The specific number, I don't know. However, it was a large amount of law enforcement, essentially all of the TBI resources out of the Johnson City office, several from the Knoxville office. Many people from Nashville were helping. I know our aviation unit, several pilots assisted with a plane, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, all of Sullivan County Sheriff's Office, and probably every local agency in the greater East Tennessee area. The United States Marshal Service was involved at times. Our partner agency in North Carolina, the State Bureau of Investigation, assisted, along with the Wilkes County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. Was a tip line established in order to try to find Evelyn?
Yes, in scenarios like this, we use a tip line, the number being 1-800-TBI-FIND.
Okay. And do you know how many tips came in during that time?
A couple of thousand.
How does a law enforcement agency determine which leads to follow?
At different times, especially early on in the investigation, we man the tip line with different agents, different analysts in Nashville are keeping eyes on every tip that go in. And we essentially use our experience and determine which tips that maybe we should look at first and try to prioritize them and continue to working them until we can close them and move on to others.
Okay. Are you confident that every credible lead was followed to the end?
Absolutely.
Okay. And were you given leads based on information that Megan Boswell gave you directly? Individuals to look at?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you mean.
Did you follow the leads based on information that Megan Boswell gave you?
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us just one at a time, what was one of those leads that she gave you as to where Evelyn was?
So we got the initial story that Evelyn was with Ethan, and us and other law enforcement agencies and the Army CID essentially eliminated that lead.
Okay. Do you feel confident that you were able to eliminate Ethan as a suspect?
Yes.
Okay. What about Angela Boswell?
Same answer. Yes.
Okay. Did you investigate Angela Boswell?
Yes.
Did you investigate her boyfriend, Will McLeod?
Yes, we did.
Based on your investigation, were you able to confidently eliminate Angela Boswell and Will McLeod as suspects?
Sidebar.
They don't want that opinion entered, right?
Right.
His conclusion. There you go. That works for now.
I actually think it's pretty appropriate.
Yeah, it is.
I think they don't want him to say that they were ruled out because they're still saying that there could have been.
I'm going to rephrase the question, okay? Were you able to eliminate Angela Boswell and or Will McLeod, her boyfriend, as suspects in this case?
Yes.
Okay. What about Mendota?
Yes, that area was thoroughly searched by multiple law enforcement agencies. And we never found any bit of information or evidence that linked that area to Evelyn Boswell.
Can you briefly tell the jury what Megan Boswell had told you about Mendota?
The defendant kept referencing campgrounds in Mendota. I wasn't really sure what she meant at the time, but she kept bringing up, you should go to Mendota. And she just kept bringing it up.
Okay. Was Mendota investigated?
Thoroughly, yes.
Okay. Were you able to locate anything of importance to this investigation in Mendota and or at a campground in Mendota?
No, nothing.
Okay.
Someone mentioned here the other day that there are no campgrounds in Mendota.
Yeah.
So that's,
Okay, I
she
checked.
probably did not realize
The
that.
buy me a coffee thing is correct. I don't know. When I went, I don't know. I might have typed something in wrong. I'm gonna change it. Just
I know everybody's discussing him looking at the jury. To me, it looks a little weird, but maybe in person it seems natural. And to me, it
Ask if you can identify it.
looks robotic to me.
Yes, I recognize this.
Okay. What is it?
This is an application for applying for a residence at Overlook Apartments.
Okay. And can you tell us why you looked at Overlook Apartments?
We were given information that the defendant had applied to live there with her boyfriend,
Okay. Her boyfriend.
Hunter Wood.
Okay. And is that something that was collected from Overlook Apartments?
Yes,
Is that a fair and accurate representation of what was collected from Overlook Apartments?
yes.
Okay. We'd ask that be. Yeah.
Wonder what the date on that is.
Thank you, Tennessee nurse. We appreciate that very much.
Aw, welcome back.
Mendota,
you
is that
so
North
much.
Carolina? Is it North Carolina?
Oops.
Let me see.
If other people have had trouble with this, so Tennessee nurse says, "Okay, guys, it allowed me to do my membership on my iPhone by clicking the link they have shared in chat."
Go ahead, Jim.
That's so weird.
I know I've heard other people
We
say they've
would
had
ask
trouble.
that be admitted as exhibit number 193.
Before exhibit 190.
And permission to publish.
I don't know. These things are also unusual.
Okay. Mendota's, is it in Virginia?
It was just
This application you were just talking about.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall when they were looking, or does this say, when were they looking to try to get an apartment?
Oh, they
at
took it off.
January the 4th, 2020.
Somebody told me long.
Did you
time
learn how many
showing that thing.
occupants that the defendant and Hunter Wood put on their application?
Yes, 3.
Okay. Did you talk to the defendant about who the third occupant was going to be?
Yes, I did.
Did the defendant say the third occupant was going to be Evelyn Boswell?
No.
Okay, go ahead, sorry.
The defendant told us that at that time she was pregnant and the third occupant was for the unborn baby.
Okay. So then did you go one step further and ask her why Evelyn was not listed on that application?
Yes, yes, I did.
Okay, what did she say?
She told us it was not Evelyn because Hunter either would not or did not want Evelyn to live with him.
Okay. Was she able to explain where Evelyn was going to be living then, if not with her and Hunter?
No.
I think Mendota's in Virginia. There's a Mendota, Virginia. Like
Jumping
north,
ahead to
north
March
of them.
6, 2020.
Oh,
you
welcome,
were
Ty.
being contacted
Thank you.
by the defendant's father, Tommy Boswell.
Yes.
Thank you very much,
And
Ty.
without going into hearsay on what he told law enforcement, did law enforcement go to Tommy Boswell's property?
Yes, initially myself and Detective Haraz.
Okay. And is that located in Blumpville?
Yes, it is.
Do you remember the street name or
Muddy,
address?
Muddy Creek at 539/543.
Okay. And is that located in Sullivan County?
Yes, it is.
What was the purpose of going there?
We were under the impression some of the defendant's property was at that location.
Okay. Do you recall what time you arrived at that location?
It was around 5:30 that evening or afternoon.
Okay.
Where is
And
this?
did Tommy Boswell give law enforcement consent to search that day?
He did, yes.
Okay. If I could please have exhibits number 6, 8, 9. Well,
Okay, what? I'm sorry, y'all.
6 and then 8 through
Much
12.
appreciated,
please.
Ty.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ty and Tennessee Nurse. We
Both been
really
with us a
appreciate
while.
you. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we just wore Ty down. Ty's been with us for days. Okay, I lost my train of thought. I started going down a rabbit hole on something else. Where are they talking about searching?
This is Tommy's.
They're Tommy's
Like when they found
property.
her?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
because the reason I ask is I'm kind of peeking over to another network and they are showing the exhibits. What do you guys, do you want me to switch over and show the exhibits, or I'm just worried that it's going to be bad?
What do you mean?
No, I don't think it'll be bad. I don't think the exhibits are going to show anything.
Okay.
Court TV's not showing anything gruesome.
But Law and Crime is.
I was watching
Oh.
Law and Crime and it was fine. I just had it on.
Okay, well, I'll just leave it. If
I'm
there's
watching
anything
it
I think we need to see, I'll switch over.
I don't think we need to see it anyway.
I'm looking at it now and they're not showing exhibits. I have it up.
Absolutely. Thank you. Sorry.
I think that he was there.
Okay.
I started
First,
to
if
say
you
this
could take a
earlier.
look
He
at
looks
number
haunted.
6. Do you recognize that?
Just saw
I'm gonna
them.
make a
Yes,
coffee.
sir.
I'll be right
Okay.
back.
What is it?
I'll make a call.
This is a drawing or a sketch of the scene at 539, 543 Muddy Creek.
Okay. Is there a pointer device up there besides you?
There's a flash.
That's it. Okay. If you could pass the
Yes.
exhibits to me, we'll try to do it that way to make it quicker.
Oh, the drawing's coming back up.
I know. I was thinking about getting the amateur drawing. I don't know where Mr. E went. He just took off.
These have already all come into evidence, so we'll just discuss each one. Is this a diagram of the property as it was on March 6th of 2020?
Yes.
Okay. Can you show the jury? I'm going to try to zoom in a little bit. Can you show the jury where you first searched?
Are you wanting me to point at that screen?
Yes. It should work. There you go.
Would have been in this area right here. It's excuse me. It is labeled as shed.
Okay. And did you search anywhere else on the property?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us where else you searched?
That building there that's labeled as Playhouse.
Okay. Now I see a box below that also appears to say shed. Do you see that?
I see that, yes.
What was that?
That was another outbuilding that was full of, I believe the business name is Tommy's Paving or something like that. And it was full of paving or asphalt related equipment.
Okay. All right. I'm going to show you next what's been marked as exhibit number 7. Is that the outbuilding that you were talking about a few moments ago?
Yes.
Okay. And exhibit number 8. Is that the outbuilding and the playhouse that you were talking about a few moments ago?
Yes.
Okay. Exhibit number 9. Can you tell us what that is?
That is a photograph of the outbuilding or shed where it shows either the defendants or some of Evelyn's belongings.
Essentially the shed with the door open.
Correct.
Okay. Number 10. That's what you're calling, you call it a playhouse?
That is correct.
Okay. Exhibit number 12. Is that just the playhouse with the door open?
Yes.
Had anything been disturbed at the time this photo had taken place?
No.
Okay. I think I might have gotten side order. Sorry. Okay.
Ty said she thinks she remembers him being there live when this all unfolded.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I think that he
Present
looked
for the
haunted.
search of that shed / outbuilding.
Yes.
Okay. Were you also present for the search of the playhouse on the property?
Yes.
And were you aware of whose playhouse that was?
Yes. It was the playhouse of the defendant.
Okay. If I could please have shown exhibits number 13, 14, 16, and 17, or just if I could have this passed to me, please. 13, 14, 16, 17. Thank you. These have already been admitted into evidence. First, exhibit number 13. If it, okay, it works. There we go. Okay. Is that how the playhouse appeared as you looked inside?
Yes.
Had anything been moved yet?
No.
Anything you noticed at first glance about this space?
Yes. A lot of the area in the back of the playhouse was covered in dirt, dust, debris, spiderwebs, and right inside the door that it appeared they were placed in the playhouse more recently.
Okay. I'm going to those in just a second. This photo, exhibit number 14, again, how does that appear to you upon first glance when you went to that scene?
That's just a better photograph showing all of the dirt, debris, or other things on top of the belongings in there.
Okay. And then last, I'm going to show you exhibit number 17. Had anything been moved prior to this photograph being taken?
No.
And if you look closely, it's hard to tell. Can you see the black trash bag in this photo?
Yes.
Okay. And again, were you present when the trash bag was removed?
Yes.
Okay. Is this trash bag the way it appeared prior to law enforcement taking it out of the trash can?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to hold on to 17 for just a second. So you stated, I'll put this one back up for just a second. You just stated that a few items appeared out of place. Can you tell the jury or use your pointer on which items you are talking about?
These trash bags
Okay.
right here
Mm-hmm.
and this trash can.
Okay. And can you tell the jury why did those appear out of place to you?
'Cause they weren't covered with any dirt or dust or spider webs.
Okay. So based upon that, did law enforcement make the decision to look closer at some of the items in the playhouse?
Yes.
And which items were looked at closer?
The trash can and the trash bags.
Okay. And who in particular went to take a look at the trash can?
Agent Fraley.
Okay. Is that Brian Fraley with the TBI?
That's correct.
And did you witness Agent Fraley do this?
Yes.
We're going to do this kind of in steps. What did you see Agent Fraley do first?
Reach in for the trash can.
Okay. And does he pull anything out of the trash can at some point?
Yes.
What does he pull out?
Initially, the bags that were on top.
Okay. And did you notice anything at the time that he pulled the bag on top?
Yes.
What did you notice?
A couple of things. There was some things that looked like flesh in a sort of this part of either elbow and an arm or the part of a knee and a leg, and noticed immediately the smell of human decomposition.
Okay. Had you noticed that smell prior to that trash bag being removed?
No.
Okay. And again, in looking at this photo, actually, I'll pass that to Deb. If I could please have number 18 and 19 and 42, please. Okay, this has been previously admitted. With this photo, is that what you were just referencing a few moments ago?
Yes.
Is that before or after the black trash bag was removed?
This photo would have been taken after.
So now, did you think that was a baby's leg?
Initially, when I first saw it, I really thought that it might have been a baby doll. It looked like an antique, kind of a flesh color, and it was, it's hard to describe the look of the skin, but it almost did not look real. It had like a shine to it. And as you can tell, it's at least getting dark at this point. We're in the evening, in the wintertime, and we're shining flashlights on it. So I specifically remember that it had like just kind of a shine to it. And initially I thought, is that a baby doll?
Okay. And you said it was dark when you were doing this?
Yes.
Okay. Did you determine that it was not a baby doll?
It was immediately apparent.
Okay. And at that point, what did law enforcement decide to do?
We sort of paused at that point and decided we needed to call some other people in. We made a decision on who was going to perform that search and how it was going to be performed.
Okay. And who did you call in?
Well, we called the forensic center. We would have been calling various supervisors for the relative agencies that were on site.
Okay. And did you remove any items from the playhouse once those individuals arrived?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you remove?
The trash can and the trash bags.
Okay. If I could see 42. Did I already ask for that one? And I'm going to be asking for 22 through 27 in a second. If that helps. Okay. So I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 42. Now, are these items still inside or are they outside the playhouse at this point? Can you tell, or do I need to?
It might help about there. That helps a little bit.
As far as it goes. It's a little dark on the screen. Would you like to see the exhibit itself, or the photograph itself? Huh?
That's much better.
22 through 27. Are you able to tell if that is inside or outside the playhouse?
It's just outside the playhouse on a like a perch or a porch area.
Okay. If I could have that passed back for just a minute. And at this point, is Evelyn's body still inside that trash can?
Yes.
Did law enforcement start the process of removing Evelyn from the trash can?
Yes, we did.
Did that take place there? Or did it take place at the forensic center?
Removing the items
body,
in the trash can.
Yes.
It took place there on scene.
Okay. I'll show you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 22. Is this the start of that process?
Yes.
Can you please use your pointer and show us where Evelyn's head would be located in this photograph?
It's pointing it the wrong way.
You got a smile out of him.
Down in this
Okay.
area.
Okay. So essentially she was head down in the trash bag. Is that right?
That's correct.
Uh-oh. Bye-bye.
Leading the witness there, telling him where the head was or something.
Maybe. But Law and Crime is also not showing the photos.
Okay. Well, then we're not missing it. I mean,
No, I have it going over here just so I can kind of see if there's anything different happening.
well, they were showing some of the other evidence that was,
Okay.
not bad. So I was just I was
Was
worried they were
Evelyn in this
showing.
trash bag?
Yes.
Okay. Where was Evelyn's head?
Are you wanting me to point or no? In this area.
Okay. Can you tell me, well, that's all I need on that one. Okay.
Why can't she say, could you tell me the details on how you found her body? That's all she has to say.
Yep.
Why can't I be an attorney?
You were supposed to be.
I know. I mean, that's all she had to say. She's wanting him to say she's head down, but she doesn't know how to ask it to where it won't get an objection. And she just has to say, in what state did you find the body? Or what positioning did you find the body? How did the body appear when you found it? I mean, there's a million ways she could say it without being an idiot.
Okay. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What is it?
This is a continuation of the photographs that were being taken at the time I was taking the photographs. You can see the continued process of removing the contents from the trash can.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of how that looked on that date?
Yes.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 194. Permission to publish.
I didn't know that, Detective Mom.
Can you tell the jury in particular what you noticed about the trash bag here, if anything?
Yes, this is a really good representation to show how the bag was packed down in the can. As you can see, essentially the outline of the can, the bag has maintained the shape when being pulled out of the can.
Okay. This has already been previously admitted as number 24. Can you tell us what we are looking at here?
This is a continued photograph in the process of removing the items from the bag.
Okay. Is Evelyn in that bag?
Yes.
Can you tell us where her head is located?
Do you want me to use the pointer?
Yes, please.
It would be down in this area here.
Can you tell me what's depicted in this photograph?
This is the body of Evelyn Boswell.
Okay. And can you tell us what we're looking at here? Using the pointer if you need to.
Could you be more specific?
What are we looking at?
Okay. So again, the body is inside of these contents or this blanket. Right here is a blanket. It's grayish, and you can really start to see it's a little difficult to see on the screen with what it's doing with the colors, but right in this area, you're beginning to see the outfit that Evelyn has on. And in addition to that, you're beginning to see the shape of the head of Evelyn right here. And this is aluminum foil that is formed around the victim's head.
Previously marked exhibit number 26. Can you tell the jury what we are seeing here?
This is a photograph of the trash bag after Evelyn's body was removed from the trash bag.
Okay.
Hi, Seth. Welcome in. And yeah, she did deserve better.
Again, can you tell the jury what we're looking at here?
Here's the pointer.
Mhm.
This picture, you can see again, the victim is lying here, this being the shape of the head. This is the trash bag. She had just been removed. And at the bottom of the bag were trash contents.
Okay. So what, was anything else in that bag that had been removed?
I'm not sure what you mean.
You've got a bag there full of food debris. Had anything else, was anything else located in that bag other than that food debris?
Along with things that were already removed.
What else had been removed?
The blanket with the body and the aluminum foil.
So Evelyn's body was in that bag.
Yes.
Okay.
Golly, she's terrible at asking questions. I mean, when your FBI attorney agent person can't answer, it's because the questions are bad.
Yeah.
It's frustrating.
Just wanted to. Shirley, well, we're on Central Time, so we're good for another 50 minutes. But he will be ready to go. He will let me know.
He just dressed. He dressed himself. So.
Without us even having to tell him. Yeah, so he's really ready.
He was asking me about a shirt, and I said, "Go pick out a shirt," and he did.
Yeah.
Did you see her face? Not one tear, nothing.
Show you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 34. Can you tell the jury what they are seeing here?
Yes, you can really start to see the outline of the body at this point, of the body of Evelyn, which right here is the head, with the blanket formed to the head. This is the outfit. That is Evelyn's hand, and this is a blanket that is wrapped around Evelyn.
Okay, can you tell us where Evelyn's face is located?
Be right in this area.
Okay. And I'm going to show you one more, previously marked as exhibit number 40. Can you tell the jury what they are looking at here?
Yes, here I was focusing in on the trash can, specifically for this item,
Okay.
which was a piece of gum that was stuck to the side of the trash can.
And was that collected?
Yes.
Okay.
Ah, DNA.
Interesting.
DNA.
Well, that would be foolish.
DNA evidence right there.
After
Saliva.
Evelyn's
Mhm.
body had been taken out, what was done with the foil, if anything?
The foil was collected and ultimately sent to the TBI lab, initially in Knoxville, and later on it was sent to our lab in Nashville.
Okay. Okay. Ask if you recognize that.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a photograph taken later at the Knoxville lab of the aluminum foil that was collected.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate representation of the foil that was collected from the body of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
We'd ask that be made exhibit number 195.
Any objection?
And permission to publish.
Okay. Wow.
Okay. Can you tell the jury what they're looking at here?
Yes, this is different sheets of aluminum foil. They were stretched out as best that I could without damaging them. And I stretched them out onto a large table at the Knoxville lab and photographed them.
And were those also collected as evidence?
Yes, they were collected that night, and at the time they were at the Knoxville lab, and I believe shortly after that were sent to the Nashville lab.
After Evelyn's body was processed there at Muddy Creek, where did her body go?
It was taken to the forensic center in Johnson City
Okay. And what was the purpose of that?
for Dr. Schmidt to complete an autopsy.
Okay. And did you ever receive confirmation that the remains found in the playhouse were those of missing baby Evelyn Boswell?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I don't know if this is a good place to stop. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think we've reached the end and we're going to stop for today. Wanting to admonish you not to communicate with other jurors or anyone else regarding any subject connected with this trial.
Yeah, I
Yep.
agree with you, Susan.
The DNAs must be what's going to seal the deal. It's the only thing.
Yeah, they keep mentioning that chewing gum.
Yeah,
Yes, they do.
I bet that gum is it. How stupid. Right.
Well, it'll implicate Hunter or not implicate Hunter, I
Mhm.
think.
That foil too didn't look like traditional foil.
Yeah,
It looked thinner.
It was weird looking foil.
Someone had suggested, I don't remember who, that it could have been from the restaurant.
It could have been sheet foil, like where it comes off in sheets.
Mm-hmm.
But it didn't look like it looked narrow. Restaurant foil is usually really large.
Am I remembering this right? Wasn't some of the foil blocking her airway also?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think I'm going to go back tonight since I'm here by myself. I'll go back tonight and read, go over some of the interviews, like the television interviews and things, and see what I can find some descriptions of what was found. Yeah, she did lack emotion today.
It's the horror of what happened to Evelyn it would sway me as a juror too. It's not just that she's gone, it's just the manner in which it was all done.
Well, they already
It
have.
would be hard.
Well, we know that the prosecution's is pointing at Hunter.
So there goes
There she
Megan.
is.
She looks much more mature than she did, doesn't she?
Mm-hmm.
She looked like a little girl before.
And he's not released, so he'll be back Monday, I bet.
Yes. He'll be back.
Turn it off.
Yeah. I had it on the long crime to see, and they were like 2 to 3 seconds ahead, and they showed the foil, so I was wondering if they were going to show the foil. They may have some that they indicate do not show.
Right.
Because the jury has to see it. It doesn't matter if they want to see it or not. They have to.
I don't envy that jury.
Mm-mm.
No.
Well, there are 2 pictures they said they're not going to show them. Right.
Oh, they did.
Mm-hmm. There are 2 that they said would be too prejudicial because they're so bad.
Wow.
So I don't know.
Where did you hear that?
I don't know where I heard that. Before this all started.
That's when I was hoping to go back and look at some of the news stories a little bit more, because all I saw were the ones that Mrs. E had sent, hey, you need to see these interviews. And I watched her interviews, but I really didn't look into any other just news interviews or news stories.
I watched several people's kind of like, pre-trial videos. So I just don't remember. Maybe Vinnie Politan, maybe Grizzly True Crime, somebody like that. I don't know.
I think I'll go back and watch Vinny, because Vinny's usually very dramatic and he has a lot of detail.
Yeah, it might have been Vinny.
Yeah, that was rough.
Yeah, that's bad.
I appreciate
Seeing
y'all
that.
being here with us. Like I said, it makes it.
Oh, I guess I mean like by pretrial, I just mean that several YouTubers were doing kind of like what we did, where we did a video just to kind of like a pretrial video, just say, hey, here's what's coming up, here's what we know, here's the timeline as we understand that. We kind of several people that are covering this did videos like that. And so as we were kind of researching and refreshing our memories on stuff, I watched several like that, but I just don't remember where I heard that detail about.
Did you see Hot Mess's comment? She said, you guys keep in mind there were pictures the judge threw out that were too gruesome for even the jury to see. And then she also followed that up with it was thrown out by the judge in a prior hearing.
Yeah, that's I just don't know where I learned that. I heard that too, that there were some that were so bad that I thought it was 2 pictures that he said, no, we're not doing these.
Yeah, her body language.
I agree. I mean, I know it's horrible to be a juror, but I feel like the jury has to see everything in order to make an educated decision, even if they are gruesome. I mean, I know that's harsh, but I think that you have to.
I bet it's the pictures of her face, because that's what's supposed to be
the worst.
So bad. I bet that's what it is.
I read somewhere, Shirley, that there was a wad of foil blocking your airway.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't look, you couldn't tell from the picture at all, Shirley, what they used it for. It was just stretched out in strips. So it didn't look, I mean, just looking at it, just looked like pieces of foil.
Rita, they just showed the foil.
Yeah, just
but it was still pretty,
It was all darkened, and then there was a little piece that looked like it had maybe more like a ball. So I'm guessing that was the one, unless they hadn't removed it yet. Yeah, I mean, Nada says, thank you so much for covering this. As heartbreaking as this is, I pray for justice for all of the missing and murdered children.
Yes, absolutely.
And yeah, I mean, it is hard to see, but we do all want. There's a part of me always kind of feels like that if the child had to endure it, we as a society have to endure it and see it through and make sure that we don't turn a blind eye to these things just because we find these topics
gruesome.
Because
Terry, they're done for the day.
Yeah, so they won't be back till Monday.
Well, we get a day off.
I know. We got a super.
Hot Mess is going to send me the hearings. Thank you so much. I'll send them to Aunt E.
Thank you. I would love to see that.
It's unbelievable. Yeah, I'll put in the email in chat.
Yeah, they are done for the day. They had planned on making this a short day because I guess because it's a Saturday or whatever. They're just trying to keep it moving.
Lunch seemed to be a little shorter as well.
Susan, that's what I understood, but I might have misunderstood it when I read it. But so I don't want to speak until we know for sure.
I suppose it's possible she breathed some in her struggle too, right?
That's true.
I don't know. Horrific either way.
I've heard that there were 2 different medical examiner, and I may be wrong on this, but I had heard there were 2 different opinions on the medical examiner.
Oh, I don't know.
I think you're right.
I think there's another one that it disagrees with the first one.
You're right.
I think you're right that that's true.
Something has to change. This cannot continue to happen to these babies. I agree 100%.
Yeah, I think a lot of people feel this way.
I just wish there were more education for people that are young people or people that are frustrated with a child to the point that they want to hurt them, that there was some way that they could get help or just go give the child to someone. Like there were safety places that you could just kind of like the baby drop boxes where if you don't want your baby, you can put it in a drop box, no questions asked, and you won't, have criminal charges filed against you. And something like that would be so important to have for people that don't have the resources to cope and deal with things. It made it sound like since she had an apartment application with Hunter and a new baby, she had no intention of ever taking Evelyn back we know that it had to be far before that this happened.
Mhm.
I'm still wondering if they know the exact date and they just haven't, that information hasn't come out yet. It has to be the 7th or the evening of the 6th, the 7th, or the 8th, from what I can tell from the timeline.
Read that out loud. That's very good.
The police chief in Monkeys stated it best. You cannot take one of our most precious citizens and expect us to give up and not find them and what happened to them.
That's so true.
Yeah, it's really good. And a Monkey Vaughn is what they're referring to there. Yeah.
Yeah, and Real Me Too says they dress you. Well, the defense will dress you to look a certain way to remember how the Menendez brothers were dressed up. Exactly.
I don't think she's done herself any favors with that.
Well, they haven't done a good job. They didn't obviously consult with anybody, because I don't think she looks at all. The first 2 days were not. I guess the first day of the actual trial part, and the second day I didn't think she looked good at all. Today, actually, I thought she looked the best of the three with the suit on. She looked a little bit more mature and put together.
That could, and part of the strategy is to make her look young too.
She didn't today.
I know she didn't today. I'm just saying, in the past outfits, she did look like a baby herself.
I just thought she looked frumpy.
Well, it might, cameras sometimes make you look worse or better depending on if you're photogenic or not. She might look better in person. Well,
One of these loosened something and said, y'all, I don't think she was pregnant. If she was, that baby would be overcooked. Yes. Obviously something had to have come out to that she wasn't. I mean, she was just pretending to be.
So I guess we will be coming back on Monday, and the prosecution's not finished yet. But they are getting closer, it seems like, to the out of the timeline stuff and more toward the forensic end of things. Maybe that's coming next, and we still haven't seen her mother yet, which I would imagine she's got to testify, and that should be very interesting.
Maybe not. Maybe they don't. I mean, you've already had an FBI agent testify and say that she was not involved.
Multiple.
Yeah, she's been cleared.
They might think she's a liability on the stand.
Mm-hmm.
That's true.
So
defense could call her, maybe.
Defense may feel she's a liability on the stand.
That's what I mean.
I mean, she could be a liability for either one of the parties.
Yeah.
I mean,
yes, Castle, it is over. They essentially what you missed is the FBI, or I'm sorry, former TBI agent David Gatz explained the condition in which they found Evelyn in detail, and then we saw pictures of the flattened out aluminum foil.
I agree here, W. Smith, that I still haven't seen solid evidence, and I do have little seeds of doubt. That's kind of where I am, but I think they've got the evidence. So I think
they're just slow rolling it. It feels
we just don't have the forensics yet. That's what it's going to all have to rely on.
I just hope that this attorney regroups and starts to ask a little bit more. I mean, when you've got FBI agents that don't even understand what you're saying, that's a problem. And she's had to clarify her questions numerous times to educated people.
Well, you could fly in and be there by Monday to talk her through it.
I mean, there was lots of ways. There were people throwing out ways to ask the same thing and not get an objection.
I know, I'm just teasing, but
I mean, could you explain the orientation of the body in when you found it? There you go. That's all you gotta say.
Yeah. I don't know.
Can you explain how the foil was where the foil was located and how it was put on the body? There's just ways to say those things.
Yes.
And she didn't even begin to say them right.
Yes, Castle, that's right, from her head.
Or yeah.
Well, that's what it sounded like, right?
It sounds like it was placed around the head, from what we know.
Molded to her face.
Kind of formed around, you know, how our grandmother had an aluminum foil ball. And that's what I picture, this aluminum foil ball. Every time she'd get a piece of aluminum foil, she would add it to the ball and kind of form it around to make it this big ball. And it kind of reminded me of forming it around the way it was described.
Yeah. So Castle, what they showed a picture of the foil kind of like spread out on a table, like whatever.
Yeah, they didn't have the shape
pieces or
anymore.
so.
They didn't have the shape anymore.
But it was kind of darkened in places and things like that. So that's what they showed.
Well, and Detective Mom, I see what you're saying, that it's hard when you're televised, but when you're in the courtroom, you really don't think about cameras. You're really supposed to be focused on your people, and it doesn't really matter what's going on around you, you know.
Though this
Or
is probably the like someone said earlier in chat, they probably have never dealt with a case like this of this magnitude before.
I'm sure this is probably one of the biggest cases they've ever dealt with.
Well,
Yeah.
I think that we probably should wrap it up, friends. We've been here for a little over 6 hours. I'm sure you guys are tired, and we're tired too.
I know you all have been thanking us for doing this, and we appreciate you being here and doing this with us too. So we've you're all helping us a lot to understand things that are happening as they go along.
Right. We're missing stuff, and you guys are catching it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
we're having to come in and out a little bit.
there's a lot of teamwork going here on understanding this trial and case and different things. So you guys have been awesome for that, and we appreciate all the, of course, memberships and super chats that happened today. That helps a lot too, and we do appreciate that kind of support.
That's the way I understood it too. Wannabe Sleuth and something says, only her head is wrapped in foil, from what I understand, and pressed to show the contours of her eyes and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the way it sounds like.
Really just crazy.
It doesn't make sense what the logic is behind it, but they have, that the defense has already thrown in the thing about Hunter thinking, is it possible that he think someone could steal your thoughts, and it was to protect her thoughts. That kind of thinking, wanting to plant those seeds of doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that seems to be where they're going with this for sure.
Yeah. So we'll just have to see what their theory is on what the foil was about and everything. And but
just to end on a happy note, I did download something for a backdrop for us. I'm going to show everybody. There we go. For those of you who have been with us for most of the day, you'll think this is funny.
Yeah.
So
what a great sketch.
Clearly, I mean, it's just clearly a
professional sketching.
Yeah.
Yes. So I did that just to kind of end on a happy note. And thanks to everybody for the memberships and the super chats. And thank you for being here. Thank you to subscribers, members, new people, everybody. We just appreciate you all being here together with us. I took us completely off. Sorry. We just appreciate you guys being here with us.
Very much. And
So-
we will see you on Monday. We will not be doing a live tomorrow because of Super Bowl and everything.
I would, because I'll be bored with the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
he
I
doesn't want to.
About Super Bowl, but
We could stream the Super Bowl, I suppose.
No,
No.
I can't sit in this chair another day. I'm just telling you.
yeah, we need a break.
Yeah.
And poor Granny. Granny goes out every day, and she hasn't been out in days.
She hasn't been out all week.
I know.
Need to let her get out.
Yeah, I can't take her till tomorrow afternoon.
I hate sports ball. That's me.
That's Mrs. E right there.
I used to like stuff. I just don't anymore. Oh, unless you count Quidditch. That's funny. Well, we appreciate you guys. I'm going to start our ending thing with just some awareness for some of the missing kids. And we will see you all. I guess we're going to keep going with it. The first day we were like, well, we might do it tomorrow. And now it looks like we're just all in.
Yeah, we're all in. We're all in now. We'll just see it through now.
All right. Well, thank you guys. We appreciate you.
Thank you very much, everybody.